St. Vincent, my homeland, you gave me no mansion, no gold, no diamond, yet I love you a million for the things that you have to offer. Is more than my heart's desire. Lovely beach, tropical breeze, always there within my reach. I love you, St. Vincent, me sweet little island, St. Vincent. I love you, St. Vincent, home of the blessed St. Vincent. St. Vincent, St. Vincent, I love you. Can look at the sunrise, can look at the sunset. Sweet Mother Nature, such beauty, such splendor. Can live my life without fear. Freedom to go anywhere. You got love and you got peace. From La Soufrière to the Grenadines, I love you, St. Vincent, me sweet little island, St. Vincent. I love you, St. Vincent, home of the blessed St. Vincent. St. Vincent, St. Vincent, I love you. Calypso and reggae, look here, to make me jaggy. Bamboo melody, and in harmony. Night morning, Christmas and Carnival. You got so much bacchanal. Wailing time is any time. And any time is wailing time. I love you, St. Vincent, me sweet little island, St. Vincent. I love you, St. Vincent, me high room, St. Vincent. St. Vincent, St. Vincent, jelly, early morning fish dip, coconut water, farine and sabuka, pilau, crayfish and kalaloo, sauce, dumpling and maniku, roast breadfruit, blackfish ribs, and much, much more. Deliciousness. I love you, St. Vincent, me sweet little island, St. Vincent. I I love you, St. Vincent, home of the blessed St. Vincent. St. Vincent, St. Vincent, I love you.
From the north, south, east, and west they come in.
Food, blackfish ribs, and much, much more deliciousness. I love you, St. Vincent, me sweet little island, St. Vincent. I love you, St. Vincent, home of the blessed St. Vincent. St. Vincent, St. Vincent, I love you. Deliciousness. I love you, St. Vincent, me sweet little island, St. Vincent. I love you, St. Vincent, home of the blessed St. Vincent. St. Vincent, St. Vincent, I love you. Ribs, and much, much more deliciousness. I love you, St. Vincent, me sweet little island, St. Vincent. I love you, St. Vincent, home of the blessed St. Vincent. St. Vincent, St. Vincent, I love you. much more. Coconut water, Ferrin and Zabuka, pilau, crayfish and kalalu, sauce, dumpling and maniku, roast breadfruit, blackfish ribs, and much, much more deliciousness. I love you, Saint.
Yes, that's
Good morning, everyone, and let me welcome you warmly to this country conference facilitated by the UWI Open Campus, St. Vincent and the Grenadines country site. Before we do anything else, may I invite you to stand as we sing or participate in the national anthem of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Okay, thank you very much. Please be seated. Once again, good morning to you, and I take pleasure in welcoming you to this academic conference entitled Ancestry, Heritage, the Vincentian Identity and Heritage, from Whence We Came. Let me first acknowledge the presence of our Minister of Education, the Honorable Curtis King, our Principal and Pro-Vice Chancellor, who is participating virtually, Dr. Francis Severin, Principal of the University of the West Indies Open Campus, I acknowledge other government officials, our cultural officer, Ms. Maxine Brown, our featured speaker, Dr. Gary Denny, who is joining us virtually this morning, our head of site, Mrs. Deborah Dalrymple, and other colleagues of the Open Campus, and students here present and viewing virtually, members of the media, presenters in cyberspace and physically here present, specially invited guests. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this country conference on Vincentian history and heritage. I also wish to bring greetings on behalf of the Office of the Deputy Principal. Dr. Emily Dickford has personally asked that I convey best wishes to this conference. And so I welcome you all and thank you for joining us. Without saying much, I am excited about this conference. This has been long in planning, and due to COVID, we had to rethink and delay for some time. But it's a delight to participate in this activity. It's a very important one as we explore Vincentian identity and our heritage. And one of the things that we hope to, at the end of this conference, that will cause us and students and staff and citizens at home and abroad to think deeply about who we are as a people, where we are, and where we need to go. And the presentations today and tomorrow will help us to focus intentionally on those issues of national identity, of heritage, and especially those issues that have made us who we are and have been the glue that has held us together, at least in the post-emancipation period. And so with that, I want to welcome my colleague who will formally welcome you, our head of site, Mrs. Deborah Dalrymple, to formally welcome you on behalf of our colleagues. Mrs. Dalrymple.
Good morning everyone. Good morning or good afternoon or good night, depending on which part of the world from which you are joining us. I'd like to acknowledge the presence of our Minister of Education, Honorable Curtis King, and to say how happy I am that he's made this special effort to be here with us. Our Principal and Pro-Vice Chancellor, Dr. Francis Severin, for all of his support and again, taking the time out to join us virtually. The Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Tourism, Dr. Reza Noel McBarnett. I'm not sure if our Cultural Officer, Maxine Brown, is joining us virtually or not, but I welcome her as well. Dr. Gary Denny, our featured speaker, colleagues from the local site, my staff, the media, the presenters, specially invited guests. I really do appreciate those of you, especially in this room, who can't do it virtually but chose to be here with us in person. We really do appreciate that very much. Welcome to the St. Vincent and the Grenadines site of the University of the West Indies Open Campus. We are particularly pleased to welcome all the presenters who answered our call for papers and who would be with us over the next 2 days. A special welcome and thanks to Dr. Gary Michael Denny, who would present the featured address. Permit me, on behalf of my staff and myself, to welcome you to the first event to be held in our newly renovated premises. We are truly excited that you are sharing this occasion with us. This country conference, as Ronnie says, is long overdue. Our last country conference was in 2015 on the topic, Promoting a Culture of Safety, Building Resilience to Disasters, and Stimulating Sustainable Development. Little did we know that we would be foreshadowing two major disasters in the years 2020 and 2021, the COVID-19 pandemic and the eruption of La Soufrière. The absolute resilience of the Vincentian people, as we coped with one disaster after the next, begged the question, how do we cope? What events and forces, historical, social, or otherwise, have shaped us as a people? How do we see ourselves? What does it mean to be Vincentian? From whence did we come? Though as staff we had had several discussions as to what the topic should be and the theme should be for this conference, we decided that perhaps as a people, we ought to be able to answer the query from whence we came. Hence the topic, history, ancestry, and heritage, the Vincentian identity from whence we came. While we recognize that the answers to this question would be by no means one-dimensional, we decided that as a university, itself indigenous to our region, that we ought to encourage and lend weight to this discourse. The aim of the conference is to highlight research about St. Vincent and the Grenadines regarding the ingenuity, immigration, colonization, and settlement of peoples of diverse ethnicity. Importantly, the conference will also seek to provide a forum for the descendants of our indigenous people to lend voice to this experience. The response to the call for papers was very encouraging and yielded 23 abstracts, with requests for participation even after we had already passed our capacity. The conference will run for 2 days. On day 1, 12 of the papers will be presented, with 11 presentations on day 2. They will be organized in 6 sessions or panels, with 3 to 4 presentations each session. Session 1 would cover the early beginnings and the indigenous people and their continuing story amidst Eurocentrism and colonialism. In session 2, the little-known Scottish influence would be explored, including the death of Châteauguay and its implications, and the argument for reparation of an artifact which once belonged to our national hero, Paramount Chief Châteauguay. Session 3 we have labeled Sectoral History, and will speak to the contribution of women in various sectors, including the development of trade unions. We will also look at the history of black business and the impact of the Black Power movement on local consciousness. Session 4 would look at 2 major migrations of peoples, the East Indian and the Portuguese. In this session, we would also learn about the contribution of African indigenous knowledge systems to the botanical gardens. The botanical gardens, as you may be aware, is the oldest in the Western Hemisphere. Session 5 is entitled Development and History. It touches on migration, independence, the surviving art of the indigenous people, and the development of modern medicine in the making of a Vincentian nation. The final session, 6, speaks directly to living with vulnerability, the impact of the laissez-faire on history and heritage of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and the response and the resilience following the 2021 eruption. We have created a cultural montage which will shine a light on the way we are today. These will be seen in between the sessions. I am sure that you will enjoy these pieces, which include dance, music, song, and film. Each session will end with a question and answer period, and I encourage you to ask questions and share your comments. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us, for your interest, those of you in this physical room and those of you who will join us virtually via Zoom or live streaming. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Dalrymple, for that very comprehensive overview of the conference and also the very warm welcome. And please pardon me, the civil service is getting younger these days, and so Dr. Noel is in the audience, and I am here trying to figure out who is this young lady in there. But P.S., please forgive my omission. Welcome. I also want to particularly welcome our colleagues and friends in cyberspace who are joining us virtually, and a little later in the morning and throughout the day and tomorrow, you will also hear from our colleagues across the globe. And so I want to particularly welcome them. It's now my pleasure to invite you to listen to Miss Genevieve McMaster as she delights us in song.
St. Vincent, my homeland, you give me no mansion, no gold, no diamond, yet I love you a million for the things that you have to offer. It's more than my heart desires. Lovely beach, tropical breeze, always there within my reach. I love you, St. Vincent, my sweet little island, St. Vincent. I love you, St. Vincent, home of the blessed St. Vincent. St. Vincent, St. Vincent, I love you. Can look at the sunrise, can look at the sunset. Sweet Mother Nature, such beauty, such splendor. Can live my life without fear. Freedom to go anywhere. You got love and you got peace. From La Soufrière to the Grenadines, I love you, St. Vincent, my sweet little island, St. Vincent. I love you, St. Vincent, home of the blessed St. Vincent. St. Vincent, St. Vincent, I love you. I love you, St. Vincent, my sweet little island, St. Vincent, home of the blessed St. Vincent. I love you, St. Vincent, St. Vincent, St. Vincent. I love you.
Okay, thank you very much, Genevieve. And I'm sure we could do better than that. That was a lovely presentation. If I'm not I think she's a Form 5 student at the Girls High School, headed into the community college. I stand corrected. I might be a year or two off. But thank you very much, Miss McMaster, for that beautiful rendition. It's now my pleasure to introduce our featured speaker. Really no stranger to us, but this morning he will be presenting virtually, and that doesn't or would not at all diminish the quality of his presentation. Dr. Gary Michael Denny is the founder and director of the program in African and African Diaspora Studies at St. Mary's College of Maryland. He has taught courses in African, African American, and Caribbean history at universities in Africa, the Caribbean, and the USA. After completing his bachelor's degree in English and history at the University of the West Indies, Dr. Denny went on to earn a PhD in history at Johns Hopkins University in the United States. Dr. Denny is particularly interested in the history of ceremonies, rituals of faith, and the reverence we accord to both the living and the dead. This is reflected in a series of publications that he has written over the years, including and not limited to One King, Two Burials, The Politics of Funerals in South Africa, Flames of Race, Ashes of That, The Reinvention of Cremation in Johannesburg, and The Standard of Dying, Race, Indigence, and the Disposal of the Dead in South Africa. Dr. Denny is also deeply committed to the study of the Vincentian past and has presented numerous papers on the history of the Garifuna, and most recently presented numerous papers on the history of the Garifuna with the Searchlight newspaper, where he published a series of articles on the modern history of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. In February 1990, as apartheid entered its final days in South Africa, Dr. Denny achieved what he considered to be his signal honor of his life, becoming a speechwriter for Nelson Mandela, the late great President Nelson Mandela, in the fight to end racial oppression in South Africa and, by extension, the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a delight to present welcome Dr. Gary Michael Denny to
Good morning, everyone. I think it's time for me to speak. I have been unmuted, so I assume that I should begin speaking now. Do I have got no other signal to indicate that that is in fact the case? Thank you so much. Well, good day to everyone, and a particular, strong thanks to the University of the West Indies for hosting this conference. It seems to me that if we bow to the principle that every human being and every country has value, then one of the ways in which this expresses itself is in precisely this kind of work, where we look at the history of that country when we look at the ways in which people have lived their lives, in which they have, reflected upon their lives. And it is true to say that in the instance of St. Vincent, that kind of reflection is perhaps less, less abundant than we would prefer. There has been, you might say, a kind of suppression of knowledge of the history of St. Vincent for reasons which we do not necessarily have to detail, but the very fact that we have in this conference is one way to correct that kind of, distortion of the value of the Vincentian experience. And so tremendous gratitude to the University of the West Indies for hosting this conference on St. Vincent and the Grenadines. My specific focus at this moment is what I have entitled Hidden Histories, Visible Legacies. And I want to begin this idea of hidden histories, visible legacies, by recalling a moment in 2012 where I was given a lecture on the Garifuna, and more specifically on Châteauguay. The lecture was entitled From Villain to Hero, the Reinvention of Châteauguay. And while I was sitting, in peace mode, just sitting there, I sat next to a friend of mine, Miss Joanne Jack. I knew her earlier as Joanne Ince. And she had with her a fabric and a piece of, and a rock, a piece of fabric and a rock. And then she told me that this fabric, and this rock, that these were inheritances, that going back through, essentially more than 100 years through a family, and that they were, inherited from her Garifuna ancestors. And for the first time, I knew that after all these years of knowing Joanne, knowing her brother, and so on, that she was in fact, carrying, Garifuna ancestral lineage, and so on. And what was astonishing then is the idea that this was a hidden knowledge. This was a suppressed identity. Astonished only in the sense that I knew Joanne, but I did not know this. But in the context of the broader Vincentian experience, in fact, we know that in the same way when we speak of the Vincentian history being suppressed when compared to the histories of other Caribbean islands, it is equally true that within St. Vincent itself, we have also engaged in a kind of suppression. And in the instance of our Garifuna, brethren, a kind of self-censorship, a kind of self-imposed suppression, precisely because of the history of brutality that that the Garifuna and the indigenous peoples had experienced in St. Vincent, not only by the colonial bosses, but indeed by the successor states which had arisen in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And so Dr. Scott, Dr. Fraser, Dr. Arnold Thomas, together with myself, we engage in writing a history of St. Vincent. And one of the things that we want to do is to bring attention to the history of the Garifuna people, not simply on the history that ends with the banishment of the Garifuna in 1797 and kicked out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We want to acknowledge that Garifuna people continued to live in St. Vincent after 1797. The story of Joanne is demonstrative of that fact. And so we want to demonstrate that a true decolonization of Vincentian history, is to bring to Vincentian attention these stories, to demonstrate that the Garifuna continued to live in St. Vincent after 1797. So that kind of visibility, which we have a tremendous amount of scholarship on the Garifuna before 1797. But after 1797, they essentially disappear from the archives, not entirely, but there's a the references collapse because the British are no longer at war with the Garifuna and so on. And we see then a kind of suppression of that history, a suppression of the knowledge of those who remain. And so what we want to do is to, in this work that we are doing, bring attention once more to resurrect that story and to take that story far beyond 1797. And so in this way, we give dignity, to the Garifuna. We recognize their agency as a people who continued in the new kind of dispensation that arises in St. Vincent after 1797. We see them engage in a continuous struggle to be architects of their own destiny. And that is, in fact, it seems to me, the fundamental truth of the Vincentian experience that we want to do in the history that we are writing, to indicate that the Vincentian story has been a prolonged struggle for Vincentian people, to be architects of our own destiny. Now, the legacy, of course, of the Garifuna, experience is all around us. Because, as I said, we are looking at hidden histories, but visible legacies. Okay. Some of that legacy, of course, has to do with the continuing erasure of the presence of the Garifuna, and so we have to, to confront that. But secondly, we also have to be aware in a kind of profound, even we owe a tremendous debt, St. Vincent as a whole, to the Garifuna people, because one of the truths about Vincentian history is that we spent the shortest amount of time as enslaved people within the Caribbean as a whole, and this is because the struggle of the Garifuna, essentially delayed St. Vincent's transformation from a society with slave into slave society. So by the beginning of the 19th century, with the Garifuna defeated and St. Vincent becoming a slave society, by 1834, it is all over. And so, broadly speaking, Vincentians would have spent perhaps at max 3 decades, as a slave society. Whereas if we look at our neighboring islands, Barbados, Antigua, Jamaica, etc., we have our neighbors spending a far longer time within that odious system of slavery and so on. And so that too is another legacy of the Garifuna experience. That on the one hand, it's kind of a double-edged sword. That we have the case of the suppression of history, as we see in the Joanne's story, that she hides her identity. And when I say she, it's broadly speaking, as many Garifuna as possible would find, enough reason not to expose themselves because of the discrimination which they would have experienced in St. Vincent. But simultaneously, more broadly speaking, we have a truth that had not really been acknowledged sufficiently, that the Vincentian slave experience had been massively curtailed precisely because of the fight that the Garifuna had engaged upon against the British, imperialists who would create slave societies across much of the Caribbean. So that is one of the stories that our work would focus on, or at least one of the principles to give value to the Garifuna experience after 1797, rather than simply ignore that history, but to no more be complicit, not to be a partner in that historic crime of erasing the Garifuna from the Vincentian historic experience. So that's one example of what I mean when I speak of of hidden histories and visible legacies. Now, One of the more remarkable stories, which is linked to this one, but in some way also quite separate, is we have in 2010 a rather interesting book published called Myra Memories. Okay, and it's a book of reminiscences, where people told their stories to this author as to what their lives in Myra had been, what their ancestors had told them about the history of Myra, and so on. But within this book, the recorder, let's call her that, speaking to to one of the Myra residents, a woman by the name of Olivia, she tells a remarkable story. It's something that I had not known about, and very few Vincentians, if any, knew about outside, of course, of Myra. And that is, in 1808, an enslaved woman by the name of Nellie Ebo, at least that's how she's recorded in the records. She killed the enslaver. He was riding a horse. She took a hoe, slammed him off the horse. He fell onto the ground, and on the ground she administered lethal shots. After that, Nellie and 4 companions, all women, took the body and threw it into the sea to dispose of the confrontation that had taken place between Nellie and this enslaver, who, had paid the price, paid obviously the ultimate price for his sin of, enslaving these women. Now, Dr. Fraser, brought this story to the attention of myself, of Dr. Thomas, and Dr. Scott. And it was an astonishing story, if only because it was an all-female crew, 5 women, who took on this man and, sent him, to heaven or hell. And these women would also pay the ultimate price. Nellie was executed in Myra, and the 4 women who had helped Nellie dispose of the body, they were taken to St. Vincent, and they were also executed. And it is that fact of 5 women being executed for killing an enslaver, which is perhaps unique in the history of Caribbean slavery. You find this story nowhere else. Now, we have reflected on how to speak about these women as to what they did. And clearly it has to be considered as an act of extraordinary resistance. And it makes sense in the context of slavery, because we know as historians of slavery that enslaved Caribbean people resisted their enslavement from the very first moment in Africa, coming across the Atlantic and on the plantations themselves. And for those who didn't work on the plantations, who work elsewhere, they too engaged in combat in one form or another against their enslavers. Yet Nellie's story is peculiar because in this instance, it was an all-female crew that took out this enslaver, and all of them were also given the ultimate sanction. And technically, from the perspective of those who told the story of Nellie, she was the one who actually inflicted the lethal shots on the enslaver, and the other 4 women helped her to dispose of the body. But from the perspective of the slave masters, it was irrelevant that they were only, participants in the disposal of the body. They understood that these women agreed in the actions of Nellie, and they therefore decided that these women too should bear the same penalty that Nellie bore, execution. What is interesting, however, is that whereas Nellie was executed in Myra, and residents of Myra, had told these stories of Nellie long before, I had heard of these stories. And we could not be entirely sure about the truth of the story until we checked, and Dr. Fraser and Dr. Scott are to be given tremendous praise in this regard, the St. Vincent Handbook of 1938. And that handbook of 1938 verifies the truth of that Nellie story, that there were these 5 women in Myro, one of whom was executed in Myro, 4 of whom were taken to Kingston and executed for the particular crime of killing an enslaver. And so, what is it that links this particular story to the story of Joanne? Okay, and the first linkage, of course, is that we have within families a genealogy of knowledge where the histories are preserved. These artifacts of the past, in the instance of Joanne, it was a fabric and a rock. In the instance of Miss Olivier, it was this extraordinary story of Nellie, who had engaged in this confrontation with the enslaver and disposed of him. Okay, and so these are hidden stories. And what they also bear in common is that recognition of the value of the past, because these were protected knowledge. In the instance of the Nellie story, that knowledge is passed down 2 generations. In the instance of Joanne's story, that knowledge again and that fabric and that rock were passed down 2 generations. Joanne maintained a sense of a Garifuna identity, even if it was named publicly. She wasn't, in the public announcing that she was indeed Garifuna. In the same vein of the Nellie story, we have families protecting this story, protecting this knowledge, even though there's not a single book in the history of the Caribbean that tells this story. So at the heart of what we are setting out to do in this work, and these are just 2 examples of the recovery of knowledge, of exposing the truths of the Vincentian past. What I'm really interested in doing with my colleagues is what I would like to call a history of the Vincentian imagination. Okay, and what I mean when I speak of the history of the Vincentian imagination is not in the instance of some kind of fantasy where we are, or even in the business of writing literature or novels or poetry, etc. It is in fact about a Vincentian vision, how we understand ourselves in this world, how we understood ourselves in this world, how we try to make the world and remake the world in ways that reflect our deepest values, in ways that demonstrate a sense of agency, in ways that connected us to the past, that reflective of a kind of reverence to our ancestors, in ways that demonstrate that we give value to ourselves, we give value to our people, and so on. Okay, and that kind of history is one which obviously challenges the historic representations of Black people and Caribbean people, and which for the past 50 years at least, Caribbean historiography have fought against these representations of our people as something less than human. Okay, and so I would like to finish this I suppose accolade to our ancestors and to how we go about thinking about ourselves and our past. I'd like to to invite everyone that when we have this book out, it becomes incumbent upon all readers to interrogate the work, to challenge us further, and perhaps for Vincentians who are historically minded to engage in the pursuit of challenging our past, understanding our past, and so that the histories which are hidden become uncovered, and the visible legacies become, where necessary, venerated, and where it so demands, critiqued. And I thank everyone for giving me your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Denny, for that very, very interesting presentation. And of course, we look forward to your presentation a little later in the morning after the break. So please give Dr. Denny another round of applause. Really appreciate your presentation. This brings us basically to the end of our opening session, and I now wish to raise a vote of thanks to persons who participated this morning and those who did the work in preparation for our session this morning behind the scenes. And so I wish to say thank you to our Honorable Minister for gracing us with your presence. Of course, we say thanks to PS Dr. McBarnett. We say a special thanks to Dr. Denny, again, for that very interesting presentation and part of the recovering of our history and celebrating our legacy. Thank you for that very important recovery and examples of recovery of our history. I also wish to say thanks to our colleagues who worked behind the scenes, Anthony, Sharon, our team and friends from Flow, Mr. Pierre, Mr. Kurt Kwashi, independent contractor, our planning committee, and in advance we want to say thanks to all our presenters at home and abroad, those who are joining us virtually. I particularly wish to say thanks to Mr. Archie Trotman and his team for, again, behind the scenes, helping us to prepare well for this event today and tomorrow. I want to particularly say thanks to our talented Genevieve McMaster for her very delightful presentation this morning virtually. So we want to say thanks to her. A number of persons have also, again, in our institutions have worked behind the scenes, and we want to say thanks to the to them. We have the team at SGD Freitas, who always respond to our need in terms of making sure that our spaces are sufficiently cooled. Cap, we want to say thanks to you for your usual support of the Open Campus over the last couple of years. Thank you. And of course, you may not see Marla, but Marla is listening. She's in cyberspace, and she's a rapporteur for these 2 days of wonderful presentations. We say thanks to Marla in advance. And of course, all the artists who will perform virtually over the next 2 days. We say thanks to you for your presentations. And of course, we must say that we do not own the rights to the materials and the songs, the dance, the music, etc. We do not own the rights, so we want to say that up front. And this is an educational activity, and so they will only enhance our presentations over the next 2 days. They're not for profit. Of course, Mrs. Darimper, thank you very much for the words of welcome this morning. And of course, those of you who have made it your business to come with this morning, and I hope, hopefully you'll bring somebody tomorrow or after lunch so that we could have a very engaging and productive and fruitful discussion over the next 2 days. I want to say thanks to the media, and of course, Jamora Francis, who should have played Pan this morning, is not well. Well, the family member is not well. So we thank him. He's always been supportive. If I have missed anyone, I beg your pardon. But thank you one and all, and blessings to you. And of course, we hope to see you at least at one or two of the sessions this afternoon into tomorrow. All right, and thank you very much. This brings to an end the opening ceremony for this, our country conference. And of course, in virtual cyberspace, we want to say thanks to our principal and pro-vice chancellor, Dr. Francis Severin and his team, and other colleagues who are viewing virtually, and friends from around the globe. Thank you very much for your presence and participation. Blessings to you all. Oh, yes. Please don't go. You could spend another 10-15 minutes with us. We do have some very light refreshments. And once you exit, you take a left and you go straight ahead to the conference room. All right, thank you very much. All right.
mountains. I
Somebody take me home, home. Somebody take me home, home. Somebody take me home, home. Somebody take me home. Hey. So many places in the world, so many beautiful things to see, but none of it compares to home. SPG, so from the hills to the mountains, high, high, high. Every man, every woman, every child. If you're proud to be Vincent, put your hands up high and let me hear you say, this island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Wait and say, wait and say. Take a drive to the countryside, drop the window and feel the vibe. There's no other place I'd rather be. Me Vincent girl by my side. I tell them all the while, we no have no gold nor oil, but we have wonderful people rich with beautiful smiles. From the hills to the mountains, high, high, high. Every man, every woman, every child. If you're proud to be Vincent, put your hands up high and let me hear you say, this island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Wave and say, wave and say. Hey, Vincent me come from, and I will never sell out my heritage. So if you're looking for me, don't worry, you can find me up in the hills. I'm doing it the Vincy way. I wish every day was Vincy day. So if you're proud of your country, put up on your hands and say, from the hills to the mountains, high, high, high. Every man, every woman, every child. If you're proud to be Vincy, put your hands up high and let me hear you say, this island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Wave and say, wave and say. Whoa, yeah. Rattler, skinny fellas. This island is mine. Oh, 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 oh.
Where there's a will, there's a way. Though the way that may seem it right unto you dismay. We were born to be free, but survive such rough history. Yet life still goes on in the battlefield. Our existence is a mystery. Coming through from the start, they learn how to beat me. Coming through from the start, they know we were strong. But I know enough is enough, cause I can't be tougher than tough. We couldn't make every single dream come true. We gotta do what we gotta do. We got to fight on, get up, stop, complain. It's a universal thing. From sunrise to sunset, every day is a living strain. Fight on, never mind the sweat. You got to sweat to get. Every good seed you sow brings a fruit wherever you plant.
strength go together. Triumph in all its reign, follow after. Signs reveal it's a shortened span, and time wasting is a crime. We must move in retaliation this time, and clean up racial oppression this time. Make way for the upcoming generation this time. Oh, shine is we who have to make things go right. Don't sit and wait on a hand. Sometimes that hand does push you down. To achieve your goals, you must go for it. Every monarch wears his own crown. Conquer every obstacle you encounter. Many will be waiting to see you fall. But if you opt to find something new, you must follow every clue. So at the end of the road, when you find your treasure, prosperity true and true, we got to fight on and take full command of our future plan. Who can crack on, we back won't take we out this situation. Fight on, every family, take it seriously. It is there we create and devise the path of our journey. Determination and vision goes together. All your aspirations follow after. Signs reveal it's a shortened span, and time wasting is a crime. We must make the right turn this time, and implement what we learn this time, so every man and woman can earn this time. Vision, the people perish. Where there is no love, we're left in despair. You wage war against your own brother, trample your sister down in your quest to make living easier. To no other you give consideration. If we have to advance, we must come together. If we're going to succeed, we have to unite. Records can be broken, robes of gold could be won, but the strains of life will intensify unless we get up and fight. We got to fight on, take a rapid flight, work hard day and night. Is the one way to go if you hope for a future bright. Fight on honestly. Fight for the sick and the weak and the helpless, they are the needy. Fight on, get up, stop complain. It's a universal pain. From sunrise to sunset, every day is a living strain. Fight on, every family, take it seriously. It is there we create and devise the path of our journey. Laziness and crime go together. Rougher times in the jail follow after. Signs reveal it's a shortened span, and time wasting is a crime. Our talents we must employ this time. Grudge and selfishness we destroy this time. A future for every boy or girl this time. Faith is to the heart like grapes on a ripe grapevine. To all those who perceive the struggle, the silver lining of the dark cloud that hovers over our freedom and liberty can be seen clearly now. Walter Sisulu, Oliver Tambo, Paul Bogle, Marcus Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, Nelson Mandela. The struggle continues. Haiti, Bosnia, Serbia, Afghanistan, Palestine, and all the other countries torn apart by the wicked imposters of war and crime. Perseverance and strength goes together. The struggle continues. No big request to all the bandmen. This one is for you.
Mountains, hills, mountains, aye, man, woman, jai, brown, Vincent, hands up high, and let me hear you say.
Somebody take me home, home. Somebody take me home, home. Somebody take me home, home. Somebody take me home. Hey. So many places in the world, so many beautiful things to see, but none of it compares to home. SPG, so from the hills to the mountains, high. Every man, every woman, every child. If you're proud to be Vincent, put your hands up high and let me hear you say, this island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Take a drive to the countryside, drop the window and feel the vibe. There's no other place I'd rather be. Me Vincent girl by my side. I tell them all the while, we no have no gold nor oil, but we have wonderful people rich with beautiful smiles. From the hills to the mountains, high. Every man, every woman, every child. If you're proud to be Vincent, put your hands up high and let me hear you say, this island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say. This island is mine. Wave and say, wave and say. Hey.
mountains, aye, man, woman, aye, proud, Vincent, hands up high, and let me hear you say.
Somebody take me home, home. Somebody take me home, home. Somebody take me home, home. Somebody take me home. Hey. So many places in the world, so many beautiful things to see, but none of it compares to home. SPG, so from the hills to the mountains, high, every man, every woman, every child. If you proud to be Vincent, put your hands up high and let me hear you say, this island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say, this island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say, this island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say, this island is mine. Wait and say, wait and say. Take a drive to the countryside, drop the window and feel the vibe. There's no other place I'd rather be. Me Vincent girl by my side. I tell them all the while, we no have no gold nor oil, but we have wonderful people rich with beautiful smiles. From the hills to the mountains, high, every man, every woman, every child. If you're proud to be Vincent, put your hands up high and let me hear you say, this island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say, this island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say, this island is mine. Jump and say, jump and say, jump and say, this island is mine. Wave and say, wave and say, hey.
Ceremony. And now it's time for session 1 of day 2 of our conference. And session 1 is entitled The Indigenous People, Their Continuing Story Amidst Eurocentrism and Colonialism. And of course, our moderator for this session 1 is no other than Mr. Paul Lewis. Mr. Lewis is a historian. He's a former senior officer here at the Open Campus, St. Vincent and Grenadines countryside. He's a prolific writer and researcher and has been, since retirement, very active collecting books and writing and researching, and has a keen interest in Vincentian and Caribbean history. So it's my delight to welcome to the floor Mr. Paul Lewis, who will be our moderator for session 1 this morning. Mr. Lewis?
Thank you, Ronnie. Good morning, everybody. As Ronnie mentioned, this session deals with the indigenous people, their continuing story amidst Eurocentrism and colonialism. We have 4 participants in this session, and they're Dr. Gary Denny, Dr. Adrian Fraser, Mr. Jose Francisco Avila Lopez, and Ms. Raicilla Andrews. This session deals with some of the foundational elements of Vincentian society, the arrival of the indigenous groups, especially the Kalinago, and later on the formation of the Garifuna people. This session deals with tales of struggles for survival and recognition by surrounding dominant societies, i.e. Colonial societies. First of all, let me just say that each speaker is given 20 minutes to do their presentation, and there will be a 5-minute warning before the end of it. So let us now start with the first presenter in this session here. This is Dr. Gary Denny. Dr. Denny, excuse me.
I heard my name.
Dr. Denny, a bit has been said about him this morning, but I'll just repeat a few things because some people might be just tuning into the program. Dr. Denny is the founder and director of the program in African Diaspora Studies at St. Mary's College of Maryland. He taught history at universities in Africa, the United States, and the Caribbean. Former speechwriter for the legendary Nelson Mandela of South Africa, Dr. Denny is not only interested in African ceremonies and rituals, but is a keen observer and student of Vincential historical development. I think this morning Dr. Denny will be focusing on the prehistory and the foundations of Vincentian sovereignty. So with that said, I would like to hand you over to Dr. Denny if he's there. Dr. Denny?
Thank you. I am here. I hope you can hear me very well. Okay. What I would like to do, I suppose, is to first, give a sense as to, the topic itself, from virgin land to settled communities, the foundations of the Vincentian, historical experience. And in a way, there's a certain kind of simplicity that comes with the topic. If we're going to write a history of St. Vincent, then of course, presumably one begins at the beginning. If we thinking of this overarching history of the Vincentian story, and but at the same time, it is also true that we have no such history. We have different authors who have written on specific chapters or even particular books on elements of the Vincentian historical experience, but no overarching history of St. Vincent and the Grenadines as a whole. And this is the project which Dr. Scott and Dr. Thomas and Dr. Fraser and we are all engaged upon. And we should say at this point, since I have not mentioned it, we are grateful to the government for catalyzing this work, for funding this work, and so on. What we do know in terms of this history of St. Vincent is that there has been an enormous amount of time spent writing about the British presence, colonialism, but that pre-Columbian moment, we are, in terms of historical work, pretty silent on St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It is true, one has to say that archaeologists, anthropologists have worked in this area. Okay. But there are some differences in emphases, obviously, between doing historical work and doing archaeological work. Archaeologists are obviously specifically concerned with individual sites and what they can learn from those sites. And clearly they can and do learn a tremendous amount of stuff, some of which are extremely useful to historians as well. But at the same time, historians tend to want to look at transitions, telling the story, moving from one time period to another, and that's a different kind of technical work than that of the archaeologists and so on. And so, whereas archaeologists has spent some time doing some of this pre-colonial work on St. Vincent, it is true to say that historians have been broadly speaking, absent in this field. And so that itself constitutes an explanation as to why, if we're gonna, write a history of St. Vincent, we have to begin at the beginning, and that beginning point, is precedes, Columbus's arrival, in the Caribbean. But much of the histories that is inclusive of St. Vincent tend to, deal with the issue of contact. It's not that contact isn't important. It's obviously enormously important. But clearly, if we're gonna write a history of St. Vincent, we have to begin from the beginning, and we have to recognize that in St. Vincent there were people who had constructed lives long before Columbus ever arrived in the Caribbean, lives here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as well as throughout the broader Caribbean. And so that is the genesis as to this notion of from virgin land to settled communities, because this work as the first effort to tell the story of the history of St. Vincent, it ends in 1492 before Columbus actually can have an impact on the world that the pre-indigenous the pre-Columbian peoples had constructed in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So that's the genesis of the work that I do. I also want to say that the concept virgin land is really quite important, and because virginity carries with it this notion of innocence, this idea of being undisturbed, untouched, unpolluted by human presence, and so on. And in the broad historiography of the Caribbean, we have a kind of sensibility that we see expressed through many different works that we had before Columbus arrived, a kind of paradisal environment, where human beings and all other living creatures lived in a kind of concordance, a kind of ecological balance, and so on. And that's an idea which we can reflect upon, and so on. Okay, but it seems to me though that in thinking of St. Vincent as virgin land, that what I'm really asking all of us to contemplate is the very first moment of human arrival in St. Vincent. Okay, what do they see? Okay, what do they meet? Okay. And so it seems to me that there are challenges and opportunities that come with this notion of virgin land. Okay. The people arrived, and they came from South America, and they came from a world that's just entirely different from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The continental South American continent, as a geological and environmental kind of phenomena, it's just vastly different from the islands that St. Vincent being the main island in a chain of islands. These are very different worlds. Okay, and so there's a kind of transformation which must take place, in these first arrivals, who we sometimes refer to as the first peoples. Okay, and so one of the ambition of this work is really to both to generate, but also to to indicate a sense of astonishment that would have emerged at that first, moment of seeing St. Vincent, that first moment of landing in St. Vincent. Okay, where it's difficult to reconstitute that kind of. It's like the man landing on the moon. Somebody arriving in a new place for the first time, with all of the kinds of emotions and challenges and opportunities that come with that. So that's what I think is a necessary part of doing this history of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That when we're speaking of virgin land, when we're speaking of people arriving in St. Vincent for the first time, we have to look at the opportunities and the challenges and that sense of astonishment, all of which come at the very same time. So what are these challenges? Okay, well, like all human beings, the first challenge is finding food. You gotta eat. Okay, and since these people are, were arriving from places which were really quite agrarian, okay, then they have to become mariners. They have to be able to find nutrition from the sea. Okay, because St. Vincent is, in that first arrival, it's a place that is overwhelmingly forested. Okay, there's no farmland because there's no one who has farmed, and so you need a transformation in the life skills that the arrivals are gonna bring. Okay, and so that's a question that needs to be considered. The challenges, they also need shelter, and that means you got to build some place that could withstand, heat, sun, hurricanes, and so on. So in all of this, in thinking of challenges, in thinking of opportunities, in thinking of that sense of astonishment, in all of this, what I am particularly, interested in and want to, focus again and again is the agency of the first arrivals. That these were people of imagination, of intellect, of ambition, okay, because they are taking this extraordinary risk of coming across waters, coming into new space, and having to embed themselves, and to indigenize that world, or to make themselves indigenous to that world where they had first arrived as strangers. Okay, so that is a key component of what I am concerned about in this writing and in this notion of from virgin land to settled communities and so on. When did they first arrive? That's a challenging question. If you are a kind of chronological police, that is to say that you measure in time, based upon the artifacts which have been left behind, and usually from the position of archaeologists, they're looking at the pottery, particularly that's been an enormous component of our archaeologists go about within the Caribbean, dating human habitation in the Caribbean. That pottery have people arriving in St. Vincent at least 2,000 years ago, because that's about the earliest indication of the pottery that we have, at least 2,000 years ago. I am, however, of the view, one shared by Professor Barry Higman, who was written enormously on the Caribbean, that in fact, that the first persons, who arrived in the Caribbean and in St. Vincent, they were not carrying pots. They were fishers, hunters, gatherers. Okay, and they would have left very little archaeological record. Okay, and so the dictum that the presence of absence, or put it this way, the absence of presence, doesn't in no way mean that they weren't here. Okay. And so, looking at the history of human being arrival in Trinidad and in Grenada, and looking at that geography, the Higman has constructed a chronology that has human beings arriving in places like St. Vincent essentially 5,000 years ago. Okay. Now, it is important in one sense, this timing, because the antiquity of human presence is a reflection of their capacity to both enter that new kind of environmental arena, transform it in the manner that they would like, and and maintain it over a prolonged time. Because I was thinking, and giving much attention to this notion of antiquity. When did we first see human beings arriving in St. Vincent? How long have they been here? And there's a kind of authenticity that you wish to do when writing history, that you could indicate the beginning point. This is the beginning when we first could demonstrate, have sufficient confidence of human arrival here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And I am rather persuaded by Higman's position that we can go back as early as 5,000 years ago for the human presence. But it seems to me that perhaps even more interesting and more compelling is the longevity of that presence. Okay, that beyond that, there's a general kind of claim that people make about civilizations, that civilizations rise and civilizations fall, and what has struck me about the human presence in St. Vincent, if you begin, just over 2,000 years ago, or if you push further back, when hunter-gatherers, presumably would have arrived in St. Vincent before the pottery agrarian people, you still have a couple thousand years of the human presence in St. Vincent. That longevity is remarkable. And for the vast majority of the time, St. Vincent is occupied by people who are completely oblivious to the Europeans, and vice versa, of course. The Europeans are completely oblivious, to their existence. And we can, in fact, look in other parts of the world where civilizations rise and fall, and it doesn't last as long as we see, taking place in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So it seems to me that that on the one hand, we can speak of the antiquity of human habitation in St. Vincent, if only for that very narrow purpose of establishing the beginning point. But secondly, we can look with a level of admiration at the capacity to survive for such a long, because there's nothing that guaranteed that once they arrived, that they would necessarily have survived. Okay, and so it seems to me that that itself is deserving of wonder and of admiration, and of course of explanation. Okay. And the explanation lies primarily in the capacity of these early survivors to extract from St. Vincent the means of surviving. Okay. And as a general rule, one of the things which we can say about the first arrivals, especially those who are best described as hunters, gatherers, fishers, is that they lived a life of what we can call pristine affluence. I'm borrowing that term from an anthropologist. And what that means is that they were not poor, that as hunters and gatherers, that they were able to meet their nutritional needs. In the instance of, it seems to me, of marine communities and so on, the sea is abundant, with all kinds of resources that these early survivors in St. Vincent could use. And it made sense, And so we have to resist then that the idea that because the first arrivals would have been few in number, because they were hunters and gatherers, they were somehow, lower down in the hierarchy of civilized human beings. In fact, what we are better off recognizing is that their capacity to extract, the means of survival in this new place, where they have to accommodate themselves to a world that they knew nothing about, that this would have been an exercise of intellect, an exercise of the imagination, and so on. Okay, and so to me, it is really quite important to understand that these first arrivals, should be clothed in the garments of nobility and wisdom and humanity that we accord people elsewhere across the world, at this same time, who are engaged in trying to fashion a life for themselves. And because it is particularly important because there's this notion that there's some kind of primitivism which we should attach, accord, to our first arrivals, our first Vincentians, because they didn't build cities, they didn't produce, what you might call, sophisticated writing systems and so on. And we do not have to, it seems to me, dismiss those properties which we see elsewhere as indicative of sophisticated human life. We can acknowledge those capacities while simultaneously recognizing that in the skills necessary for the first Vincentians to create permanent habitations in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, that it would have been, reflective of their courage, of their ingenuity, and of their intellect, and that it made them the equal of any human beings anywhere else in the world. So that's one of the first points that I would really like to, to insist upon. Now, our hunter-gathering fishing communities would be succeeded by farmers. And these farmers are generally referred to as the Saladoi people, and they are the ones who arrived about 2,000 years ago, or thereabout. Okay. And it is fair to say that Saladoi arrival in St. Vincent was revolutionary. Okay. And the name Saladoi, it comes from a place in Venezuela, Saldero, and the language, this terminology, was applied to people from this area, and I suppose others who came into contact with them because of the particular kind of pottery that they made. They are considered the first ceramic peoples to have arrived in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So that those hunter-gatherers, fishers would be considered pre-ceramic. That is to say, they didn't make pottery. Okay, but as I'd like to say that a person is not a pot. So the first person who arrived may arrive without a pot, which doesn't mean that pots aren't important. Pots are important for all kinds of reasons. Okay, and they're demonstrative of consumption patterns. They're demonstrative of specific technological capabilities. They are reflective of particular kinds of cultural, developments. Okay, and so it is quite important to understand that the introduction of the Saladoi people, with all of the technological transformations that they bring with them, represents a signal moment in the history of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And it is true to say that it is Saladoi culture which would it would penetrate every aspect of the society and would survive for well over 1,000 years. Okay, and so what are these elements of Saladoi culture and which would come to identify, be the bearers of Saladoi identity within St. Vincent. Now, the first place to look at, of course, is food. Again, as in the instance of hunter-gatherers, fishers, people gotta eat. That is obviously true of the Saladoi as well. They gotta eat. But what is critical here is that they chose to farm. And farming, the invention of farming anywhere in the world, in the history of humanity, brings with it all kinds of consequences. Okay. One of the first consequences is that of the transformation of the land. Okay. That whereas hunters and gatherers and fishers, live off of the land by, eating, undomesticated, plants, or undomesticated animals, and of course, fishing. In the instance of a farming revolution, you have the domestication of plants and animals. And you have, forests having to be cleared for the purposes of, establishing these farms. And so the transformation of the landscape that comes with the Saladoi penetration of St. Vincent is radically different from that of the pre-Saladoi peoples. Okay, and so in that sense, we probably can say that that with the Saladoi arrival, we have that agriculture, and we have political and technological changes which are inevitable with this kind of new food source, new food practices, and so on. The food that is most important, and which we continue to eat to this day, is cassava. Okay, and cassava is beneficial for for multiple reasons. Okay, one of them is it's obviously nutritious. It carries a lot of calories and provides tremendous amount of energy for the consumers. It is poisonous if you don't know how to take care of it. So what we have there is also we have that knowledge, a kind of indigenous knowledge, with a kind of biochemistry, with the capacity to prepare food in such a way that it nourishes the body rather than poisons those who consume it. Okay, so that is just an amazing thing in and of itself. I am not entirely sure as to how they discovered this knowledge, and how many people might have in the process of experimentation died. But by the time the Saladoi arrived in St. Vincent, that is a knowledge, food technology that they had mastered, and so on. Okay, and with this comes new political developments. Whereas in a hunter-gathering society, you have essentially what you might call radical egalitarianism. Okay, that the groups are small and everyone can participate in working out the kinds of decisions that affect their daily lives. Okay. With a surplus of food and with an increase in population, then you have the capacity for villages to emerge and for village leadership to arise. And so there's a new kind of complexity that the Saladoi bring to St. Vincent in the context of group relations, social organization, and so on. And with this also comes more developed ideas, or perhaps I should say more sustained ideas on the relationship between humanity and the divine. So religion and ceremonies of faith, we see becoming far more intense in the context of Salvador life. You know, it becomes organized in a way that that is not the case for earlier communities and so on. Can I have a sense as to how much more time I have? Okay, thank you. Well, I'll make a final point. You know, time flies so quickly. The longevity of Salvador presence in St. Vincent meant that their successors, you know, and when I say successors, I'm really referring to their children and their grandchildren and their great-grandchildren, who would be given different names and who would produce different kinds of potteries and so on. But they really all it's the Salvador lineage. This is who they are. It's part of the Salvador lineage. That longevity meant that the Salvador people, you know, and who ultimately becomes in St. Vincent, the Kalinago, they become the first people about 200 years before Columbus arrived, you know, in the Americas, would articulate claims of sovereignty over St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Until then, you know, the notion that anyone could come into St. Vincent and leave St. Vincent at will, for well over 1,000 years, well over 2,000 years, that had been, you know, the fundamental reality of trafficking, you know, to and from St. Vincent and other parts of the Caribbean and South America. But by 200 years or so before Columbus arrived, we have the Kalinago people making it plain to the Taino, neighboring people from other islands, that you know, arrival in St. Vincent is contingent upon, you know, the Kalinago's approval. And so in the years to come in St. Vincent, sovereignty would be a major issue linked to you know, our identity, linked to land, linked to you know, patrimony, you know, who we are, who inherits what, and so on. And linked to that greater, you know, sense of what you might begin to call a nationalism, it is crucial to understand that the first, you know, articulations of that kind of you know, sense, or those kind of sensibilities arrived with the Kalinago, who were the descendants of the Salvadori. So if I return to my beginning point about antiquity and longevity, this is what longevity does. It permits those who have held the land for such a long time to develop that sense of belongingness, that sense of ownership, okay, and ultimately to these philosophies of patrimony and sovereignty, which are, you know, clearly very, very important today. Thank you so much for giving me your time.
This afternoon's second presentation will be by Dr. Adrian Fraser. From Carib to Kalinago and Garifuna, their story continues. Dr. Fraser. Dr. Fraser is the former head of the University of the West Indies Open Campus in St. Vincent. He's the author of many books. The last one was published in 2019, From Villain to National Hero, Chateauway and the Early Struggle for the Independence of St. Vincent. But he has also written From Shakers to Spiritual Baptists and the 1935 riots in St. Vincent, from riots to adult suffrage. Dr. Fraser is also a weekly columnist with the Searchlight newspaper. Dr. Fraser, you're on.
Hello? Okay. Thank you very much, Paul, and good morning. Now, anytime I'm making a presentation on or about indigenous people, I prepare it as a conversation, and I look forward to seeing in the audience people who are descendants of the indigenous people. And, you know, I'm not sure looking. I see many, but I will continue. Oh, I see. Maybe all of us. Yeah, my focus is going to be on the period after 1797, and this is the period after the majority of indigenous people were banished from St. Vincent. Now, during the time of the eruption, looking and listening on social media and traditional media, there was a lot of confusion, a lot of misinformation. For instance, one of the things I heard said very often, why did they put these people to live on these kinds of lands? Not realizing that these are the very same lands over which the indigenous people fought the British for quite a number of years until 1796. And there were some other things. So in dealing with 1797, I find it necessary to go back a bit to some aspects of the early history of these people. In 2000, at a conference at the University of Miami, Peter Hulme, who co-edited a work called Wild Majesty, dealing with encounters between Caribs from Columbus to the present day. In that presentation, he referred to St. Vincent as being at the center of the world in the period 1795 to 1796. He said the Anglo-French Wars, the wars between the British and the French, the indigenous people's struggle against the Europeans, race and slavery came together in 1795. The war pitted the British against the French, Caribs, free blacks, and colored fighters. So he saw St. Vincent as playing a very important part at that time, and he calls it being at the center of the world. He went on to say, however, that at the time of his presentation in 2000, St. Vincent had become a Caribbean island to which few people paid any attention. And I want to take up from there. Because with the banishment in 1797, attention shifted to Central America. The anthropologists, the historians, the ethno-historians began to focus all of their attention, and it is as though St. Vincent was a barren land. And interestingly enough, until recently, a lot of people, even in the Caribbean, did not know that they were descendants of indigenous people living in St. Vincent. I remember in 2004, taking a historian in the area and said, well, I didn't know that they were descendants of indigenous people here. So after 1797, there was a marked silence. Only two scholarly works dealing with the period since 1797 are found. One is a publication, Myths of a Minority, by C.J.M. Gulick, and it was based on research he conducted in the 1970s, where he examined the recollections of the Caribs of the past and compared them with what he called historical reality. Then more recently, in 2007, Paul Twin, who is an Englishman but is married to a Vincentian from the north central Windward area, and his thesis was done for the Department of Anthropology at the University College London. And he argued that contrary to the impression that was given that the Caribs were on the verge of extinction, he said that in fact, that position has been fundamentally reversed in the period since independence. So it was the absence of scholarly works on those, as I call them, those who remained, that is, those who were not banished after 1797, that allowed me to focus some attention on what happened to those people from 1797 to the present day. And I had done an exploratory paper at a conference, International Garifuna Conference in 2016. Now, when we look at 1797, there were two groups of indigenous peoples. Those who had gone to Roatan and eventually went to Honduras, Belize, Nicaragua, Guatemala, and those areas. So that was one set of indigenous people, those who were sent, who were banished. And of course, in St. Vincent, we had a greater, we were able to associate with those from Belize because of the English language as a media of communication. Now, those who remained in St. Vincent, according to the British, they were called Yellow and Black Caribs. And let me just say at the beginning that the Black Caribs, those who we call today the Garifuna, emerged from the cohabitation between the Yellow Caribs, that is the original yellow or sometimes called red Caribs, and escaped Africans. Now, there are a lot of opinions about the origins of these people. One of them, for instance, Ivan Van Sertima from Guyana, claimed that they came before Columbus. And very often I come across people who say, but these people came from before, they're only African, there's no mixture with the Indians. You get that. And one of the traditional explanations was that there was a shipwreck off Bequia. Different dates are given, 1635 and 1675. The slaves were able to escape, got onto Bequia, and the Kalinago, the Red Caribs, brought them onto the mainland. So people ask, how come if they're in chains and so on, they were able to escape? But the fact is that as these ships near land, they would remove the chains from the slaves because they wanted them to enjoy themselves, to exercise, so that when they get to the specific land area, they will be in a position where they could demand very high prices for them. So there was no problem with them being escaped because they were probably not enchained at that particular time. The other explanation is that, and we know for sure that very early, when the Spanish were in the northern West Indies, in the Greater Antilles as we call them, the Caribs who assisted the Tainos used to go and sometimes rob some of these plantations, take away slaves and others, and we have the experience of one black person who escaped or was taken to Dominica, and she explained that this was a frequent thing. So even before that, you have people come into places like St. Vincent. It is said that the first African to have come to St. Vincent was in 1646. And, you know, as both Van Sertima and Harold Lawrence, who had written an article on the Mandingas coming to St. Vincent, there's no evidence that these people ever came to St. Vincent. And when you listen to Dr. Denny, although he didn't present his whole paper, you would see that there was no room. And why St. Vincent of all places? And looking at the records, and there are not many historians who accept that particular version. So, in the view of an anthropologist who has done a lot of work on the Garifuna, who went to Central America, she said, and she referred to them as the Black Caribs of St. Vincent, had by the middle of the 18th century, that is from the 1750s, they had become culturally and biologically indistinguishable from the so-called Yellow Caribs. And I want to quote from her, she said, yet European observers, burdened by a racist imagination and ignorant of Mendelian genetics, insisted on distinguishing between darker, more combative, and lighter, more tractable ones, and in imposing policies that preserve that distinction. Now, the British in particular were interested in distinguishing between yellow and black Caribs for the simple reason that by the time they colonized St. Vincent, there were only a few so-called yellow Caribs, because many of them had died from European diseases and also from wars. The black Caribs, Garifuna as we know them now, became numerically dominant. And what the British were trying to say is that the original people, most of them had died off. You have no claim to this land. But we know that these Garifuna, the black Caribs, over the years, they merged with the yellow Caribs, and they learned, they accepted a lot of their practices, their culture. So as Nancy Gonzalez said, there was nothing to distinguish them from this so-called yellow, there's nothing to distinguish them. So that today, and I know when we started calling the black Caribs Garifuna, and in the case of Dominica, their Carib village became Kalinago. I've come across people who say, but I'm not Garifuna, I'm a yellow Carib. And what she's saying is that you can't look at them and assume that they belong to one group or the other. And that is a point I want to make so that we could avoid some of that confusion. Now, the group that had gone to Central America remained bonded with those who remained in St. Vincent, although we do not know the number of people who remained in St. Vincent. And there was confusion over the years because the colonial office was always asking the governors to provide them with numbers. Sometimes you come across a number that in 1763 there were so many this and so many that. How do they know? There was no census. And those people who remained in St. Vincent simply escaped into the interior and they lived in their communities for a long time. We know that in 1805, some of those who surrendered, the British were able to give them some land at Monron, that is north of Walibu. But apart from that, there were others all over. And one of the dominant themes in the period after 1797 is the issue of land. And I would say a bit more about that. Now, so that there was this common ancestry. And St. Vincent is unique. St. Vincent has a unique history. Because here in Central America, you have a group of people who say, our ancestors came from St. Vincent. I don't think there's any other example of that happening everywhere. And anybody who would have gone to Belize in particular in the 1970s, when I went to Belize for the first time in 1970, and I said I was from St. Vincent, I was like a monarch. You know, people, because what had happened is that a number of these people, when they were growing up, their parents and grandparents told them that our ancestors came from St. Vincent. And I repeat the story all the time of this guy who was an artist, a drummer, musician, who, from the University of the West Indies Open Campus, we invited to come to St. Vincent to do a 1 week, I think, workshop and exhibition. So I'd sent the taxi to pick him up. And the taxi driver phoned me in the night and said, what crazy man you sent me to pick up? What is happening? When I spoke to him the next day, he said, you know, from the time I was growing up, my grandparents told me that our ancestors came from St. Vincent. He said when he touched the ground, he was just overcome. And he said he got into the taxi and he started beating his drum. Now the taxi driver obviously knew nothing about that, so the taxi driver saying, you brought a crazy man to meet me. So I draw that again just to show that at least the people in Belize knew about this history. The other bonding between those people and those who remain in St. Vincent has to do with Baliso. Because there's broad agreement that Baliso should be made into a museum or a national park in honor of their ancestors, many of whom had died. The figure we have of people who were sent to Baliso as a holding spot until they were banished was that between 4,000 and 5,000 people were sent there. Eventually, less than 3,000 people left St. Vincent. Most of them had died. So they want to see that as a museum or national park in honor of their ancestors. Then the final group bonding was when Châtelet was made national hero. So formally he was national hero for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but informally he is national hero for those groups in Central America. Now, it is interesting that I think the next presenter from Central America, who will follow me, he is speaking, his topic is Garifuna history from forcible deportation to a thriving community. That is those who left. And as Holmes said, after 2000, St. Vincent was almost a forgotten land as far as these Garifuna or indigenous people were concerned. Now, the people who remained in St. Vincent lost their language. We know that up to the 1870s or 1880s, some people still spoke the language, and that the culture had disappeared. But culture is not static. It evolves over a period of time based on environment and interaction with different groups. And the same Nancy Gonzalez, who I quoted a while ago, noted that the culture of the Garifuna who went there, and I quote from her, is like the people, a hybrid. For centuries, they had accepted new ideas, goods, and habits, molding them all to their own purposes, and in so doing, preserving their distinctive identity, and at the same time, savoring their independence and distinctive culture patterns. So what she's saying, their culture also has been evolving because they had met with different groups, different language groups, and so on. Now, given what she said about culture, it is interesting that the people in St. Vincent have been making efforts to try and recapture their culture particularly from those in Belize. And also there's talk of having the Garifuna language spoken or taught in schools. And my view of that is very problematic. For one, you take the question of the language. Those of you who have any experience with CXC, to know that that is going to be an impossibility. CXC shapes the curriculum. And moreover, language is something I might as well stop now. Language is something which is live. So I would have to move on because I understand I have 5 more minutes. And so I am suggesting that what could happen with language and culture of the original people is that there could be ecotourism workshops and geared to the indigenous communities, and let the young people learn the language during the vacation period. And when they go into those communities, they could have on programs for them. They could greet them in Garifuna language. They could have programs where they teach them about their history. So that is one use could be put of language and culture. The other thing about culture is that we have made no effort in St. Vincent to examine the culture. And there's a lot of Vincentian culture that goes back to the people of the Garifuna. I'll mention for you one thing. I was surprised reading about how they caught tree in the 1700s. It's the same way. There's no change that we catch tree today. We know that over the years, the Garifuna, indigenous people, represented St. Vincent at exhibitions, imperial exhibitions, and their basket making was always a hit. So much so that in Jamaica, the governor gave them, invited them around and gave them a lot of presents and so on. Then they were very good at boat building, and in fact, some of the colonies used to send to St. Vincent to order boats. Now, let me just, in my 5 minutes, say that if you are looking at the period between 1797 and today, there are certain things that stand out. Language and culture, identity, land identity, and the way they were able to relate to non-indigenous groups. Now, I'm not going to, land is a dominant theme in Vincentian history generally, but it is particularly so for the Garifuna people, because during the time before the banishment, even though, and this is something I wanted to say something more, that Columbus named the people in St. Vincent, he called them Carib, because he said he got that from the Tainos. He knew nothing about the language of the Tainos, but he concluded that Carib was this. But the thing about Carib is that it is associated with cannibalism. And there's no evidence that anybody has come up with that cannibalism was practiced. One gets the impression that the Carib people at that time, it didn't matter to them because they control the land. And with land goes their identity, they control it. So you speaking about cannibalism didn't matter to them, but it might have benefited them because a number of Europeans were afraid to come to St. Vincent because they would eat. They would be eaten, and we have a number of examples of people. Normally when ships were going to Guyana, trying to find spots in Guyana to establish settlement, they were dropping at St. Vincent, and we have at least 3 or 4 accounts where these people said they wanted to offer us help, but we suspect that this was just an effort to get us in a position where they could eat us, so that the Garifuna might have welcomed that. Now, I want to, because I've had to push over a number of things, but what I found particularly interesting, and this is something which we in St. Vincent have avoided talking about for a long time, the discrimination against the indigenous people. That existed for quite a long time. And Paul Twin, who came to St. Vincent 1999-2000, has a lot to say about this. He said, and I want to quote from him, having told a lady of the North Central Windward area that he was here to do research on the history of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and was particularly interested in the Caribs and planned to stay in Sandy Bay. He said her jaw dropped and her eyes widened. Why do you want to go up there with them people? Them Caribs are crazy. They get drunk all the time. Well, I know you are an educated man, Mr. Twin, but you don't know where you are doing. Them people aren't like us. He said that before this, he had no concept of the social distance that existed between these indigenous people and some members of the wider community. And he said some members. What made this conversation startling was that it was a teacher who had a better than average education and who I presumed at the time was open to new ideas and would have been actively challenging the old prejudices of the past. But throughout my stay in St. Vincent, the views expressed by that informant were reiterated by many, though not all, of those non-Caribs I questioned. On several occasions, informants, anxious to dissuade me from going to stay with them, described the proclivity of the Caribs to get drunk and or fight. Given my a mixture of puzzlement and mild amusement, occasionally the response would be a knowing nudge and wink. There's plenty of gangs up there, and those Carib girls are plenty hot, white man. You're gonna have some good time. This was a typical young male response, he said. And as I pointed out, this is something we have avoided, but I know that this existed for quite a long time. I experienced this in 1979 at the time of the eruption when people were resettled. And he is speaking about 1999 to 2000. Now, I want to just end now by saying that we are dealing largely with a colonial period from the time of Columbus to 1797, and I'm guided by a Kenyan writer, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, where he likens colonialism to a cultural bomb. He said the effect of a cultural bomb, and what he said, and it doesn't necessarily apply in this case, he said, if you're going to conquer or colonize people and you have guns, once you have the guns over them, you have them under control. But once you remove the guns, you have nothing to control them, so you turn to culture. So he says the effect of a cultural bomb is to annihilate a people's belief in their names. So Carib is convenient for them. In their languages, we lost their language. In their environment, in their heritage of struggle, in their unity, in their capacities, and ultimately in themselves. It makes them see their past as one wasteland of non-achievement. And that is the picture they were painting, that you have nothing to look back to. You came out of a savage ancestry, and there's nothing there. And it makes them want to identify with that which is further removed from themselves. For instance, with other people's languages rather than their own. It makes them identify with what is decadent and reactionary. So I'm saying that the indigenous people were subjected to that cultural bomb, and even more so after 1797, because the education system built into it the language, and they spoke about these Caribs as cannibals. And I often repeat a story which happened in, I think, 2006, where a lady from Sandy Bay who was spending some time in Kingston met me, and she said, but just imagine they're still teaching my child in school that the Caribs were cannibals. So the cultural bomb continues, and I hope I've not gone too much over the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Fraser. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to the third topic, and this is going to be virtually. It's by Mr. Jose Francisco Avila Lopez. He will be discussing Garifuna history from forcible deportation to a thriving community. Mr. Avila is the author of a book entitled Pan-Garifuna, Afro-Latino Power of Pride, My Quest for Racial, Ancestral, Ethnic, and Cultural Identity, and he is the founder of the Garifuna American Heritage Month. Mr. Lopez, you're on board.
Hello, good morning. I apologize. I was not able to hear during the introduction. I just got the audio. I'm having difficulty hearing. Okay. Can you hear me now? Okay. Can you just repeat the last section that I didn't hear as far as my introduction? Am I supposed to present now? Oh, okay. Well, thank you. My name is Jose Francisco Avila. I'm coming to you from the great borough of the Bronx in New York City, home to the largest Garifuna community outside of Central America. And as it was announced, the title of my presentation is Garifuna History from Forcible Deportation to a Thriving Community. This presentation is the result of research that I've done for the past 34 years, and actually trying to discover the history of my ancestors. I was born in the Garifuna village of Cristales, that is in Honduras. And I lived there up until the age of 15. And although I was Garifuna, I never heard an explanation. I never read about it, our history. My parents didn't really share that history, but I knew that we were different. We had our own language, and again, we're called Garifuna. But that was basically all I knew. I left Honduras at the age of 15, and I migrated with my parents to Boston, Massachusetts, where I finished my education. I finished my education. I completed my education in Boston, Massachusetts. Still never hearing anything about Garifuna, never reading about Garifuna. And in Boston, while in Honduras, I knew that I was Garifuna, but I didn't know the history. I arrived in Boston at the age of 15, knowing that I'm Garifuna. However, I arrived in Boston in the midst of the civil rights movement, and specifically the desegregation of America. And in Boston is where I was called a foreigner, because at that time I didn't speak the language and I was going through the process of assimilation. But it was that rejection in Boston, Massachusetts, that led me to research the history of my people, to find out who I was and who my ancestors were. Started that research and found a book by the late Nancy Gonzalez. And she was, when I read that book, it was when I finally discovered the history of my ancestors. And I was thrilled and excited to find out that my ancestors were courageous people who had resisted slavery, who had fought the British for over 30 years, defending their native land, the island of St. Vincent. When I found that story, when I read it, when I finally discovered it, it filled my heart with pride. And I began to identify as Garifuna, as I like to say, no qualifiers required. And even though I am in the country, I lived in the country where you are allowed to identify in every way that you can, that you want as an individual, I decided that I will become Garifuna. Fast forward, I moved to Dallas, Texas in 1981. And there is really where what I call my mental emancipation occurred, what is now called decolonization. It was my emancipation, I call it my emancipation because it was there, continuing my research into the history of my people, that I discovered the great Marcus Mosiah Garvey and his Pan-African movement. And that is what led me to start getting deeper into the history of the Garifuna people. But not only that, it also led me to start promoting the Garifuna identity and history. Now, I mentioned that I was born in Honduras. Yes, I was born in Honduras, and that's where the title of my presentation comes about. The reason that I was born in Honduras is because, as we all know by now, my ancestors were forcibly deported from Urume, their homeland, St. Vincent. Urume is the name that my ancestors gave to the island of St. Vincent in the Garifuna language, and that's the way we refer to up until now. They were forcibly deported to the island of Roatan. The ships left St. Vincent in March 11, 1797. They arrived to the island of Roatan on April 12, 1797. From there, they dispersed throughout Central America. And as a demonstration of their resistance and why I feel that we went from a forcibly deported community to a thriving community is the fact that during that time, during the dispersion to Central America, we dispersed to Belize, where we established 6 Garifuna communities. In Honduras, where we was the original place we landed, today there are 51 Garifuna communities throughout the Atlantic coast of Honduras. We also dispersed to Guatemala, where today there are 3 Garifuna communities. And we also dispersed to Nicaragua, where today there are 7 traditional Garifuna communities. And of course, I cannot leave the homeland of the ancestral homeland of the Garifuna, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, where today there are 8 traditional Garifuna communities. So despite the forcible deportation, as I like to say, the purpose of putting us on those 10 ships and sending us to the ocean was to eliminate us, to exterminate us. And despite all of that, my ancestors survived. And I just mentioned what happened after we settled in Central America. There we continue that resilience that we have demonstrated through the years. And we adapted to Honduras. We learned the Spanish language. That's why today most Garifuna individuals have Spanish names, including the ones from Belize, which is the only English-speaking country in Central America. It was the result of the deportation. It was the result of the negotiations with the Spaniards to allow us to settle on the mainland of Honduras. We established relationships with Americans who were then doing commerce in Honduras, in Central America. We joined as labor with them. And through that process, we started migrating to the United States of America. That was back in the 1930s. As a result of that migration, today, New York is home to the largest Garifuna population outside of Central America. We estimate that there are 225,000 Garifunas in New York, with half of that population residing in the Bronx, which is why I refer to the Bronx as the largest Garifuna community in the world. And actually, I refer to us as the hidden majority that has been a growing emerging majority that has been hidden in plain sight. Today in New York, if the Garifuna diaspora was a country, it will rank as the third country of foreign born in New York City. As a matter of fact, it will also rank as the second source of the foreign born, for Latino foreign born in New York City. From New York City was where in 1995 to 1997, we organized what became known as the Garifuna Bicentennial. It was the celebration of the 200th anniversary of our arrival to Central America. The celebration took place in the city of La Ceiba in Honduras. That celebration is what led to what today is known as the Afrodescendiente movement, or the Afro-descendants movement throughout Latin America. So the influence of the resilience of the Garifuna now has had an impact, not just in Honduras, not just in Belize, not just in Guatemala and Nicaragua, but throughout Latin America, based on an Afro-indigenous heritage. The bicentennial also led to the proclamation of the Garifuna language, music, and dance as masterpieces of the oral and intangible heritage. But prior to that, it's also important for me to mention that the Garifuna heritage has been in New York for longer than we knew. And it's reflected through the first African-American play that was produced in the United States of America, titled The Drama of King Shotaway. That play was produced by dramaturgist William Henry Brown, who produced it in 1823. And it was actually took place here June 20th and 21st of 1823. And what's amazing is that play, the plot of that play, is the forcible deportation of the Garifuna people. But more than that, it is the battle that my ancestors fought against the British in defending St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Fast forward to 2009, the Garifuna Coalition, which I lead, decided to organize a trip to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And we called it the Garifuna Reunion. It was reconnecting with the ancestral homeland. St. Vincent and the Grenadines has had connections with Belize because of the English history connection, the English language. But up to that point, there was no connection with the rest of the diaspora, the Spanish-speaking diaspora, which I represent. And that's why we decided to organize that event. Along with that event was also where we lobbied elected officials here in New York to proclaim Garifuna American Heritage Month from March 11 to April the 12th, which has happened for the past 15 years. Along with that, the Garifuna reunion was part of Vincent Homecoming, the celebration of the 30th anniversary of the independence of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Now, I mentioned whenever I speak about the renaissance of the Garifuna culture and heritage in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and that was the result of that Garifuna reunion in 2009. And I like to say that I didn't say that. I have the newsletter that was published by the Prime Minister's office with announcing our visit to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And the title was The Renaissance of the Garifuna Heritage and Culture in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That trip also is what led to the Garifuna Heritage Society of St. Vincent and the Grenadines to start organizing what now has become an annual event. It's also what led my brother, James Cordes, to celebrate what he's doing right now, right there in Urume, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, what he calls the Urume Project. All of that was the result of the Garifuna reunion in 2009. Next year, 2023, we will be celebrating the bicentennial of the drama of King Shotaway, the play that I mentioned earlier. So today, the Garifuna community, after being forcibly deported from our homeland in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, today there's an estimated 600,000 Garinagu around the world. 1/3 of that population, as I mentioned, lives right here. But we're no longer restricted just to the United States. There are Garifuna in Europe, there are Garifuna in Africa, throughout the world. And that is where the title of my presentation comes from, Garifuna History, from forcible deportation to a thriving community. Thank you for the opportunity to present. It's a pleasure and an honor to be addressing my brothers and sisters in the ancestral homeland of the Garifuna people and everyone else who is watching or listening. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Lopez, for your perspectives on the modern Garifuna movement and your involvement in its development. Please stick around for the question and answer period, which will follow immediately after the following session.
Yes, I'll be here.
Thank you. The final session in this, final paper in this session will be by Ms. Ralicia Andrews, and she will be speaking on the absent yet present St. Vincent and Grenadines indigenous people. She is a proud Garifuna, a Vincentian, an aspiring biological and cultural anthropologist, a youth activist. She's currently pursuing her bachelor's in biology with a minor in cultural studies at the UWI Cayfield campus in Barbados. And she said her work is driven by ancestral veneration and a need for sustainable development through servant leadership. Ms. Andrews, are you there? Ms. Andrews? You're online.
Hello, sorry, I was on mute. Yes, I am. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for your introduction. So as described, I will be presenting on the topic of the absent yet present, the Caribbean's indigenous populations. This paper would be a critical response to Maximilian Forte's Extinction, the Caribbean trope of anti-indigeneity in the Caribbean. So without further ado, I'm going to begin. Now, the longevity of our ancestry lies within manuscripts that are tightly bound in Eurocentrism, and it often stagnates the advancement of indigenous societies, condemning them to the condition of an uncouth existence ruled by colonialism. I intend to engage the history of the Garinagu from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The intricacies of their existence would allow me to debunk the myth of extinction with reference to revisionist history. Now, before I continue with my presentation, I'm going to propose to you two questions. Did acculturation have a hand in prolonging and preserving the Garinagu culture? Has the Declaration of Indigeneity subjected the Garinagu to an existence of discrimination and ostracism, and as a result, halted the preservation of culture to an extent? So before I delve into my presentation, I'm going to just do a quick overview of the historical background. For this, we'll be going into three sections: inception and pre-colonialism, the doom of exile, and the rebirth, which will tackle anything after the exile from St. Vincent, as well as the arrival in Belize. Okay. History denotes that the first appearance of the Garinagu or the Black Caribs was in 1635, after African slaves shipwrecked on the island of St. Vincent, also known as Urumé within the Caribbean. They have been linked to West African tribes from Yoruba, which is said to culminate the origin of the Garifuna. However, the birth of the Garinagu precedes many documentations in historical literature. They've been linked to Western African tribes from Europe, which is said to culminate the origin of the Garinagu. Edgar Adams cites Ivan Sertman's African presence in the early America and Harold G. Lawrence's Mandinga voyages across the Atlantic as books that address the unconfirmed idea that Western African explorers from Mali in the early 14th century may have been the first from the Old World to contact people of the Caribbean. Prince Abubakari of Mali outfitted two voyages in 1307 and 1312 with the purpose of exploring lands to the west. The truth in this, however, is still unconfirmed. Genetic data categorize Garinagu as both Carib and Yoruba, with immense genetic variations, citing three possible parental populations, two of which are closely linked to Spaniard and Amerindian parental groups. This genetic data strayed from the concept that indigenous populations were and are racially pure. People had to come from somewhere, and the indigenous in the Caribbean are intricate pockets of culture where transculturation is no longer synonymous to the European concept of extinction. Civilized settlements. The island of St. Vincent was split in two in some historical accounts. The windward side was said to host most of the Carib civilization, and the leeward side hosts Garinagu settlements. The Caribs favored the coastline and the water sources, while the Garinagu made their rugged interior their home. In fact, numerous petroglyphs throughout the island are notably near water sources, both inland and on the coastline. Unearthing the history of the Garinagu brings about a tearful realization that the cataclysmic events that led to the mystic, never-enslaved Garinagu we know today. Before the death of Paramount Chief Joseph Satuye Chatouye on March 14, 1797, and their subsequent exile to the island in Baliso, the Garinagu were a highly civilized society. In fact, the native blend learned to coexist. However, their common enemy were the British and the French. In the 17th and 18th century, the French and the British were vying for the rich, fertile land of St. Vincent, while the indigenous wanted to be left well enough alone. To attest to their crafty nature, they traded and raided their Europeans and conveniently sided with whichever colony supported their best interests. Eventually, they allowed French owners small plantations to settle on the leeward side with their slaves, and were influenced by French culture and language. Remnants of the colonizing forces are seen today in architecture, notably in the capital of Kingston, dubbed the City of Arches, complete with Georgian stone arches from the 18th century European architecture, and the names of villages such as Petit-Bodel, Carré, Chateaubelair from the French, a perfect mesh with indigenous names of areas such as Ouya and Bekou. This harmony struck up the Treaty of Paris in 1736, whereby the French relinquished all previously owned land to the British. These included parts of the Americas, Dominica, Grenada, Trinidad, and of course St. Vincent. The British were determined to acquire the indigenous lands all or nothing, followed by the expulsion from the less favorable islands in the Grenadines, such as Bequia, which was only less favorable because it was not ideal for the cultivation of crops. This period of enrichment and warfare lasted 35 years, with the French avidly fighting the indigenous. The First Carib War was in September of 1772 and lasted a grueling 5 months. Despite the Guernagu's stealth and guerrilla warfare, they surrendered in January in 1773 and were forced to sign a treaty of firm and lasting peace and friendship. That's a direct quote, acknowledging British sovereignty. In 1778, a war between the British and the French, which resulted in the British relinquishing St. Vincent to the French for 4 years after being overthrown in June of 1797. However, the Treaty of Versailles from 1783 returned St. Vincent to the British on January 1st, 1784. Now, while the British were settling into their victory, the French Revolution in 1789 presented another threat to the security and advancement of the British designs on St. Vincent and incited hope within the Caribbean to dismantle colonialism. Satouye, ranked a French general, was joined by his forces on the Ochecha Hill for the final assault of Kingstown. Duvalet, Satouye's brother, led his army on the windward side of the island, burning estates as he advanced, while Satouye killed colonists and their workers as he advanced on the leeward side, but spared the property, anticipating their future use. Duvalet advanced on the course at the Ochecha Hill, hoisting a flag of the British Republic. There are many reenactments of Satouye's death, the most popular being the duel between Chief Joseph Satouye Chatouye and Major Alexander Leith, which resulted in Chatouye's death, while others describe Satouye's death as an ambush or impaled by 5 men as he attempted to attack Leith. Since his body was never found or displayed in battle, the accuracy of these accounts cannot be determined. An obelisk honoring Satouye was erected on the Ochecha Hill in 2002, and the Raboka Recreational Park was renamed Chatouye National Park in 2018. Chatouye is also the only national hero to date for St. Vincent and the Grenadines and is recognized annually on March 14th, the day of his demise. The approximate 5,000 who remained after Satouye's demise were interned on the barren island of Baliso. The population drastically declined as they succumbed to starvation and disease, and they later inhabited Rotan Belize on November 19, 1802, and quickly transversed through regions of Central America, such as Honduras and Guatemala, eventually inhabiting the United States, while few remained in St. Vincent and various Caribbean islands. Despite their tragic past, the Guernagu managed to retain most of their spiritual nature. The thatched roofs of ceremonial temples, the frequent echo of drums, bellows of soulful lyrics, fishing canoes dotting the sea, the traditional dishes are mainly found in Central America, with Euromay retaining a few practices. Yet, one of the most endangered aspects of the Guernagu culture is their language, a fusion of West African dialect, French, in addition to Caribbean and Arawakian influences. Now, despite their tragic past, the Guernagu managed to maintain their spirited culture. Through instances of activism, petitions, and documentaries by individuals such as Ackley Alton, Mr. C.I. Martin, Garifuna Duvalet, Paul White, Joseph Palicia, and Mrs. Nelisa Robinson, who was the coordinator of the first Conference of Indigenous People in the English-speaking Caribbean, the Garifuna culture has been given due recognition. So in terms of this discussion, having delved into the history of the Guernagu, we must now tackle the questions proposed. Did acculturation truly preserve and prolong their existence? Broadly, acculturation refers to changes that take place resulting from contact with culturally dissimilar people, groups, and social influences, and often results in the loss of one culture to another that is more dominant. Acculturation is often synonymous to the loss of culture. However, the Garifuna culture has survived due to this ability. To answer this question, I must recall the first instance of acculturation with regards to the Garinagu. Sir William Young Baronet, British governor and plantation estate owner in St. Vincent in the 18th century, identified the Garinagu as African colonialists, and considered them synonymous to the Maroons of Jamaica. He claimed that the Garinagu looted the lands of the rightful indigenous owners, the few remaining Caribs, captured their women and therefore had no rightful claim on the lands. Contrastingly, French historian Alexander Moreau, who worked with the indigenous during the war, claims that the yellow Caribs were still in majority and that both groups cooperated with a kind of national council where all indigenous leaders were present. Young portrayed the Garinagu as no better than the British, but how reliable is this claim? Did Young fabricate these tales simply to rid the islands of the Garinagu? His claim seems suspiciously convenient since the exile of the Garinagu, who were considered a violent race, would leave the lands of the British for expansion. The Garinagu's revolutionary thinking and strong-willed resistance threatened the colonial mission. Claims of their quote-unquote aggressive nature mirror those stating that the Caribs were cannibals, a statement that was used as a justification for slavery and was later rejected as no substantial proof was presented. The predetermined biases of colonizing nations have played an influential role on the historical records and have proven far from accurate due to recent ethnographic discoveries. For example, it was known that the Garinagu and the Caribs, despite their differences, intermarried, shared a common language and culture, and cooperated within the expulsion of the invaders from the island. These changes were as a result of acculturation, the form of boundary maintaining mechanisms used by the indigenous to reaffirm group identity and restricted outsiders. Notably, the Garinagu and the Caribs' ability to quickly acculturate with the French through language and trade was particularly beneficial in ensuring allies for battle. As such, I postulate that this unique adaptation of culture and modernity allowed them to survive. A declaration of indigeneity has shrouded communities throughout the Caribbean in perpetual ostracism and primitivism, with the common perception that Black and Indigenous are mutually exclusive categories. Indigeneity has long had the connotation of tradition, racial purity, and rootedness and authenticity, whereas Black has had the connotation of acculturation, diaspora, and inauthenticity. One of the earliest examples of this is the very name associated with the Garinagu, Black Caribs or Afro-Indigenous, spun since colonialism, which became synonymous with the aforementioned connotations, resulted in the Garinagu being considered as subservient to other races in their communities. But Blackness and indigeneity are not mutually exclusive. In the case of the Garifuna, one can be both Black and Indigenous based on epigenetic data, which has been used to track not only the predestined health conditions, but to enforce caste systems within the communities of which many Indigenous are victims to pyramidal allocations of belonging, race, and class. And despite this, the Garinagu have survived. Now I'm going to share with you a quote. Once we got to Honduras, we were marginalized. We never really recovered from being exiled. We remained in a cycle of poverty that is consistently getting harder to get out of, said Honduran Garifuna activist, Garifuna Duvale Paul White, when I asked him about the hardships faced by the Garinagu in Honduras. Human rights violations have and are still being committed against Garinagu in their countries of residence, as there are doubts about the utility of Garinagu customs in the contemporary world. The Global Witness and Amnesty International reported that Garinagu communities along the Honduran coast routinely face threats, harassments, and gross human rights violations, as well as displacement from ancestral lands. In September 2020, 5 Garinagu leaders were abducted in their homes in Tarafuno de la Cruz on Honduras' Caribbean coast. Their homes were invaded by men wearing police uniforms, and relatives who attempted to stop the attack were also assaulted. These men still have not been found. As these cases continue to increase, more youths are understandably somewhat wary of a culture that threatens their very livelihood and alters the way they're perceived as individuals. Therefore, sadly, they deny being Garifuna. These tropes of anti-indigeneity resulted from biased Eurocentric teachings, leading to the ostracization of our culture. The most notable decline of the Garifuna culture was recorded from 2017 to 2018 by the African Diaspora Census, which stated that the Garifuna population within Belize declined by 61,618 people. While premature death and immigration were listed as plausible causes, poor government policies were of notable concern, not just in Belize, but in other countries of settlement. The annual legislative conference of the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation showed that the American Census Bureau does not even recognize Garifuna as an ethnicity, forcing Garinagu to wrongfully identify as either Black or Latino. The Garifuna culture is not only Black, but a melting pot of ethnicities, consistently proving that any culture intrinsically linked to African ancestry is sometimes profitable to everyone except members of subculture due to exploitation and lack of recognition. Collectively, Garinagu in St. Vincent and the diaspora have faced repercussions of the anti-indigeneity trope through a loss of socioeconomic, cultural, and religious spiritual foundations. And yet, miraculously, Garifuna people, having faced mass genocide after exile from St. Vincent, have survived with pockets of culture in what some might deem the most unlikely places. This has allowed for progress to be made by the Garinagu in the diaspora and within St. Vincent, who have been attempting to return the culture to UWI through a series of workshops. Sure, thank you. Through a series of workshops and soul-seeking missions, online universities such as the Garifuna University Without Walls, NGOs, and of course UWI have brought the culture back in increments, having preserved their ancestral foundations through acculturation. It is not from a need of not wanting to know, but a need of knowing that the colonial past of the region and recognizing it as possible to do so. These influences have laid bare the injustices inherent in coloniality of the region and sparked appeals for reparations to the CARICOM Reparations Committee. With the effects of the Black Lives Matter movement still fresh in Caribbean soil, more indigenous communities have challenged the status quo for socioeconomic equity in the region. Quite a feat for entire races that were considered quote-unquote extinct. Now, concluding, considered an anomaly, the intricacies of the Garifuna history and culture have proven to be a paradigm for the influences of Eurocentric history and the revolutionary resilience of the indigenous within the Caribbean. Their historical past was and is a prime example of how the narrative of extinction served to vindicate the exploitation of the indigenous during colonialism, a concept which has permeated our modern-day society. With the introduction of revisionist history through anthropological data, ethnographic research, archaeological discoveries, coupled with the appearance of indigenous descendants of quote-unquote extinct civilizations, prior historical data have been scrutinized. An evaluation of the concept of indigeneity and its association with primitivism regarding the Garinagu proved that Eurocentrism stagnates the proliferation of any culture rooted in Blackness. This, in addition to assessing a civilization's value via racial and cultural purity and enculturation, determined their ability to claim ownership of property and practices and seek retribution for the victimized. Conclusively, the Garinagu is a culture to be aware of. It's a culture to appreciate, a culture to be in awe of, and a culture that should be documented in many historical texts. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Andrews. Ladies and gentlemen, because short of time, I'm going to allow the floor and those online to ask questions for the next 15 minutes. So please direct your questions to any of the participants, any of the presenters this morning. Anybody has any questions? Raise your hand. This is also available to those online.
Good morning. I have a few questions, starting with Mr. Denny, Dr. Denny. 2 questions for you, sir. How does the presence of petroglyphs, the examples of petroglyphs in St. Vincent, help in dating the overall history of our small island? Now we have a lot of petroglyphs. They're said to be well before the Columbian time. How do they help in dating our existence? We have petroglyphs with writings that have not been determined what they are, what the writings are, what language they are. So how do they work in terms of dating our existence? We talk about migration from...
So please make 2 questions,
Yes, the second one I'm on now. Second question. We talk about migration from South America. From the South American countries that took place. Would it be crazy to deduce or assume that that practice, those people who came, were just following in the recorded footsteps of their ancestors who came before? So migration could have been taking place hundreds of years before. Is it bad to assume that what they did to have the Caribbean or what's here in St. Vincent was just something that they were following, a legacy that they were following from their ancestors? Thank you.
Can you repeat the question?
Of our small island came. Would it be crazy to assume that those persons who migrated then were simply following in the footsteps of their ancestors?
I'm still not hearing the questions very well. Can you write it in the chat?
Just ask one question, please, the first question.
How much does the petroglyphs, the examples of petroglyphs...
Can you make the question in the chat?
Can you hear me now? How much does the presence of petroglyphs in St. Vincent determine the arrival of the first people?
Oh, that's a good question. Well, obviously, you can't have petroglyphs without people. Okay, so it does mean that the petroglyphs, they allow for for measuring time. Okay, and so but Vincentians, or I should say, migrants from South America arrived here, before we, significantly before the petroglyphs. But so what the petroglyphs, it seems to me, are pretty useful for is that they continue to be carved out over several hundred years, and so what this tells me is that what you had is less a marker of arrival time, and actually far more interesting is a demonstration of a continuity of a specific artistic vision, a particular desire to communicate between human beings and the divinities and so on. So I read the petroglyphs presence, not so much for the marking of Vincentian, for the antiquity of human presence in St. Vincent, since if we follow the work of Professor Higman, that this antiquity predates the ceramic people, by at least maybe 1,000 years or thereabout, that you had these hunters, fishers, gatherers who didn't do the petroglyphs. The petroglyphs are done by the Saladoi people. So what I think is fascinating about the petroglyphs is that they are separated in time, and so to me it's really about cultural continuity. It's about the the capacity to engage in abstract thinking, because we have no ability at this specific point in time to treat the petroglyphs as a kind of linguistic artifact, a means through which we can understand communication between one person and another. But what they do demonstrate is an artistic vision. What they do demonstrate is a desire by the part of an individual or specific groups of people, to provide a visual representation of their reflections on themselves and or the world. And because this practice continued over several hundred years, I think that that is the value in and of itself, that the maintenance of a specific cultural practice that spanned centuries. So I grant you that that clearly, the people who do chronological work using carbon date, carbon 14 dating techniques, etc., they can distinguish between when one specific petroglyph was done versus another. And to me, because we see them being done over several centuries, that's valuable in and of itself. But the content of the petroglyphs, what it indicates of their humanity, what it indicates of their artistic vision, that to me, and what it demonstrates of the capacity to transmit these ideas through time, through generations, through centuries, that to me is really quite a remarkable achievement.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're at the end of this session. I would like to thank Dr. Gary Denny, Dr. Adrian Fraser, Mr. Jose Francisco Avila Lopez, and Ms. Ralcia Andrews for very interesting, informative, and at times colorful presentations. So thank you very much for making your presentations, and let us give them a warm applause. Thank you very much. And we're very sorry we have to run over a little time, but the presentations are very good, so we have to give these folks a little extra time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Lewis, for moderating our very first session, and thank you to all our presenters. And I know there are questions, but we will have an opportunity to play catch up with the questions a little later on. And so what we will do now, we will move straight into session. Well, before we do that, we will delight our internet audience with a cultural item, and I'll now before we go into session 2. So we'll have the second cultural item, please. Brother Cap.
Come to St. Come to St. Vincent, a friendly welcome awaits you. Renowned for the sun and sea and the best hospitality.
St. Vincent and Island, set in the Caribbean, it's widely regarded as the gem of the Antilles. It specially caters for holiday makers, so do not omit it when you visit the West Indies. Come to St. Vincent, a friendly welcome awaits you. Renowned for its sun and sea and the best hospitality. No winter too fair, no smog in the air, just beautiful sunshine from the clear Caribbean sky. No contamination from poor sanitation. This land is a health resort that nobody can deny. Come to St. Vincent, a very welcome awaits you. Renowned for its sun and sea and the best hospitality. The Grenadine Islands find tourist attraction with waters that they could use to all the cares away. The white sandy beaches you shower with praises and take away memories that with you forever will stay. Come to St. Vincent, a friendly welcome awaits you. Renowned for its sun and sea and the best hospitality. The dishes you relish, souvenirs you cherish, and sightseeing tours, most refreshing tropical breeze. Then from the West Indies, take back pleasant memories of your holiday in the gem of the Antilles. Come to St. Vincent, a friendly welcome awaits you. Renowned for its sun and sea and the best hospitality. See the market vendors, hear the loud street fires, couples passing by in the cool of the setting sun. Pleasure so inviting, legend so exciting, in this Cameruna, lovely island the Caribbean. Come to St. Vincent, a very welcome awaits you. Renowned for its sun and sea and the best hospitality.
Vincent!
By some of our national dancers here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Thank you very much. So we move into session 2, and this session is entitled The Scottish Influence, Chatelier, and Artifacts. And so it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Idalia Ferdinand. Dr. Ferdinand is a senior education officer in the Ministry of Education and National Reconciliation. The Scottish Influence, Chatelier, and Artifacts. And so it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Idalia Ferdinand. Okay, we apologize for that technical glitch. So I continue. So Dr. Ferdinand is a senior education officer in the Ministry of Education with responsibility for research and school safety. Dr. Ferdinand has over 20 years of experience in disaster management through her involvement as a member of the St. Vincent, or the Cadet Force, of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. She holds a PhD in disaster management and sustainable development from Northumbria University, the United Kingdom, a master's by research in disaster management from Coventry University in the United Kingdom, and a Bachelor of Arts in Geography from the University of the West Indies, Amona campus. She has been involved with the School safety agenda in St. Vincent since October 2013, and also has been involved in promoting the Caribbean Safe School Initiative regionally and internationally. She has several publications and has presented at various conferences and other sessions, face-to-face and online. It's a pleasure to invite Dr. Ferdinand to moderate our next session. Dr. Ferdinand.
Pleasant good afternoon, and thank you very much. This session, as we heard, will present research on the scholarly influence, chatelier, and artifacts. There are 4 presenters in this session, and they will all make their presentations virtually. Just a reminder to the presenters that you have 20 minutes to make your presentations, after which we'll have a period of question and answers. The order of the presentations are as follows: Dr. Deisha Osborne, Dr. Wendy Sutherland, Dr. David Alston, and Professor Niall Finneman and Dr. Christina Welch, but that presentation will be done by Dr. Welch. So I will first introduce Dr. Deisha Osborne. This presentation will be on the men who killed Chatelier, Northeast Scots, and their enslaved families in St. Vincent, 1763 to 1834. Dr. Osborne teaches literature at Hunter College, City University of New York. She completed her PhD at the University of Cambridge, where her research was a study of the poem Hairuna. In 2022, she will complete fellowships at the University of Edinburgh and the Society for Historians of the Early American Public. Please welcome Dr. Osborne.
Thank you. So my thanks to Mrs. Dalrymple and to the UWI Open Campus for organizing this event. Thank you. So my thanks to Mrs. Sorry, excuse me. I am trying to share my slides. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. All right, that's my thanks to Dr. Dalrymple, the UWI Open Campus for organizing this event, and to all of my fellow speakers so far who have gone ahead. The current project that this talk is being derived from began with a central question, the central question of validity surrounding the Leith-Chatelier duel. My interest in the topic of Caribbean Scottish connections, and specifically those hidden histories of the Lesser Antilles, began with my postgraduate studies at the University of Cambridge, which I started in 2008. My doctoral research was an exploration into the epic Hairuna, composed in the late 1800s by the Vincentian Anglican priest, Reverend Horatio Nelson Huggins. But it was published long after his death in 1930. The poem, which we can say is a product of its time, was a fictionalized historical account of the 1795 Second Carib War, as it is called, which resulted in a defeat and the violent forced exile of the Garifuna people, who made one final attempt to take back control of the island from the British. While I was editing the critical edition of Hairuna for the University of the West Indies Press, I realized that as a work of historical fiction, it was important to include a section that separated the poem's fictional characters from the historical ones, meaning those individuals who were sketched from both official records, meaning, for example, colonial officials, military heroes, and the indigenous chiefs, from the private family records and memories. And for example, those would be the poet's own grandfathers who fought on the British side, enslaved Afro-Caribbean soldiers who fought in the militia, and other less well-known Garifuna people. This exercise was relatively straightforward, except when I came to two characters who were important for their role in the events of 1795. The most significant moment in the poem actually occurs when the co-leader of the Garifuna forces, Chief Joseph Chatier, who we've heard about throughout the first panel, engages in single combat. And this was later described as a duel with one of the local militiamen, the Scottish soldier, Major Alexander Leith. Huggins writes the death of Chatier as the symbolic end of Hairuna, at the time believed to be the indigenous name for the island, and sets the stage for it to become St. Vincent. This is really what the poem is about, the move from Hairuna to St. Vincent. The scene here is supposed to remind us of other oral and literary epics that David's his killing of Goliath in single combat that led to the defeat of the Philistine army, Achilles' battle with Hector that ended the Trojan War and Troy itself, Aeneas's victory over Turnus that became the foundation of the Roman Empire. This is the tradition that Huggins is tapping into in order to present this encounter. Leith, therefore, in this structure, became the symbol of loss and the strength of empire in the telling of colonial Caribbean history. By the time Huggins wrote this passage, Leith had the distinction as the man who killed Chatier. And very few by this time even questioned the account's validity or the clear and obvious literariness of its telling. So I decided to get to the heart of this by finding out more about the men who were there that day on Dashta Hill, starting with Leith and Chatier. While Chatier has always been proved to be elusive for historians, storytellers, and artists since his death on the early morning of the 14th of March, 1795, even less was known about Leith. Given the lack of consistent European presence on St. Vincent and the diversity of anecdotal and oral accounts from his own people, the chief has remained a figure of both history and myth, kind of almost existing at the same time. Leith, by contrast, was simply noted for killing Chatier, and all that remains of him is located with his remains in the inscription on the memorial slab in the center of St. George's Anglican Cathedral in the capital city, Kingstown. Leith died in 1798, allegedly from exhaustion stemming from the duel, and his body was reinterred with this memorial when the cathedral was finished in 1820. Starting from this memorial slab, I've spent the last few years first uncovering the truth of the Leith-Chatier duel by attempting to learn more about Leith. I think that was the place to start, since we should have known more about him. What I ultimately found out has been a remarkable and challenging revised look at St. Vincent's history and culture. Leith was amongst hundreds of men who immigrated beginning in the mid-1760s from Scotland, with the majority from the Northeast and Highland regions. On his arrival to St. Vincent in 1771, Leith joined a network of mostly men who were working as enslavers, plantation managers, overseers, merchants, soldiers, ministers, and administrators would have been known to each other. Known to each other locally in the region, the northeast region of Scotland. And here you can see on the map, I've highlighted those regions of Aberdeenshire, Kincardineshire, Bombshire, Morayshire, Fulfar, Narn, and the parishes that border the Highlands for centuries. So just to make a quick note here, you can see what I've done here. I've mapped on this slide. You can see these men from the northeast of Scotland who left, and each dot represents a family. So each one could be up to 5, 6, 7 people at the same time, and each one is a particular town. And you can see on the second slide where those men immigrated to, and there are obvious clusters of this happening. And I'm going to come back to this in a moment. Until recently, these Scottish connections to St. Vincent remained ignored. In 2018, 19, and for the first half of this year, I've held research fellowships at the universities of Aberdeen and Edinburgh, researching the connections between Scotland and the Ceded Islands. Scotland's extensive involvement in the transatlantic slave trade and colonization has remained until this century without serious critical evaluation, and only a few of those voices from scholars have been from Black and Caribbean people, and particularly scholars coming out of UWI, and in Scotland, for example, the work of Lisa Williams, who's the director of the Edinburgh Caribbean Association, who I should quickly mention is also helping to organize a delegation of Garifuna from Central America and New York, who are coming to Scotland at the end of August to find out more about their culture and the connections to Scotland. Aberdeen and its residents took full advantage of the trafficking of people and material throughout the 18th century. Areas like Sugar House Lane in the city center is reminiscent of the time when sugar was one of the main imports. But while the story of families like the Gordons are well known to most 18th century historians, the libraries and archives in Scotland, in conversation with archives in St. Vincent and the National Archives in London, tell other stories of the depth of involvement these families from the Northeast and Highlands of Scotland had in the Ceded Islands. For my part, what I found missing from these stories were the enslaved families. The Leith Chatelier duel was, in short, a literary embellishment begun by Sir William Young as an act of vindication against Chatelier for what he saw as a personal insult. Young used the language of oral and literary epic in order to embellish a letter written by Leith to his family in Aberdeen. And this is a major find that I'd like to return to perhaps in the question and answer, and that I have been working on for the last few years, and it's going to be published published later this year. The family that Leith sent that letter to included his half African, half Scottish son, John Monroe Leith. Furthermore, the most accurate accounts of the events that led to Chatelier's death tell us that it wasn't Leith who dealt the death blow, contrary to the more popular narratives. He, along with a number of other Scottish and Afro-Caribbean soldiers who fought with him in the St. Vincent Rangers, ambushed and killed the Garifuna chief. Leith was a member of the large and extensive Leith family of Aberdeenshire. The most impressive visible reminders of the family's presence in the Northeast are the castles and great houses dotting the landscape: Leith Hall, Glenkindie House, Arnage Castle, and nearby Fyvie. And when it comes to Leith Hall and Fyvie, there are direct links to the upkeep of these castles from money that comes from the transatlantic slave trade and plantations in St. Vincent and Tobago. Leith's parents, Margaret and Patrick, had 8 daughters and 4 sons. Despite being born into one of Aberdeenshire's large and landed wealthy families, Alexander Leith, his immediate family suffered financially, and for the last few years of his life in Scotland, he, his parents, and siblings were entirely dependent on relatives. His father ended his life as a crofter on lands in the Manse of Glass owned by Lord and Lady Fife, heavily in debt. This leads to the point of all this is to say that by March of 1771, at age 19, Alexander or Sandy, according to his relatives, didn't move with the family, but instead took his chances with the West Indies. And this is a very common story throughout all of these men who are arriving in the Ceded Islands. In St. Vincent, he had the opportunity to enjoy wealth and society benefiting his alleged social status in Aberdeen. William Brock's study of Scottish immigrants to America, he explains that men like Leith might have began with little money, but probably had education and friends. Scots of this class helped each other with employment, business introductions, and perhaps even credit. And this I think, explains why on the map of St. Vincent, you can see the clustering of people where they arrived and where they worked and where they expanded. The horrors and realities of the slave trade and an entire economic system built on the forced and stolen labor, knowledge, and skills of enslaved African men, women, and children did not seem to bother these Scottish men as they bought land, raw materials, and human beings. They took positions as attorneys and factors to estates owned by other men from the Northeast and Highlands. Leith, when he arrived, worked as an attorney in charge of several plantations, including those of relatives where they already settled in as early as 1764. In St. Vincent, he also sometimes represented men in Grenada and Tobago who were known to his family in Aberdeen, like the Frasers, the Douglases, and the Monroes. Sorry, I should have showed this slide earlier of Leith's family, including his enslaved children, John Monroe, and Patrick. Leith earned enough money to eventually purchase Mount Hope in Cumberland Valley from William Smith of Grenada in 1797. At some point in the 1780s, however, he paid for a young enslaved woman known in the archives as Rosalind. She was related to the French Kettel family. Leith's will in the University of Aberdeen archives and the Registry of Baptisms at St. George's Cathedral in the 18th century reveal that he and Rosalind had at least two sons, John Monroe Leith, born 1784, and Patrick Haffey Leith, born 1790. Sometime before the start of the war, Alexander sent John Monroe to Aberdeen to be educated with one of his sisters and their husband. Fathering children with enslaved African women and free Black and mixed heritage women was a systematic occurrence done by, particularly in the Ceded Islands with documentation. One can argue it was actually the foundation of societies that built on enslavement in the Americas. Leith's close network of men who emigrated to St. Vincent from Aberdeenshire and its vicinities also participated in the forced sexual coercion and outright rape of enslaved African and vulnerable women in St. Vincent. Because St. Vincent is one of the smaller societies, it has been easier to track and follow these women and their children. So much so that once I started digging, I was able to gather enough, a large number of names, dates, and locations and details in order to get close to the full scale. And the current data, I've had to create a data set using digital humanities software that includes 175 individual women and over 350 children between 1763 and 1834. The data set of Scottish men is at 350 and growing. I'd like to pause here for a moment just to say that this part of the work has been particularly painful. And there was a moment when women whose names matched up with my own family tree in St. Vincent, women like Mary Rose, Nanny Osborne, women who were assaulted and impregnated by the Frasers and the Hamiltons. And when we find our own ancestors, we are reminded immediately of all the pain, humiliation, and sacrifice that they endured. We are also reminded of their resistance, their compromise, the sound of their laughter, and their unbounded joy. When we call ourselves Caribbean, we mean that our joy comes from that pain and that laughter. The work itself has taken so long for me because I think because there are days when I can see and feel what they themselves have seen and felt, and these wounds that were never really given a chance to heal and are just kind of passed on from generation to generation. To witness these women's survival is to witness the uncomfortable compromise they are continually forced to make. Catherine or Kitty Cadillac, for example, she was enslaved and forced into a prolonged sexual relationship with Harry Cadillac of Kildrummy, whose grandfather, Charles Gordon, was the last Jacobite laird to be captured during the Jacobite rebellion in 1745 and eventually hung, drawn, and quartered. Again, similar stories. His family experienced a degradation. This facilitated, immigration to the Americas. When he arrives in St. Vincent in 1796, his first social visit was to go to Mr. Leith's house. And just before he died, less than a few years after his arrival, he devised a will that bequeaths his entire estate to his parents and all his personal belongings to Kitty, but left their 2 children in bondage. Kitty's presence in the record in later years reveal a woman who ultimately went from enslaved to landowner and proprietor. Some of the men of the Northeast made it clear where they came from in the names they gave to their plantations. For example, the Derrick family in Bequia named their estate Aberdeen's Valley. Harry Alexander named one of his plantations Montrose. Duncan Campbell named his Calder. James Mackey, who's a doctor of physics and surgery, graduate from the University of Aberdeen, also named Leith in his will. Other Aberdonians in Leith's circle were also militiamen in the St. Vincent Rangers, formed in 1795. They were a regiment of foot whose rank and file made up entirely of enslaved African men in St. Vincent in response to the Carib Wars. And I just quickly show you some of those men. Information from archives in St. Vincent suggests that Chatelier and his brothers and sisters and his father had regular contact with many of these Northeast Scots. And this is kind of where I wanted to almost end my talk. In the 1780s, Chatelier and his brother Duvalier would have known, traded, and even been friendly at one point with many of these Scots and their families, including Leith, who lived and owned land in Cumberland and Buckamet on Mount Hope and Lance Mahout. Another kind of the person I wanted to sort of end with was this. The day that Chatelier died, that morning it was recorded that one of the last acts he did was to kill 3 men of Northeast and Highland extraction, and I think that was for a particular reason. One of them, Alexander Grant, is related to the Grant family, particularly Charles Grant, who was a lieutenant in the Island Regiment and a friend of Leith. Grant and his close relative John Grant purchased Walliaboo, which you can see here indicated by the red dot. They cleared land on the north of the island with the border designated Carib territory, which you can see in the blue, from Captain George Etherington, whose land was indicated in the green. Etherington was trusted by the Garifuna, who originally bought 660 acres from Chatelier, his brothers, fathers, and niece for the undervalued cost of £990. Just to kind of just to wrap up, I think this is helped to facilitate. I think Grant's his purposefully breaking the rules of the 1773 treaty that established that border, I think really helped push many of the Garifuna into leading this joining with the French and against the British. I'm going to end my talk I'm going to end my talk by returning once more to Leith's memorial slab. Returning from Aberdeen after his father's death, John Monroe purchased Lot 17 in Caliqua from another free-colored man named John Pope for £400. He and his brother then worked as attorneys, and he also acted attorney for other free-colored men in St. Vincent. He also managed his father's estate, which was worth £17,000, which today's equivalent would have been about £1 million or $1.2 million. Separate to William Young's embellishment, I believe that the story of the duel was partly perpetuated by Leith's two mixed-race, formerly enslaved sons as a means of memorializing their father in St. Vincent. Also, the Leith family new home in Calicut put them in proximity to the Huggins family, who were already established in Golden Vale and Evesham. And Huggins admittedly admits in the opening stanzas of Hiruna that he got the story not from the historical record, but from a combination of anecdotes from neighbors and the earth itself speaking to him. The goal of this new project has been to expose extended networks created through kinship, business, and social connections that included men from those regions, enslaved and or free women of African descent who made many of these connections possible, and their resulting mixed-race children who either remained in the Caribbean or traveled abroad in the 18th and 19th centuries. The first and second generations of Afro-Caribbean Scots helped to articulate unique expressions of Caribbean identity as early as the 18th century that include both assimilation and resistance. Thank you. I think I'm going to end here.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me? Okay, great, thanks. Okay, if you could let me know when I can start. Okay, great. All right, thank you very much. And thank you very much also for the organizers for bringing us all together. So I'm just going to start. So in the summer of 2017, I began preliminary work on my new research project, tentatively entitled Mapping the Self, a project which seeks to connect my personal Caribbean family history to the broader British colonial history. During my stay at Oxford in 2014, I reacquainted myself with family in London and became more and more curious about British colonialism and its connection to my own formation. What did I have to do with that place called Britain? And why did I call English my mother tongue? Why was my surname Sutherland? And how did I end up being born in Trinidad and Tobago? My maternal grandfather and maternal great-grandparents came from St. Vincent. The answers to these questions involved histories of migration, colonization, enslavement, and forced migration to the New World. Wars of conquest, acquisition of wealth, creation of legacy, and trauma. It involves England, Scotland, Trinidad and Tobago, St. Vincent, and of course, Africa. I realized too that in order to find the ancestors, the connection to Africa, I would have to go to Britain because the documents are located there in the National Archives in Kew, the Highland Archives in Inverness, and in the National Archives in Edinburgh. Where should I begin to answer these questions? I decided to begin with the name. What's in a name? I've been a Sutherland all my life, and the name is my identity and my connection to a larger family unit. It was my maternal grandfather's name. My curiosity about my surname, however, began several years ago while in Berlin, Germany, where I became acquainted with people from Scotland. When one of them learned that my surname was Sutherland, he informed me that there was a region in northern Scotland, the Highlands to be more precise, that is called Sutherland, an entire region. I was both astonished and intrigued. Later, his friend, another Scotsman, chuckled and suggested that there must have been a relationship of concubinage between one of his countrymen and one of my Black female ancestors. I admit that a feeling of unease came over me when I heard his response to hearing my surname, partly because of the smugness of this man, but also because I did not know the answer. How did I come to get this name? Concubinage is the typical assumption, but was this really the story? I felt somehow unsettled and destabilized because I suddenly realized that this name that I have always identified myself with came with a history that I did not know, and it was connected to a place far away from Arouca, the town I come from in Trinidad. Over the years, I've interviewed and recorded several elderly relatives. When I interviewed my great aunt Stella Cummings, the sister of my maternal grandmother, Elaine, and asked her, purely by chance, why my maternal grandfather, Henry Sutherland, had straight hair, she promptly informed me that it was because he was a Carib. I did not know this fact. No one had mentioned this. According to my oldest cousin, Martin Carl Sutherland, who was in his 90s at the time, my grandfather Henry and his brother Thaddeus and sister Isabella left St. Vincent for Trinidad via Grenada in the first decades of the 20th century. 4 sisters and 1 brother, however, remained in St. Vincent. Carl's father, James, also a Sutherland, immigrated from Kingstown, St. Vincent, to Trinidad, marrying Isabella, who was also a Sutherland, in Cora, Trinidad in 1908. They had 1 child, Martin Carl. According to Carl, the part of Arouca, Trinidad, the town where my grandfather and his siblings settled, is also a place where many Vincentians settled at the time. This fact suggests that there must have been a mass exodus from St. Vincent after the volcanic eruption beginning in 1902. But why would a Carib from St. Vincent have the surname of Sutherland? So the name Sutherland is the most common name in the county of Sutherland in the Highlands of Scotland. The etymology of the name, however, is actually not Gaelic, but it's rather Germanic, coming from the Old Norse meaning southern land and being named by the Vikings. Sutherland is also the location of the Dunrobin Castle, the largest castle in the Highlands and the ancestral home of the Dukes and Earls of Sutherland. It is located on the North Sea in the parish of Golspie. I won't go into the Earls and Dukes, I'll save that for another time. But what about the Sutherlands of St. Vincent? When I visited the Highlands of Scotland during the summer of 2017, I was struck by both the beauty and the cold climate of the country and wondered how 18th century Scots seasoned in such a climate would embark on a journey to the Caribbean. It appears that Highland Scots left Scotland for the Caribbean because of the money they could make as planters. With the Acts of Union in 1707, which united Scotland with England, creating the United Kingdom of Great Britain, Scots had access to English colonies in the Americas and to the wealth that could be earned there at that time, when the clan system in Scotland was breaking down and English was supplanting Gaelic. The Treaty of Paris in 1763 that ended the 7 Years' War opened opportunities for Scots in St. Vincent. Terms of the treaty demanded that the French surrender St. Vincent and the Grenadines, along with the Grenada and Dominica and Tobago, to Britain, opening the way for huge-scale British investment in St. Vincent. Scottish historian David Alston calls the Carib Wars a form of ethnic cleansing. These wars were waged by the British against the Caribs of St. Vincent to take their land. It was these wars that enabled Scots like Highland Sutherlands to acquire land on the island. According to the records, Robert Sutherland, born in 1776 at Dunrobin Castle, was the first Sutherland to migrate to St. Vincent. He was one of 7 children of Captain James Sutherland of Uppet and Elizabeth Bailey Sutherland, all born at Dunrobin Castle. Several sources suggest that James Sutherland, known as the Captain, was the illegitimate son of William Gordon, 17th Earl of Sutherland. Another source suggests that he was the illegitimate son of John Gordon, the 16th Earl of Sutherland. What is clear, however, is that he was the factor of the 18th Earl of Sutherland and had a close relationship to the family. When the 18th Earl of Sutherland and his wife became ill and died of putrid fever in Bath, England in 1766, it was James Sutherland who accompanied their bodies back to Scotland. James Sutherland's son, Colonel Robert Sutherland, the youngest of 7 children, was born in Uppet House on the Dunrobin Castle estate. He was the brother of George Sackville Sutherland, Mary Maxwell Sutherland, Catherine Sutherland Mackenzie, and Even Bailey Sutherland. 2 siblings died in infancy, and all of the siblings were born at Dunrobin Castle in the Highlands of in Sutherland. Robert Sutherland married Janetta Catherine Mackenzie Sutherland in 1818. There's no documentation that Robert Sutherland sired legitimate children. However, in his will, which was made on September 11th, 1824, he left £6,000, which in today's currency would be about £406,000 to his wife, Janetta, and his sister, Catherine, from which both women were to support his quote-unquote reputed daughters, Elizabeth and Mary Sutherland, who were at school in England at the time of the writing of his will. As a result of the Carib Wars, Robert Sutherland acquired 350 acres of Carib land around Waterloo, St. Vincent, becoming a slave owner and a planter. He was the owner of both Waterloo and he had part ownership of Orange Hill Estate, both located in Carib country in northern St. Vincent. The earliest mention of Robert Sutherland in St. Vincent is in 1810, when in order to pay off a debt to the Honorable Simon Fraser and James Henry Ston, mortgage holders of Waterloo, Robert Sutherland conveyed land and 400 enslaved people from his property on St. Vincent to secure his debt. In 1814, he also received government compensation after the eruption of the volcano. When Robert Sutherland died in 1828, he left Waterloo and his moiety, or part of the Orange Hill Estate, quote unquote, to the 3 eldest of his 7 nephews, the sons of his late brother, George Sackville Sutherland, as tenants in common on the proviso that he himself had no legitimate children at death, end of quote. The 3 eldest nephews were James Sutherland, so born in 1794. He was a planter on St. Vincent. George Mackay Sutherland. He was an ensign in the 93rd Regiment. And Duncan Forbes Sutherland, who was a merchant partner in the House of Brown Sutherland and Company in St. Vincent, all of whom were among the executors of Robert Sutherland's will. Charles Shepherd's historical account of the island of St. Vincent, published in 1831, just 3 years before British abolition of slavery, and 3 years after the death of Robert Sutherland, lists Orange Hill Plantation in Charlotte Parish and its proprietors to be 3 of Robert Sutherland's nephews, James Sutherland, Even Bailey Sutherland, and George Mackay Sutherland. In addition, there was also part ownership of this plantation by a friend of Robert Sutherland, Thomas Patterson. Orange Hill consisted of 400 acres, and between the years of 1827 and 1829, had between 275 and 286 enslaved people who, during those years, produced over 2 million pounds of sugar, over 52,000 gallons of rum, and over 53,000 gallons of molasses. Waterloo Plantation, also in Charlotte Parish, and also owned by Robert Sutherland's nephews, consisted of 410 acres. And between the same years, 1827 to 29, there were 314 enslaved people living on the plantation. And they produced over 1,900,000 pounds of sugar, over 44,000 gallons of rum, and over 37,000 gallons of molasses. And the final plantation, called Rivulet Plantation, which was owned by Duncan Brown and another nephew of Robert Sutherland, Duncan Forbes Sutherland. It consisted of 230 acres of in the parish of St. George's. And from the years 1827 to 29, Rivulet Plantation had 90 to 100 enslaved people who produced over 366,000 pounds of sugar, over 14,000 gallons of rum, and over 5,000 gallons of molasses. Robert Sutherland died in 1828, 5 years before British slavery was abolished. With the abolition of slavery, planters and investors received compensation from the British government for the loss of their property, that is, their plantations and their enslaved labor force. The enslaved themselves, however, received nothing from the British government when slavery was abolished. Because Robert Sutherland had no legitimate heirs, his nephews became his heirs. Duncan Forbes Sutherland was awarded what in today's currency would be over 28,000 pounds for his part in the Orange Hill estate. Robert's two other nephews, James and George Mackay Sutherland, became the heirs of their brother, Even Bailey Sutherland, who had died in 1830. They, along with their heirs of the heirs of Thomas Patterson, received a sum which would, in today's currency, would be about 228,000 pounds. Let's see. James Sutherland was also awarded about 19,000 pounds for his part in the Waterloo estate. And for the Rivulet estate, Duncan Forbes Sutherland was awarded over 81,000 pounds in today's currency. James and George, 5 minutes? Okay. Yes, okay, I'm almost done. James Sutherland and George Mackay Sutherland, they were also awarded over 532,000 pounds for their share of Waterloo estate. There were several counterclaims, a couple of them from family members, Mary Maxwell Sutherland and Catherine Sutherland Mackenzie, Robert Sutherland's sisters, but then those were withdrawn. So basically, I would say we could estimate perhaps the total compensation to be about 900,000 pounds in today's currency. So the remarkable amount of compensation that the Sutherlands and their investors received for their plantations and their enslaved workers after the abolition of British slavery speaks not only to how foundational the wealth made on and from the Caribbean plantations was for 19th century Britain, but it also speaks to the invisibility of slavery in the acquisition of this wealth. When I gained access to these documents, the maps of Orange Hill and Waterloo plantations, and the original registers of the compensation records at the National Archives in Kew, what struck me was the moldy, dusty smell and the old marks of fingers, the oil marks of fingers on the edges of the pages written in the 19th century. I was struck when I saw the provision patches which the enslaved grew their crops, or on where the enslaved grew their crops. Provision is a word I've known since childhood in Trinidad. It refers to the tubers cassava, tanya, dashin, yam, eddos, and sweet potatoes, staple foods on the island. When I was a child, my maternal grandmother had a section of the yard where she planted provisions. To visually see that this was the food of the enslaved, and how this, along with the salted cod, or saltfish as we call it, and smoked herring, both cold water fish that came from British waters, and imported food for the enslaved, also staples in the British Caribbean cuisine, solidified a kind of peculiar marriage between the Caribbean and Britain that reveals how deeply the memory of slavery is embedded in British Caribbean culture. So many questions still remain. So what did the St. Vincent Sutherlands do with their compensation money? What did they contribute to St. Vincent or to Britain after abolition? Who was the mother of Robert Sutherland's reputed daughters? And was she an enslaved woman or was she a white woman? On whose table did the rum, sugar, molasses, and molasses produced on Orange Hill, Waterloo, and Reveille estates end up? And how much did the Sutherlands earn from their sale? What about the illegitimate Sutherland children? What about the enslaved Black men and women on the plantations? And finally, how did a Carib from St. Vincent get the Sutherland name? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I begin by saying that it is a privilege to be asked to be part of this conference today. I'm just trying to share my screen. If you could bear with me while I find the... sorry, I'm just struggling to get to find the controls. I think that's it. Can you see my screen now? Thank you very much. Last year I published my book, Slaves and Highlanders, which is subtitled A Silenced History, or Silenced Histories of Scotland and the Caribbean. And my thought behind the subtitle is that these are histories that are silenced in two ways. They're histories that have been forgotten, I think conveniently forgotten in Scotland, but they're also histories that are silenced in that the most important part of this history is the history of the enslaved Africans and their descendants, whose histories have been silenced because it's been convenient. And I think the recovery of these histories is an important joint enterprise if both us in Scotland and you in the Caribbean are to have a full understanding of our histories. I'm going to start with this slide, which is a picture of a part of the Highlands fairly near to me. It's a place called Boblaney. It's now largely under forestry, but it was once farmed, and it was farmed by people called the Frasers of Boblaney. They're described as tacksmen, and that's quite an important word in the history of the north of Scotland. A tack is a lease, and a tacksman is somebody who has a lease over a substantial area of ground. Tacksmen were the middle-ranking people in traditional society. They didn't necessarily have a lot of money, but they had status, and they were interested in preserving that status. And that, particularly when they had large families, meant finding opportunities for their children, particularly for their sons. The tacksman of Boblaney, Simon Fraser, is commemorated on this gravestone in the High Church in Inverness. And in the archives in Inverness, there is a collection of letters, the Fraser of Boblaney papers. These include 44 letters written from the Caribbean to Simon Fraser, and 30 of these letters are from a relation called Thomas Fraser, who was in St. Vincent, also in St. Lucia, written between 1777 and 1802. The important thing about these letters is that they're the letters of very ordinary people just edging into the middle ranks of society, but in a fairly fragile position economically, who feel that they need to take up opportunities wherever they can find them. I think in a way that would have been their excuse if they were making it for their involvement in the Caribbean. Here's a letter from Thomas Fraser to Simon Fraser in Inverness, who, as well as being tacksman of Boblaney, he's also a baker in Inverness. And he's writing from Chateau Bel Air, saying all friends here are well. Mr. Cruikshank is now writing to his brother, seated at the same desk where I write this. So the Frasers and the Cruikshanks, who Desha has already mentioned, are related. And this is James Cruikshank. James Cruikshank, like Thomas Fraser, begins life in a relatively modest position. But James Cruikshank makes money. He rises in the world through the profits that he's made through the exploitation of enslaved Africans and the acquisition of the lands of the Garifuna. He's able to, later in his life, to have his portrait painted with his life. And these portraits, which are a very significant part of the history of St. Vincent, now hang in the Frick Museum in New York. I don't think there's any acknowledgement there of their link to the history of St. Vincent. The Cruikshanks are successful. They are from a similar background in Scotland. This is a place called Gorton in Strathspey, and the Cruikshanks are tacksmen of Gorton, just as the Frasers are tacksmen of Boblaney. But they, as I say, they make money, they rise in the world, and are able to build houses like this, Langley Park near Montrose in Scotland. And there's an interesting explanation in one of Thomas Fraser's letters about just what has happened here. In 1791, he says that Mr. James Cruikshank is going home and that he's leaving his brother John Cruikshank behind to manage the estate, which he says is a fine property. James gave £33,000 sterling for it, so he's bought it on credit. And if sugar holds its present price, he will have it clear in 7 years. He'll have paid off the debt. And after that, he'll have an annual revenue of at least £3,000, half of which will go to their Patrick. And then there is what I think is a very interesting comment about the Cruikshanks and comparing them with the Frasers. It is well for some people their friends were here before them. Otherwise, they might be toiling and working for other people to this good day, as I am. So Thomas Fraser thinks the Cruikshanks were better connected. And this is going back to Desha's point about the networks. They had friends who were there before them. that gives them the connections which enable them to seize the opportunities, that they're able to get into significant land purchases and significant income from sugar and from the exploitation of enslaved Africans. Thomas Fraser is not able to do that. He does make money, but it's not on the same scale. There will be other people who don't have land ownership at all who are also responding to the opportunities. People are responding to advertisements like this in the Aberdeen Journal in 1768, looking for 4 masons, 4 house carpenters and 2 millwrights to go at short notice to St. Vincent. And for people a little bit lower down the social scale, that would be another form of opportunity. It seems to me that if you look at the original grants of land in St. Vincent that were made after 1763, Scots don't figure particularly prominently in the large grants of land. But it's clear that there is a large Scottish presence, probably hidden in the categories of land that is allocated to what they call poor settlers. I think a clear sign of that, which Tesha's already touched on, is the presence of Scots in the colony militia. Every white adult male was expected to serve in the militia. And by 1773, a third of the officers in the colony militia were Scots. And then in 1795, in the corps of armed enslaved men, which is raised under white officers during the Second Carib War, at least half of the 20 officers were Scots, including the major and 3 of the captains. So I think what we're seeing there is that it's disproportionately in relation to the population of Scotland. Scots are involved on the ground in St. Vincent, and that's giving at least some of them the opportunity for land purchases and the opportunity to rise up the social scale. The Scots that I'm particularly interested in this chapter of my book, the Frasers and the Cruikshanks, have land in St. David's parish in the northwest of the island. And this is replicating what Desha was showing, this area just beyond the agreed boundary. Beyond that was intended to be land which was reserved for the Caribs, and yet there had been this incursion into it by Colonel Etherington. And this is Lieutenant Colonel George Etherington, who was in command of the British forces in St. Vincent. I think his portrait is painted overlooking Chateau Belair Bay. And if you look closely, you'll see that he's sitting there with what I think are bundles of sugar cane at his feet. And that image of a British soldier surrounded by sugar cane, I think, says a great deal about how British military force is being used for the exploitation both of land and of peoples. Going back to the map, the Frasers do have land. It's a place called Lot Number 9, part of a larger area allocated for poor settlers, and that becomes known as Fraser's Plantation. But Thomas Fraser later on gets the management of Wallaboo Plantation. This is after the expulsion of the Garifuna from the island, or most of them, because there still is a remnant population around Morne-Ronde, at least up until the time of the eruption of La Soufrière. And Chateau Belair is where is one of the places where the Cruikshanks are, and all of these sites are connected with Chatoyer and the Second Carib War, and the Cruikshanks, the individuals who were killed just before Chatoyer's death. These Cruikshanks may well be relations of the Cruikshanks that I'm talking about. These families also benefited, as Wendy was saying, from the seizure of Garifuna lands which was legalized within the by the St. Vincent authorities in 1804. And the largest single grant went to one of the Cruikshanks, to John Cruikshank, by then of Langley Park, and then there's another grant to Alexander Cruikshank, and then the 300 acres to Robert Sutherland of Uppit that Wendy was talking about. And there's another couple of large grants to Northern Scots, these from the Highlands rather than from the northeast. The letters which Thomas Fraser, these 30 letters which he writes back, are valuable because they give us an insight into the life of somebody from a relatively modest background in St. Vincent. But they are they're entirely the letters of somebody writing from a white perspective. There is not one word of them in them that gives us any insight into the lives of the enslaved or into the lives or the fate of the Garifuna. The only comments on the enslaved are to treat the death of an enslaved person as a financial loss, or the escape of an enslaved person to freedom as a financial loss. And the only reference to the Garifuna is to welcome their expulsion from the islands. But I think particularly for a white Scottish historian, what is disturbing about the letters is just how ordinary people like Thomas Fraser are, and how much the concerns they have, one can, in a sense, understand. They're concerned about, will they ever get back to Scotland? How will they educate their children? Will they have enough money? Thomas Fraser's ambition is to send his children. He marries a French widow. They have 6 children. He wants to at least send the boys back to school in Inverness. And something that runs in his mind is will he be able to do that? Will he be able to make enough money to do that? And in a certain way, when one can become involved in that and understand what's going on, and one has, I think, to constantly remind oneself, if you're coming from a Scottish background, just what they are doing and what their wealth is based on. And part of that is, of course, as all the speakers have mentioned, is the part of this is a whole history of the sexual exploitation of enslaved people. So I'd like us to finish by turning to one of the other sources, which are the slave registers, which plantation owners were obliged to keep from 1817. And through these, we can follow something of what happens to Fraser's estate. So Thomas Fraser makes the first to return from the estate in 1817. And he records what he would have called his ownership of 77 enslaved people, including a 5-year-old girl who's called Soufriere because she was born in the year of the eruption of the volcano. By 1824, the ownership of the estate passed to Thomas's heirs, and the returns made by one of his sons, William Fraser, that's his daughter by the French widow he married. And by this point, the number of slaves has fallen, and that's partly because a group of 5 have been emancipated. A woman called Amelia and her 4 children, and I'm fairly sure that these are Thomas's children. I think he's died in 1822, and I expect that in his will he's left provision for the manumission of Amelia and their children. When you look at the other enslaved people on the estate, just to give you a picture of it, there's a driver, an enslaved driver, 57 field slaves, of whom 26 are adults and 11 are youngsters employed in what we call the grass gang. And they're aged between 7 and 12. So children are being expected to work from the age of 7. 2 13-year-old boys who herded sheep and cattle, 2 men in their early 20s who were fishermen, and there was a carpenter and 3 coopers. 2 old men were watchmen, and 4 women were either too old or too ill to work. 14 slaves were domestic tasks, 14 female slaves, including a cook, a washer, seamstresses, and a sick nurse. And oddly, and I don't really understand this, one African-born woman is described as working for her own family. There are 11 children under the age of 7, and that brings the total up to the 77. What's significant, and to some extent unusual, about this particular plantation is that a quarter of the enslaved people on the plantation have white ancestry in 1817. And that's considerably more than what seems to be the average for St. Vincent, where it was about 5%. So what we have in the case of Thomas Fraser, the plantation he created and left to his heirs, was a plantation in which there had been a long history of sexual relations and sexual abuse with enslaved people, and sexual abuse of enslaved women, with few of any manumissions of the children of these relationships. As other speakers said, this is a difficult history, and I think, as Desha said, it is vitally important that the records which make this history possible are made more readily available to historians in the Caribbean. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me. So Niall is listening in, I can assure you, but we felt it would be a lot easier if just one of us presented. So this sort of brings the story up to date, really, of Chatoyer. So until a few weeks ago, the Museum of London Docklands, UK, had in their London Sugar and Slave Gallery an uncatalogued artefact attributed to Chatoyer, a punch ladle. You can see it here. This paper will unpack the history of this artefact, exploring in detail information of pieces of text attached to the artefact's display case and the museum's contextualizing exhibition board. It will critically explore the location of the artefact within the exhibition and the issue of the artefact's possible repatriation, drawing on the repatriation of a culturally sacred item from another British museum. And it will finish with the very recent events that may herald the return of the artefact to St. Vincent. It doesn't want to move. Right, hold on. Let's try that one. Okay, so in February 2020, Niall and I escorted a group of students to the Museum of London Docklands here in Mould. The gallery, which explores themes related to London in regard to sugar and the trade in enslaved African peoples. It opened in 2007 and is located on floor 3 of the museum, a listed warehouse on West India Quay to the north of Canary Wharf, and it's pictured here. Mould is one of the few UK museums to explicitly focus on the role of the trade in enslaved African peoples in British history. According to the museum website, the building itself was constructed at the time of the transatlantic slave trade to store sugar from the West Indian plantations where enslaved men, women, and children worked. As London was once the fourth largest port in the world that dealt with material spoils produced by enslaved African peoples, it's unsurprising that the exhibition was attentive to the sensitivities around this topic, with a consultation group established to help form the exhibition that include Black Londoners of African Caribbean heritage. During our tour, one specific art exhibit caught our attention, Punch Ladle 1773. We found the item partly behind, partly beside an old wooden sugar barrel in a section entitled Slave Owner. This section of the exhibition was about the West India Docks Company, who were located in West Indian Quay, now the location of the museum. The boards focused on William Mitchell Esquire, who together with his brother were owners of many large plantations in Jamaica. It seemed an odd place for the item, but more of that later. The artifact was mounted on a covered rectangular wooden display plinth inside an airtight glass exhibition case. The artifact was unnumbered and its provenance is complex. Approximately 40 centimetres in length, comprising of a narrow wooden stem of approximately 33 centimetres long and a calabash bowl of around 7.6 centimetres deep and roughly the same in diameter. It had three distinct sets of text connected to it, and it is these three pieces of text which we will unpack in this paper. The first piece of text to note is the mould text board, which provides the visitor with information about the item on display. It reads, quote, Punch Ladle 1773. This punch ladle belonged to Joseph Chatoyer, the leader of the Black Caribs, in brackets Garifuna, on St Vincent. He led resistance against British settlement on the island. The First Carib War resulted in the signing of a peace treaty in 1773, which set out the boundaries between the British and Carib land on the island. In the Second Carib War, on 14th of March 1793, Chatoyer was killed by a British military officer, Major Alexander Leith. Today, he is the national hero of St Vincent and the Grenadines, and a monument has been erected on Dorsetshire Hill to mark the spot where he died, loaned by the West India Committee, close quote. I should note that it is Chatoyer, not Leith, who's the national hero in St Vincent and who is commemorated by the monument. Leith is commemorated by a memorial tablet, currently covered by a carpet, inside the Anglican Cathedral in Kingstown. The second text is two small rectangular white plaques on the display plinth, and you can see those here. Appearing to be made of some sort of pseudo-ivory, possibly bakelite, they state, left plaque, Punch Ladle of Chatoyer, the Carib Chief 1773, right plaque, presented to the West India Committee by G. MacGregor Frame, Esquire. These two pieces of text are in many ways totally clear. The item was gifted to the WIC, the West India Committee, by MacGregor Frame, and the WIC has loaned the item to mould for the exhibition. However, Text 3 threw a bit of spanner in the works and led us to a piece of research which has just recently been published and is free to access. If anybody wants the URL, let me know. The controversial text stated, quote, presented to the government and people of St Vincent and the Grenadines by the West India Committee 1987, close quote. So we had an item that had been gifted to the WIC, which they had loaned to mould. It explicitly stated that it had been presented back to St Vincent over 30 years before. After making inquiries, Mould said that they had no documentation from the WIC about the artefact, but it was one of several items WIC in their care. The WIC appeared to know nothing about the item and had no idea who MacGregor Frame was. But there's nothing like a mystery for academics, and we were determined to find out more. So who was Frame? After some digging into the archive of the WIC, we discovered the following information. George MacGregor Frame, Esquire, also noted in the WIC minutes as George MacGregor Frame, MAC, not MC, and GM Frame, was a merchant of cacao, spices and other West Indian produce. He was a WIC member, appearing in the minutes of May 1919 as being re-elected to the WIC executive. At this point, it might be useful to note a little about the WIC. The WIC was founded in 1735 by sugar merchants in London, although only became a permanent trade body in 1775. It was influential in promoting slavery and the interests of the planters in the British West Indies, and petitioned King George III to allow an expedition led by Captain Bligh to the Pacific, with the aim of introducing new food sources, including the breadfruit, to the Caribbean. It's the oldest British Caribbean institution and owns a collection of valuable archives and artefacts. One of the valuable items in the WIC collection is this book dating to 1658. It was donated by Frame in 1921 and as such provides a solid grounding for his gifting of the ladle. Although whilst I've been able to trace a WIC record of the book donation, I have been unable to find one for the ladle. However, I have been able to trace the ladle as being part of the WIC's collection of artefacts to 1923, when it is listed in a circular as one of 2 treasures that they hold. The written entry about this ladle states that, quote, a punch ladle, a bowl of which consists of a richly carved coconut of small dimensions. The silver rim is inscribed Chatoyer 1773, recording that the punch ladle was once the property of Chatoyer, one of the rebels in the Brigands' War in St. Vincent, which was ended by Sir Ralph Abercrombie in June 1796, close quote. We've been unable to examine the ladle and as such cannot verify that the silver rim is inscribed Chatoyer 1773, but it is unlikely that the bowl is coconut. A later description of the item comes from an inventory of archaeological materials from Dominica in North America and European museums by Robert Myers, published in 1980. The entry states, quote, the West India Committee, 48 Albemarle Street, London, W1. The West India Committee has no archaeological material, but does have, in the Director's Office, punch ladle of Chatoyer, Chief of the Caribs, 1773, presented to the West India Committee by G. MacGregor Frame, Esquire. This is a carved calabash cup, about 3 inches in diameter, fitted with a metal rim and a polished wooden handle, close quote. It seems a little daft to give the context of who Chatoyer was because of this conference, but it is important to know that Chatoyer and thus his ladle had significance for Vincentians and the Garifuna in St. Vincent and diaspora, and also more globally for African-Americans. As we all know, Chatoyer was the leader of a people who at the time were known as the Black Caribs. The Black Caribs were a thorn in the side of the British colonial efforts in the 18th century and mounted a number of insurrections which resulted in 2 wars. The first started after the British encroached into Carib territory. Fierce fighting eventually culminated in a truce and a treaty signed by prominent Carib leaders, including Chatoyer and the British, and it settled territorial claims. However, the treaty was broken by the British, surprise, surprise, and during a second period of conflict, Chatoyer, then the Black Carib paramount chief, was killed, and the Black Caribs were eventually expelled from their homeland by the British in 1797, and after a stay on Balaso, where, as we know, lots of them died, were then sent on to the Honduran island of Roatan and eventually became known as the Garifuna. Today, Garifuna communities can be found in Central America and in parts of North America, such as Brooklyn and the Bronx in New York. And in fact, the first picture which showed a community, a small group of Garifuna people, were actually people from the Bronx who came over last year and are coming over again in September. The descendants of the few Black Caribs who hid from the British, together with contemporary diasporic returnees, comprise the small Garifuna population living on St. Vincent today. So Chatoyer was an important leader in 1773, important enough to be at the treaty signing. And at the 1773 treaty signing, it is likely there was an exchange of goods, tokens of friendship between the 2 sides, although this drawing by Brunellus does not show this. But we have historical evidence for gift giving between the British and the Black Carib leaders. In January 1792, Chatoyer and his brother Du Valet, with 6 of their sons, paid a visit to William Young, son of Sir William Young, president of the Commission for the Sale of the Lands and Ceded Islands, which at the time was Grenada, Tobago, Dominica and St. Vincent. Chatoyer and Du Valet brought as gifts a store of Caribbee workmanship and a very large cock turkey of the wild breed. In exchange, Chatoyer received from Young a silver-mounted hanger, and du valet, a powder horn. The show of friendship went further, with Chatoyer and his son saying for supper, each drinking a bottle of claret. Thus, it's not beyond possibility that the punch ladle was a gift given by Chatoyer to the British at the 1773 treaty, inscribing his name and date for posterity. However, the 1797 is also significant to the ladle because of the death of Chatoyer at the hands of the British, which provided the storyline for one of the very earliest African-American plays, as we heard in session 1. In 1821 in New York City, an all-black theatre, the African Grove Theatre, was founded by a Mr. Brown, who was manager, director and playwright. He wrote and directed a play entitled The Drama of King Chatoyer. First produced in 1822, the handbill for its first performance is lost, but the handbill for the second performance in June 1823, the drama is described as, quote, founded on the facts taken from the insurrection of the Caribs in the island of St. Vincent, close quote, with Chatoyer as Chatoyer. The play was one of the first that Mr. Brown wrote and was a very early example of African-American playwriting. The theatre in which the play was performed seated around 300 individuals and had a separate section for white people. The theatre was established as a direct response to segregation, and the plays performed there were deliberately pertinent to the politics of the time, including the play written about Chatoyer, his life and death. Thus, the ladle goes beyond its Vincentian and Garifuna significance to African-American history, and indeed so important is the play that although the original script has been lost, a contemporary rewritten version was staged in New York in February 2020. Having given the background to frame, the WIC and the museum in which the ladle was located, it is now pertinent to shift to the ladle itself and expand on the two descriptions previously noted. The 1923 WI circular description and the 1980 archaeological record by Myers, it's really interesting that Myers didn't mention this inscription of Chatoyer 1773. And that raises several questions. Was Myers unable to handle the artifact and thus see the inscription? The about 3 inches suggests it may not have been measured. Was the inscription too difficult to read? Silver does tarnish over time, but the 1923 WIC article suggests it was legible at that point. And if that's the case, then the item was shortly gifted before 1923 and inscribed around that time with its provenance part of the oral history. After all, if it had been inscribed in 1773, it would have been very tarnished and probably unreadable. Until we can arrange access to examine the artifact in detail, we can only speculate answers to these questions. However, from a close inspection as possible through the glass exhibition case, it is clear that the bowl is elaborately carved with etched concentric semicircles, crossed hatching and a petal design that run from the rim to the bottom of the bowl. But in many ways, a ladle as a domestic utensil for serving beverage is just a ladle, regardless of how pretty it looks. However, a punch ladle used in Garifuna ritual would have spiritual significance. Virginia Kearns, in her research of Garifuna women in Belize in the 1980s, noted that rum was the staple drink of nearly all ritual occasions. Rum and rum punch, which is made with beaten eggs and hot rum, have long been drinks in the Caribbean and were and continue to be used in traditional Garifuna death rituals, with Paul Johnson, who conducted fieldwork around Garifuna religion and ritual in Honduras and the Bronx from 1997 to 2002, noting that rum is poured into the grave as a libation at burial, and that the dead person is fed rum for a few days after burial. With rum then an important aspect of traditional Garifuna death, mourning and ancestor communication rituals, the ladle may have served some important ritual purpose and as such have some inherent sacrality. However, a far stronger case for a sacred status comes from the attribution to Chatoyer, who is, quote, in a sense, a progenitor of all contemporary Garifuna. Thank you. And Chatoyer is intimately linked with St. Vincent, Uramaine, as a country and long a symbol of colonial resistance, not only in St. Vincent and beyond through the Garifuna and Vincentian diaspora, but globally as an African Caribbean leader whose death was a spark lighting the flame of African-American theatre. And the ladle's possible significance spiritually makes it relevant to this repatriation example. In Scotland, at the Kelvin Grove Museum, was a ghost dance shirt. The ghost dance was a North American Indian Christian-based religious movement dating from around 1870 to 1900. It sought to bring back to life native peoples killed by colonizers. Ghost dance shirts, once blessed, were believed to repel the bullets fired by American soldiers and were worn at the Battle of Wounded Knee in 1890, which saw the slaughter of 150 to 300 Lakota men, women and children by the American cavalry. Kelvin Grove's ghost dance shirt was sold to the museum by George Crager in 1892 as an artifact from Buffalo Bill's Wild West, which had been touring Britain. The story of the eventual repatriation of the Kelvin Grove ghost dance shirt is not important here, but what is important is that after an approach by the Lakota Sioux regarding ownership of several Sioux artifacts held at the museum, most notably the ghost dance shirt, it was returned home and a replica was provided to the museum by the Lakota. The replica ghost dance shirt, now on display in Kelvin Grove Museum, is used as a teaching tool to instruct about North American Indian history and to show how multiple stakeholders can work together to mutually beneficial resolutions over a contentious artifact. And this is what we suggest should happen to the ladle, with, until that time, a high-quality 3D scan of the item available online with Vincent and Garapoo globally. However, last month, things started to move quite fast. We'd sent a copy of a draft paper about the ladle to a friend in Beckway, Nicola Redway of the Beckway Heritage Foundation, who assisted us with some of the online research locating the frame. The Beckway Heritage Foundation sent a copy to Dr. the Honourable Gonzalez and His Excellency Zenio Lewis, St Vincent and Grenadines High Commissioner in London. Both received a copy. And on June the 20th, this tweet appeared online. As you can see, the ladle is no longer in the museum and indeed has not been returned to the museum following this photograph, which features the CEO of the West India Committee and His Excellency Zenio Lewis. As the wording on the tweet suggests, talks are in place about the artifact, although repatriation is not mentioned. But before I finish, I do need to note that if you look carefully at the photograph, you can see that the 1987 plaque claiming that it was presented to the government and people of St Vincent and the Grenadines is missing. We're hoping that this is because a new plaque is being made and that this historically significant artifact will soon be returned back to its homeland. Thank you.
Now we've had 4 rich explosion of history and ancestry, shedding light on Scottish emigration, exploitation, wealth accumulation, and much more. And so we now open for questions. And in the interest of time, we might only be able to take 2 questions.
Good afternoon. My name is Joel Tony. A young man, aged 19, arrived in St. Vincent from the Scottish Highlands and is credited with the killing of our national hero, Joseph Chatouillet. But he's also described as a major. In which constabulary did he serve after he arrived in St. Vincent at age 19 and acquired the position of major leave? Could any of the historians here help me with that answer? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would any of our presenters like to answer? Did you hear the question?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please, go ahead. Yes.
Did you hear the question?
The question
Hi,
is,
can you
how
hear me?
did...
Yes, please, go ahead. Yeah, I just really quick answer. He was called Major because he was part of the island militia. These were questions. Yes, please, go ahead. Yeah, I just really quick answer. He was called Major because he was part of the island militia. These were questions. Yes, please, go ahead. Yeah, just really quick answer. He was called
Just give
Major
us a few
because,
minutes to fix the glitch, and then we'll continue with the answer.
Yes, sorry. These were purchase commissions at the time, so he wasn't, the major part was coming from like a required, as I think David touched on this as well, that these men were required to serve in the local militias.
Yeah, Tesha's right, and in some ways it was a very easy way for individuals to get quite senior ranks, and a lot of them, even if they returned to Britain afterwards, went on using these titles, which they taken from the colonial militias.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other question, either online or on the floor? Okay, if not, let's just give a round of applause for our 4 presenters. I do believe that we would have learned a lot about the Scottish influence in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the killing of Châteauvieux, and who would have some of the persons involved in that killing. We've learned about the Châteauvieux ladle and the exploitation of our land, the accumulation of wealth and riches by the Scots, and the different names and ownerships of different plantation. So we have learned a lot, and we really do want to thank the presenters for sharing their knowledge with us. And thank you very much for being a very good audience, both online and face-to-face. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ferdinand. And of course, I do that on behalf of the audience here at the site and those who are in the internet audiences. So thank you very much for ably moderating our second session. We have been here for a while, and so we will break for lunch, and we will resume at 2:15, where we will facilitate our final session for today, and that will be led by Sister Decima Hamilton. So let's take a break for lunch, and we will resume at 2:15. Thank you very much. So thank you all our moderators and presenters so far. Thank you. And our internet audience, we invite you to rejoin us in another say 40 minutes or so, or 45 minutes or so. Thank you.
Like many of its neighboring islands, St. Vincent and the Grenadines was created by explosive volcanic activity. The recent activity at the La Soufrière volcano is a reminder of the island's prehistoric past. It also warrants reflection on the peoples who have called the island home over the centuries. Living this close to nature is probably the reason for the resilience of our Vincentian nation. Links with other groups through trade and migration, and they have been credited enslaved Africans searching for freedom in the New World. Some were survivors of shipwrecks, and others had escaped from other islands. Into the indigenous mix, and their children continued the resistance against the colonists. The Europeans referred to the Garifuna as the Black Caribs, and they are the ancestors from which many modern Vincentians are descended.
The British called them the Black Caribs, right? And they used this blackness to discredit these people, the right to their home, to the island, so they could take it away from them. They said, well, if they're black, they must be escaped slaves, which means they have no right to be there. So they used that to justify a genocide. The Garifuna represent a mixture of Amerindians from South America who traveled north from the Orinoco Valley with Africans, some say from West Africa, some say more specifically Mali.
Colonialism tried to hide the truth about our people. And St. Vincent, we have a unique situation here because of our history with the new breed, this new people, the Garifuna Kainago people.
Chatouet was the chief of all the chiefs. Anybody who wanted to negotiate, if the French came in those days, they had to negotiate with Chatouet.
He was not just a chief, he was a chief of chiefs, and he was a warrior chief. And if you were to really to think back, how ready any leaders willing to stand up and fight a battle, because in his time you had to fight with sword and gun and cutlass. He was who had the skill, and it is said because he never fought a man with a sword, why he was taken by the sword. If you were to go back to those days, you're looking out and you're seeing these ships coming with their guns. You don't have guns. Maybe the French may have given them some guns, but you have to get the ammunition to continue the war. It was a war that was going on for 12 years because he didn't know any other king. He was the king.
Chatouet is a French adjective which means to shimmer, in very much the same way that the eye of a cat shimmers and seems to change color when the light hits it. As a matter of fact, the name Chatouet is rooted in the word chat, which is French for cat. Check it. So it is possible that the name Chatouet was actually a reference to his personality, his characteristics as a warrior, and not necessarily his last name.
No one really knows right now to say definitively how Chatouet died. But I think most historians point to the fact that he was ambushed, right? He was ambushed and shot. I think somewhere up in Dassa's name. But the Garifuna warriors and them just ran with him. So they didn't really actually know what happened.
Scholars and Greeks suspect that Chatouet's body is buried somewhere in the highlands of Greece. Reason being, they would have chosen, when he died, they would have chosen the most secure community or the most secure setting to conceal his body. Otherwise, it would have been a trophy for the British.
Baliso was the island that many of our brothers and sisters, the Kalinagos, the Garifuna people, were sent on when they were exiled from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Because many of them died on that island because it doesn't have a lot of, there's no food, there's no water, and many hundreds of them died there. The Garifuna people from the diaspora, when they visit our shows, they want to see where their ancestors actually journeyed from. So basically, the journey was really from Baliso to Rotan, and then to those countries in South America where many of our Garifuna brothers and sisters are today.
What do you do with people you conquer? You send them into exile, or you execute them, or you enslave them, make them convert to your way of living. And so taking them to Baliso, could you imagine loading up people at Byre and taking them across that sea, taking them to Baliso, Are you sure that that's all that ever happened?
I'm learning about the history of this island, this rocky piece of land that is somewhere in the middle of the city of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and actually going there to see for themselves where their ancestors were abandoned. It is something that they look forward to seeing. I think it helped to calm their spirit and really to get a first-hand view of the difficulties that their ancestors would have faced prior to going to those countries.
The bones of the family buried upon you. Forget, you know, respect for sure. Make Cali so monumental to the Garifuna people.
My first encounter with a good group of people from that represented our ancestors that came, and they had such a holiness of approach to the place because it had seen terrible things had happened on Baliso, and they felt the presence of something crying out, an echo for recognition and understanding of what took place on Baliso. And those that survived and went to a time that not even a lizard is supposed to survive there, and they have survived, and they are a people declared in this century, 2001, by UNESCO as having a peculiar and special type of heritage. And that took years before that by their advocacy to the United Nations, to UNESCO, for UNESCO to examine the history of these people, a people of exile, and to understand that even the language is a unique language.
We did not have bridges to connect us to St. Vincent, so you had to cross the rivers to come into the community back in a couple hundred years ago, until around 1959, 1960, when Joshua built the two bridges, and that connected us properly to St. Vincent.
Caribbean is stupid, you're soft-headed, you live behind God's back, okay? And we was called all kind of names, okay? We wasn't recognized for who we really was. And, you know, as compared to today, I will say to my colleagues, everybody today wants to be Garifuna. But days gone by, they didn't treat us fairly as descendants of Garifuna.
We still cannot speak proper English. We still have to attend school to learn how to learn the white man's language or the white man's English, because it was never our language.
I kind of shame because I can't talk my Garifuna language. I could talk the Englishman language, I mean I can't talk it very good, but I can't talk a couple words in Garifuna. Now why? Why shouldn't I be able to talk Garifuna language? You see, if I able to talk Garifuna language, and if I able to understand Garifuna people, I go understand that why don't we as a country doing the right thing. So for me it was somewhat a torture, it was somewhat unfair to have to forget about your own communication, your own forms and means of communication, and to have forced this language on you that was alien to you.
Africans were used on the small farms of the French planters, but it was not until the development of the sugar industry that slavery expanded. In comparison to many other Caribbean islands, slavery lasted for a relatively short period of time in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Forward-thinking Europeans were already beginning to raise serious issues that challenged Caribbean slavery. Despite its relatively short duration, slavery was a cruel, inhumane, and intense experience for the oppressed. The laws were severe. Slaves were not allowed to leave the estates without a ticket except when they were going to market. Their houses were often searched for weapons, and slaves were forbidden from preaching. Despite the restrictions prescribed in the laws, The slaves tried to fashion a life of their own and create their spaces to do so by adopting the ways of the land.
From sun up to sundown to make profit for the colonizers. That is why the European countries get so rich, because of the backs of the indigenous people and the Africans.
When they bring you, they own you, and you work and you never get paid. When you talk about reparations, you're only talking about reparations for the Garifuna people. You talk about reparations from St. Vincent and Grenadines. We have reparations to talk about on both fronts. And that's one, on African slavery, was from the Kalinago and Garifuna.
They had African folks from different parts of Africa that came to this land. And the indigenous people was here. So they get used to. And by that time they had it mixed down, which is the Garifuna people. So these people were here with the Africans that they bring to put on the plantation for the development of the industry, whether it's sugar, cotton, tobacco. Lots of knowledge from the Africans was applied for the development of the industries. So they brought that. They also brought the art, the dance, the songs, the religion. So in the Caribbean we benefit, we still have remains of that in our culture. For instance, in St. Vincent and Grenadines, we still have the Baptist religion. In my opinion, the Baptist religion comes in the heart of black people, unlike the other religions.
Is from the African section. There's more a drum this time, but the Garifuna make a drum a different style. Even though the African style and the Garifuna style is a kind of similar, but the design and the sound and stuff like that is kind of different. Because the Garifuna just build like about two major drums, right? A primera and a segundo. This is a first and a second basically, right? A bass rhythm and a bass rhythm, right? So, but the African will be more building like a djembe, right? And I think the basic principle may be the same, right? That the drum is a sacred instrument, because the drum not only a musical instrument. Nowadays we just see the drum as music, but those days was a communication.
I use what was left by my generation, plus I use the elements of history, culture, tradition, heritage and environment to develop my artistic ability. My surrounding, my environment is what I use to help me to develop my banana leaf products that I develop to make pictures that reflect my history.
The indigenous peoples, the Caribs, the Garifuna, both home and abroad, and we have also included the Garifuna diaspora that may not necessarily be Vincentian, but who recognize and identify with the Garifuna of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, who recognize St. Vincent and the Grenadines as their homeland, and therefore they see as part of their responsibility to assist in the development of this culture. In the North Windward area, we have a lot of the indigenous practices being maintained in that area. And we have, for example, the National Heroes Festival, which takes place in March of each year. And what we have done is to encourage, to work along, supported financially and technically the group in that area We have done the same with the group in the North Leeward area and the group in the Greggs area. Those are the three areas which I think we have the strongest remaining indigenous culture of St. Vincent and the Grenadines still residing. And we have provided monetary and technical support for the groups in those areas to continue to promote the festival. We have actually extended the celebration to a whole month. So we have National Heroes and Heritage Month.
Craft production is an aspect of our culture that manifests interactions between people, their environment, and their communities.
I did a lot of sketches relating to the artifacts. He would find a piece of work and then he would explain to me. And based on his explanation and the organization and the work that I have, I will try to develop that into a whole piece of pottery. They try to give us the impression that our people are ignorant, didn't have any culture, didn't have everything. But we had some very interesting pieces there, some very elaborate pieces also, in terms of bowls and pots and general artifacts, because these times people didn't have anything they wanted, they had to do for themselves. They had to organize their pots and pans and spoons and knives and cutlasses, everything. You don't run in the store them time and buy anything.
My mom will make me stay home half day from school because she uses to make the copy basket. So that was her living of making the basket so that we can get to go to school. So I will have to stay home every Friday, and there was the estate at Orange here. I will take the basket down to Orange here, got them sold, and so that we can have our life living. And I learn a bit from her. Some people sell it copio, some people say pandanas, they call it screw pine, but our own indigenous people was saying penguin. I believe it way back from the Caribs, they were growing. So we still have it. So this is how it looks like, but this is the dry one. This is the dry one. When we go to the field to get our materials, we look for the dry ones. And this is one whole straw, which this is the middle of it, and this is the two end, and the two end have cashew. We say kashi around it. So we take out the two end kashi, and we take out the middle kashi, and then we get the two leaves. And to prepare the material after this, we got a piece of wet cloth and wipe it, but then we roll it on our finger. So to get it smooth out. And after we do this now, we use a knife and we smooth it out. And after we smooth it out, we get them to the shapes that we wanted to use. During the arrowroot time, use them to measure. You say measure the arrowroot. So if you dig a line of arrowroot, you measure into baskets to see how much basket you dig per day. Yes. So the bamboo basket used to carry to the river to catch the crayfish.
The ideas, customs, skills, and art of a people or group are communicated and passed along to succeeding generations. Here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, our cultural heritage is a synthesis of African, Kalinago, East Indian, Portuguese, and other European influences over the centuries. But what exactly does it mean to be Vincentian? Our cultural resource is perhaps the most underutilized by our people.
Craft production plays a pivotal role in preserving our local history, culture, and tradition. The handicraft industry is a conduit for social and economic growth.
Learned to do handicraft while I was a child growing up. My mother taught me how to do the copy basket. And this one is from the vetiver grass, here we call it the razor grass. This is where you use the straw and the coconut pointer, and you wrap the straw around the coconut pointer. You have to go into the mountain, pull it off the tree, strip off the skin,
clean it, strip it into small pieces, and then you weave. But you have to wet it so that it could keep soft. Calabash is something that they used to be using in those days, especially for eating. These are what they used to use for eating, and the clay pots that they make as well. But now we use them and we design them in beautiful designs and do other things with them. One of the petroglyphs from back in the days of the Kalinago people.
The indigenous culture of St. Vincent is alive and could be flourishing if, I think, the artists and craftsmen and so on, if they had the opportunity for getting more exposition as this one. So we are trying our best, we are doing our part in trying to expose them and bring the public to them. And I hope it works out well for all of them.
Many aspects of our culture are dying, or some may say shifting, as the younger generations embrace the North American lifestyle, which seems to have a much greater attraction for them than our local traditions. St. Vincent has an indigenous tradition of craft, inspired by the wealth of artifacts, stories, cultural practices handed down by our ancestors.
The older folks not too much into it, so we see it fit to start with teach the children, okay, so that as they grow up they will get interested, and then once they know it they will be able to pass it on later on.
It started with the ocean. It brought us here. Overcrowded ships, slowly dragging chains. Master's evening tea, it brought us here. And here we met others. A. Fayon. Destinies unclear, but we persevered and grew into nations. Despite our superficial and perverse diversion, we are all at our core the same, a hybridity. The positive consequence of several encounters among several worlds. A vast culture forged from the alchemy of the past. We were transformed. Nothing finite or linear. A multi-directional evolution that gave birth to its own. She from Mali, he from Ghana, the man from India, he is cousin with the Chinese man, standing next to the white man and the Carib beauties. We tangled, mangled, and intermingled, and the result is us. A people as diverse as the space. Multiple characteristics on our face. This is not a white man or a black man's land. This is a full color wheel. The same color blood bleed. We have all fought and toiled in the sun. We were given birth, gave birth, lived, survived, and died here. Our souls have remained. The world bear witness to the birth of new nations, with new people, new food, new sounds, new language, new colors, and a rhythm.
Right now I just want this. 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 I'm winding away, feeling so nice.
Caribbean wind down, walk up and roll. All the nice girls moving to another control. Big tune pon the old King's Road, screaming and shouting till they lose their voice. Steel pan music, sweet, the sound nice. Reggae music, dance hall infects the soul. Stories they tell of our own. Drives you insane, let the spirit take you. Speakers cranked up to change your heart to a different beat.
Them big king up body, I'ma tell you them ready. Me no need no glass for see. Them force ripe and too bad company. Some little picking. Not take no talk a straight road, a street life.
We exist as colors and faces, all from the different places, manifested in the movement of our voices. Left and right to a tuck band, steel pan, soca music in the jam, bump and grind. Let the golden hot cane juice make you mad till you mash. The finest cuisine, pepper roti and dashing, trini curry chicken, tiwi blanc, edos, yam and kalaloo, ever let cocoa and cuckoo, breadfruit and sauce with jackfish, Jamaican ackee and saltfish, or fly over to Barbados when you want some flying fish. West Indian cooking, Sunday lunch fried kingfish was my mother's main dish. More me plus salad, just like the visitors too. Them come for sun, sand, and the Rasta flex. When Ivory come to meet her ebony, Shelly coming to her Valentine.
Let's see how it goes. Let's play, says Billy Bowden, first ball. First runs on the board for West Indies on the very first ball. Brings Shimla right on the ball on strike. There's that spin.
It feels like a dream to see the cricket team united upon the field when the black wash in the lead, young Frank take to the head, encouraging thoughts of independence when the children of small rocks collapse the Queen's finest in the beloved game.
Chris Gale has hammered that. That's some typical Chris Gale
clutching. We stand on earth, surrounded by flowers that we find solace in. Breathe it in like nothing stresses. Smoke some kaya and fly higher. Speak to the gods on an elevated level. Illegal but encouraged. Make the jam and the Vincent stand tall. You bake it, you smoke it, you sip it, you live it. A new aim, a new love, a new color, a new world. A world of possibilities. World of powerful movement, powerful voices shouting, more say Caribbean.
Good afternoon, colleagues, and welcome back to our conference. This is our third and final session for this afternoon, and this session is entitled Sectorial History. And of course, it's my pleasure to introduce Sister Decima Hamilton. Really needs an introduction on the local scene, but Decima has been a history and Caribbean studies lecturer at the St. Vincent and Grenadines Community College. If I'm not mistaken, she has been an educator for all her life, and just before retirement went into the ministry as senior education officer, and if I'm not mistaken, still very active in a few NGOs and doing what she likes to do best, teaching. So I'd like to welcome her as moderator for this afternoon, and she will then introduce the panel for this afternoon. Decima Hamilton.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for your kind sentiments. Welcome to everyone for the evening's session. We are going to make up time, and so we would get straight into the meat of the matter as we focus now on our social aspects of our history. We do have for you 3 presenters this afternoon. One will come to us virtually, which is Sister Nelsia Robinson. We do have with us Miss Affie Martin and Mr. Maxon Phillips, and they are waiting to start their presentation. I believe Nelsia is online. Is she? Okay, so with no further ado, I am going to remind you presenters to stick within the time limit. It's 20 minutes. So be very mindful when you get started. Ms. Robinson is a native of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. She is a community educator.
Yes, she is.
Ms. Robinson is very knowledgeable about the culture and history of this country and has contributed to several books through her papers, short stories, and poems. Sister Nelsia, may I invite you to begin your presentation and to be also very mindful of the time frame within which you must present.
Thank you, moderator, and good afternoon to fellow panelists and listening audience. The role of women in sustainable development Excuse me, my slide was not up, so I'll just begin again. My paper is entitled A Green Corner of Lovers and Warriors, the Invisible Woman. The role of women in sustainable development in the history of our country has been continuously overlooked by many historians. It is the oral tradition at the forefront. Even so, there's a tendency to display to housework and dutiful lovers. This paper seeks to take a look into these stories and show women's contribution as a green cornrow of lovers and warriors, an important row among the pillars on which society stands. It will take a journey through women's situation at the time of conquest and after. It will highlight aspects of women's resistance in the face of the indignities inflicted on them. Truth or myth, as I refer to the oral history. In the oral tradition, I learned that Baruda, the wife of our national hero, His Excellency Joseph Chattoyer, challenged him as to why he dressed so often in women's clothing, as he came time and again to borrow her clothing. This may seem unmanly, but His Excellency's strategy was to be invisible as a man. Whether it is truth or myth, it explains that the enemy did not know Chattoyer, because Major Leet is reputed to ask him, "Are you Chattoyer?" We can say that women's invisible image allowed Chattoyer to walk freely among the enemy, gather information, and plan strategy that allowed our country to have a greater measure of freedom from colonial domination. Then came the exile and its tragedies, which is the subject of many researchers. However, for those who were left behind, the women preserved the gene. A study done by Nancy Gonzalez showed that the Garifuna in St. Vincent had a stronger genetic line than those who survived Baliso and are now in Central America and other parts of the world. Continuing with truth or myth, Chattoyer's daughter Gulisi was among the exiled and survived Baliso. She had 13 children and literally built a village in Belize, preserving lineage and heritage. Oral history says she woke them at midnight each night to tell them the story of the exile from the homeland and ensure they know their history. The smallest Garinagu child will tell you our ancestors are from UWI, St. Vincent. There is oral history here about the Garinagu woman, Fanny Gregg, whose name was given to our Greg's community. Fanny is reputed to brave the enemy's stronghold to rescue a child she was taken care of. The soldiers who had captured the child were so stunned by her boldness that they not only released the child, but spared her life as well. It was the women. While we do not have many names, Sheena Bowe's research on experiences of women estate workers during the apprenticeship period in St. Vincent, 1834 to 38, the transition from slavery to freedom, gives some insight to the situation of workers during this time. The estates mentioned are still familiar to many: Waterloo, Orange Hill, Turma, and Annesville, to name a few. When the rebellion against being asked to begin work before 6 a.m. to work 13 to 14 hours, it was the women who began the protest chant 6 to 6 and refused to go to work before 6 a.m. There is a record of Rebecca, who led the 6 to 6 chant among the workers. Severe punishment followed. In one instance, 70 women lost their free time, which made it difficult for them to look after their families. Robert Pittman, who was called in to liaise with the planters and the apprentices, reported that women were the primary instigators of the plot to resist the long working hours. In more modern time, Vincentian historian Dr. Joyce Tony highlighted some of the women's struggle in her study, Women, Urbanization, and Structural Adjustment in St. Vincent. She notes that it was the urban women, more than any other group, that was at the forefront of the struggle against economic deprivation that was affecting the nation. Bobby Fraser exhibited his literary genius by immortalizing Nellie Ibo in one of the many plays. It has been documented that Nellie Ibo, who was a slave woman from the Grenadine island of Nairo, killed her slave master, Massa Pascal, and threw him in the sea after she and other female slaves had got tired of enduring abuse from him. Story continues that soldiers came brought down from the mainland, and Nellie was hung on the beach. Explaining how he came to develop the radio drama, Bobby Fraser said that Father Mark De Silva, who did all the research, presented the document to him. The playwright said that after reading the document, he was told to rework it as a play. It was then converted to a radio drama for Emancipation Month. Women emerging from the cocoon as the caterpillar struggles, so did women become visible. Thanks to the work of thinkers like Renwick Rose and organizations like Project Promotion and the St. Vincent Union of Teachers, much of the women's work emerged. And here I dwell on a few more of our fiery warrior women of current time, some living and others living in memory. Elma Francois, A Fire Inside. Historians writing about Elma Francois describe her as one of the most outspoken Afrocentric activists in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. What they have not said is that she is in fact of Black Carib Garifuna descent, an indigenous group from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. She was born in Overland on 14th October 1987. In her youth, she received primary education up to 5th standard and then worked alongside her mother, picking cotton. From an early age, she struggled for the betterment of her people, since life was hard for laborers. Some worked in the cotton fields, others as domestic workers, while others worked at the Mount Bentic sugar factory. The outspoken Elma quickly set about organizing the laborers where she worked, and she was promptly fired. So she then migrated to Trinidad and Tobago, where she worked as a domestic. Reading books late into the night, Elma educated herself and proceeded to educate the people on labor and political matters. When asked where she had acquired such knowledge, she said, "You must read, and you mustn't read stupidness." She was a founding member of the Negro Welfare, Cultural and Social Organization, NWCSA. This organization organized many hunger marches, and at the start of the 1937 labor uprising, it instigated the first strike in Port of Spain. For her role, Elma Franz was arrested and charged with sedition. She defended herself and was finally acquitted. When the prosecutor asked her why she persisted in making speeches which were causing disaffection among His Majesty's subjects, she replied, "I don't know that my speeches create disaffection. I know that my speeches created fire in the minds of the people so as to change conditions which now exist." On September 25, 1987, 43 years after her death, Elma Francois was declared a national heroine of Trinidad and Tobago for her role in drawing attention to human dignity and effecting radical social change towards eradicating mass unemployment and hunger. Tribute must be paid to Professor Rhoda Reddock, who is herself a heroine, for using her skill in research to unearth the contribution of Elma Francois to Caribbean feminism and regional development. Bertamot, Raging Fire. October 21st of this year will mark the 87th anniversary of the 1935 uprising in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as a dispossessed section of population protested their condition of poverty, hardship, and degradation. A small group of 15 Vincentian women abandoned their daily chores to protest against the rising cost of living. This action was sparked by an increase of customs duties on basic items, among them oil and matches. The women stormed the courthouse in Kingston, brandishing sticks and stones. In the process, they freed 15 prisoners. Bertamot, a vendor, again of Black Carib descent, was one of the women in the forefront of the uprising. She is reported to have led the march into the courthouse, which, by the way, was also the the Parliament or the Assembly as we call it now. Among her other sisters who took part in this activity were Ormen Pottinger, Lydia Ledlow, Romina Oliver, and Beryl Olivier. The women were soon joined by 200 men, also armed with stones, sticks, sledgehammers, cutlasses, pieces of iron. When the uprising was quelled, George McIntosh was singled out as the key figure and was charged with treason felony, a charge which was later dismissed for lack of evidence. The women were given prison sentences of 18 months to 4 years hard labor for their role in the events leading up to the uprising. The uprising signaled significant change in the social conditions of ordinary working people, and according to Dr. Ralph Gonsalves, our Prime Minister, marked the beginnings of the democratic evolution in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and laid the basis for the country's democratic awakening. Bertamot's story is one of resistance in the face of white supremacy. Her voice and call to action has altered positively the course of the history of St. Vincent and the Grenadines through the inquiry of the Moyne Commission and the setting up of welfare services. Sarah Baptiste, blaze of fire. Sarah Baptiste was born in Camden Park, St. Vincent and the Grenadines on the 18th of November 1909. Her parents were from Sandy Bay, a village in what was known as the Caribbean community. She worked as a nanny with a relative who had nurtured her as a child. She then worked as a domestic in the Fancy estate. By then, she was 40 years old and had moved away from a marriage that was not satisfactory to her. One day, the estate manager asked Sarah if she would like to be a nurse on his estate. She promptly answered yes, although she was scared of trying to learn a new profession at her age and starting a new life. Next month, she enrolled in a midwife training program at the Kingston General Hospital. She was the oldest trainee. However, she endured embarrassment because of her age and being a domestic and a Carib, because she was determined to become a nurse. She returned to Sandy Bay to start her nursing career, which lasted for 25 years. The job was hard and demanding since little medical staff were there in the village. Sarah was sometimes stationed at different villages each week. She always responded to the people's call for her service. She was the person who tried to make her community better. She spearheaded the Girl Guides, the Mothers Union, and the church. She often took over the services at the church when the minister couldn't make it due to the bad roads. Sarah Baptiste is considered an inspiration for the Caribs in that community and also the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Patricia Fraser and other women north of the Dry River are keeping the indigenous spirit alive. Honorable Ivy Ines Joshua and Teresa Daniel. Miss Teresa Daniel is of Kalinago descent, born in the Carib community of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Her sense of history and desire to share aspects with the wider community led her to be innovative and chose an underserved area for her research while pursuing studies in mass communications. In chronicling the political career of Honorable Ivy Ines Joshua, a paradigm shift was created as women in St. Vincent were able to look beyond the person known and looked down on as illiterate and wife of a chief minister, to the 20th century importance of Mrs. Joshua's political journey, aptly named Against the Odds. She was victorious in 5 general elections. Mrs. Joshua's value and worth were indelibly written since, as a young undergraduate researcher, Ms. Daniel put her thesis at risk in choosing the area of women in politics. She was as much against the odds as was Mrs. Joshua. And last but not least, very promising, my firebrand. She was the featured speaker at a Young Women's Conference. Here are excerpts from her presentation, and I quote, My name is Makeda Miguel, and I am 10 years old. Please remember this name, as I am destined for great things that would aid in developing St. Vincent the Grenadines. I am aspiring to become a politician, with being the Prime Minister as the end result. I am fortunate to grow up in a home that values me as a girl child. I am sent to school and pushed to excel in my education. When I tell people I want to be a Prime Minister, they smile and say, "You mean a politician's wife?" Then you hear about, oh, politics is a dirty game, and people will say all bad things about you and your family. How it would be hard to raise a family while you are in politics. I would simply tell them that it is people like them that prevent our girls from achieving their greatest desires. Today's girls are tomorrow's women, and no improvement in women's lives will be sustained unless girls have education, good health, and the opportunity to achieve their potential. Just imagine what kind of world it would be. As a minimum, we would live in a more peaceful world with greater social justice, economic progress, and better health. One thing is clear, the world would be a lot better place than the one we are living in today. And I, as Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, would continue the fight for equality among our genders. Unquote. Well, as the poet said, it was the women. Emancipation coming. When we think of women in politics, there are many women who make us look beyond the halls of Parliament. There is Farmer Erling Horn, who in her short life showed the dignity and worth of farming, care for the environment, and the organizing of rural communities for good. In education, many an adult learner would refer Carmelita Williams for starting the adult education program in Paul's Lot, which spread like refreshing rain throughout the nation, helped by the National Association for Mass Education. Andrew Simmons, Chris Ashton, and Deborah Dalrymple, and many other leaders. We also think of women-led institutions like the then Women and Development Unit of the UWI, led by Peggy Antrobus, who was on the previous slide, the Vincentian newspaper led by then editor Nora Peacock, and the Fast Developing Searchlight newspaper led by Claire Kinzer. We also applaud Cheryl and Baldwin King's Publishing Company, where many female trailblazers are highlighted. In his book, We Want to Be Wise, Comrade Oscar Allen of revered memory noted that during the 200 years of intense slavery, our foreparents used many tactics to eat away at the grinding oppression. At crop time, they would strike and hold up the mill from working. Very often, it was the women who did this. He also names the female emancipator Nellie Ivo from my book. In closing, what united these women and sparked the fire inside was a deep concern for the suffering and disadvantaged sectors of the population. It was a love for people that drove them to become warriors. At this point, let me answer the question you have not yet asked on the name of the paper. I borrowed it from the poet Elliot Roach of Trinidad, who sings a praise song to women following emancipation. In one picturesque verse, he says, "It was the women who restored us," and described them as a green cornrow of lovers. They love enough to accept the challenge of leadership, such as is needed today. While the nature of the struggle has changed, the goal is the same: social justice, social transformation. It is my view that if the role of women in development is respected and kept visible, there will be less gender-based violence. Let us remember that emancipation is still coming, and out of the ashes of conquest, slavery, and colonization, we must now arise and build with the tools that are in hand. Like the 6-to-6 chant, which speaks of advocacy, Nellie Ivo's hope, which speaks of boldness, and this conference, mass education, under Deborah Dalrymple and her team, which has brought together permit me to say, a green convoy of lovers, historians, academics, and non-academics, organizations, civil society, government, and other people who have done work related to the influences which shaped us as a nation. I thank you.
For your very insightful presentation. We will take the questions when all three panelists have completed their presentations. At this time, we would hear about protecting women's rights, the CTAWU and the light manufacturing sector within the period 1974 to 1984 by Ms. Affie Martin. Ms. Martin is a PhD candidate at the University of the West Indies, the Cayfield campus, and her research area is women in the labor movement and party politics in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Ms. Martin, be reminded that you have 20 minutes within which to make your presentation. Proceed, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to say thank you to Dr. Cleve Scott, the UWI Open Campus in Vincent and Grenadines, UWI Cayville Campus Barbados, for allowing me this space so that I can get the opportunity to share history from the margins and bringing it to the main. Now, this paper, Protecting Women Workers' Rights, the CTAW and the Light Manufacturing Sector, 1974 to 1978, falls within the broader scope of my thesis, which looks at women in the labor movement and the party politics in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 1951 to 2000. And the central thesis of the overall thesis of the broader piece of work argues that democratic governance in St. Vincent and the Grenadines was fostered by the empowerment of women through their activism in the labor movement and party politics. The thesis of this afternoon's paper reads, the rights of female employees were infringed upon when the St. Vincent Labour Party government wooed investors with competitive concessions to establish their businesses locally. The trade-offs by the government to foreign companies resulted in the trade-off of the basic rights of female employees. With the women's movement at its zenith, the government was forced to address issues which affected women in the manufacturing sector and women's activism in trade unionism. The manufacturing sector was still at its embryonic stage around 1979 when the country gained its political independence from Britain. The government of the newly independent multi-island state opted to fully adopt the industrialization by invitation policy. Industrialization by invitation was the nomenclature applied to an idea advanced by St. Lucian-born economist William Arthur Lewis that Caribbean governments invite foreign companies to set up and operate businesses under lucrative fiscal incentives. He rationalized that large pools of unemployed, unskilled laborers would be absorbed by the industrial sector. Lewis envisioned that this would in turn stimulate industrial growth as well as enhance Caribbean knowledge of the manufacturing process. The strategy promoted labor-intensive export industrialization, and it was anticipated that it would convert the Caribbean into a center of offshore manufacturing activity and large-scale employment would be achieved. Lewis's strategy therefore encouraged Caribbean governments to establish policies to create enabling economic environments to attract foreign businesses by using incentives and removing barriers to economic activity based on the notion that local investment capital was scarce, as was entrepreneurial drive. It was on this premise that St. Vincent and the Grenadines ventured into the light manufacturing sector in the 1960s, hoping that the industrialization by invitation policy would help to absorb the large number of unemployed Vincentians. Now, diversification of the economy around agriculture was an acceptable methodology in the post-World War II period. So to encourage industrialization, therefore, the imperial government pushed colonial governments to enact pioneer and fiscal incentive legislations. In 1952, the 1952 Aid to Pioneer Industries Ordinance, for instance, provided tax exemptions and relief from import duties. And this policy was also practiced in other British colonies such as Nigeria. Few women had seized the opportunity to become entrepreneurs under the pioneer incentive legislation. But one woman, for example, who decided to take the plunge was Patrice Reddock, a fashion designer. So in September 1975, Reddock established Patrice Fashions to become a pioneer manufacturer of clothing for women, men, and children. It is at this point that I have to move on to the Camden Park Industrial Estate so we can hone in on the genesis of the light manufacturing sector in St. Vincent. Now in 1973, St. Vincent and the Grenadines established the St. Vincent Development Corporation, or DEFCO, to facilitate and stimulate industrial development. DEFCO had allocated 30 acres of land in Camden Park, a community on the leeward end of the mainland St. Vincent, to establish the Camden Park Industrial Estate. The first set of government-constructed buildings to house industries at this site were ready for occupation by August 1974, but the industrial estate did not come to life until December 1977, when the East Caribbean Flour Mills Limited was established. Foreign investors found the local environment conducive. Labor costs at Camden Park, in comparison to the United States, were very low. In the US, wages averaged around $3 per hour in the 1980s, while at Camden Park, wages averaged around 66 cents per hour, or $27 per month. There was little interference from the government, which also reassured investors of the suitability of the environment. So between 1974 and 1994, factories, approximately 12 of them, were established at Camden Park, and these employed between 1,300 to 1,700 workers directly, of which about 60% of them were women. Now, among the companies owned by foreign investors were St. Vincent Sporting Goods, St. Vincent Electronics, St. Vincent Children Wear, Carriware, and Pico. So I'll just give you some brief insight on each of these companies, and I'll move through them very quickly. St. Vincent Sporting Goods, it was a US-based Wilson tennis racket factory, and it opened a subsidiary named St. Vincent Sporting Goods in 1974. The factory assembled and finished raw tennis racket frames that was started at its factory in Chicago. It was the largest employer at Camden Park. It employed about 490 workers, of which 243 were women. The workers were rotated on 3 shifts daily, and on average, the company manufactured approximately 720 rackets per day, which was sold from $160 to $200 per racket. St. Vincent Electronics, it was a South American Development Corporation, and it opened its doors in St. Vincent in 1978. Approximately 1,000 kilos of electronic parts were shipped weekly to the United States. And by 1989, the company employed 101 workers, of which approximately 75% were women. Of the 101 workers, 85 worked at the factory and 16 worked from home, and the minimum weekly wage was 64 EC dollars. St. Vincent Children Wear began operating at Camden Park in 1981, and the company manufactured hand-smoked children's dresses. It was owned by the Cincinnati, Ohio-based Baylis Brothers, a marketer of high-end children's clothing. The company employed approximately 1,730 workers, again, most of whom were women. Most of the home smokers lived in rural communities, and home smokers worked only at the primary stage of production. The designing, styling, cutting, and distributing of the finished product took place at the company's base in Cincinnati. So on average, smokers earned approximately 40 EC dollars per week. Needless to say, wages were very low. On average, a smoker was paid up to 35 cents per piece, and some smokers did as much as 3 pieces daily. In spite of the meager pay, one advantage was that smoking allowed women, especially single parents, to earn extra money as they could be employed otherwise, such as managing daily routines like housework and child care. The story is told, for example, of Mrs. Olive Crease, a resident of Barley, a town on the Leeward End. Crease was known as the mother of the smoking industry. She taught hundreds of women and girls, of whom were single parents in Barley, how to smoke, and they were thus able to improve their quality of life from the skills acquired. Carryware was a Taiwanese-owned garment factory which specialized in knitted sportswear, but also produced golf and tennis products. The company opened in December 1988, with 93 workers at the factory site. Of the 93 to 100 employees, 90% were women. So by 1990, Carryware had 331 employees, of which 93.7% were women. After about 10 years in operation, Carryware closed its doors. The company claimed the financial setback was the main reason for its closure. What we saw thereafter was several protests of Carryware workers outside the financial complex, Kingston, the financial complex administrative building in Kingston, about the non-payment of severance. Pico began operating in St. Vincent in 1981. It was a subsidiary of the Liverpool, New York-based multinational company, Pico Products. And the firm designed, manufactured, imported, and marketed telecommunication products, particularly cable TV products. Pico had 55 employees in 1981, and by 1987, it was employing approximately 162 workers. On average, about 90% of the employees were women, and their main task was to assemble cable TV electronic filters. Now, it is important to understand how these initiatives were taken on the local scene. So at this juncture, I have to introduce the Caribbean Basin Initiative and to also point out the assistance or the machine which helped to set the CBI in motion, which was the PDAP, or the Project Development Assistance Program, which was funded. The CBI was launched in February 1982. And the objective of the 12-year-long CBI program was to help beneficiaries to earn their own way towards self-sustaining growth by allowing one-way duty-free exports to the US and by stimulating private and national foreign investment. In part, the initiative was inspired by US President Ronald Reagan's insistence on driving back the left movement from the Caribbean following the foothold in Grenada in 1975 through its successful leftist revolution under Maurice Bishop. For example, in April 1982, a CIA report noted that the heightened activism of the left in the Caribbean, particularly in the Hispanophone countries, were exploiting the tense and unstable socioeconomic and political conditions of the Caribbean. The CBI objectives were operationalized by the US government through an aid project from 1981 named the Project Development Assistance Program. So from around 1981 to 1987, the investment and export promotion efforts for St. Vincent, supported via the PDAP, and involved supporting the St. Vincent Development Corporation, DEVCO, and private sector to access US markets, particularly by participating in trade shows and hosting promotional seminars. Industrialization policy and gender is extremely important in order for us to deconstruct why the protection of women's rights was so important within the light manufacturing sector in St. Vincent. So at Camden Park, more women than men were employed because they provided a large, tractable, and cheap source of labor. Consequently, women's labor were exploited by these multinational companies. The competitive concessions offered by the government at the time wooed investors and simultaneously infringed the rights of female employees. Now, among the incentives offered by the government were: 1, they were not required to pay taxes on materials imported and on finished products being exported. 2, they were granted access to cheap labor. And 3, there would be little interference from the government. St. Vincent and the Grenadines had among the lowest labor costs in the region. There should be a slide to show the scales. But in the early 1980s, the minimum wage was about US 63 cents per hour for males and about 48 cents per hour for females. So legislation ensured income inequality between males and females in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The trade-offs given by the government for foreign companies therefore resulted in the trade-off of the basic rights of female employees. Ironically, one criteria of the CBI was that countries should practice good labor relations. The CBI guidelines reported reasonable workplace conditions and the right to organize and bargain collectively. Hence, states which oppress workers were to be urged to introduce a worker-friendly regime. Now, a host of academics on the Caribbean have declared the CBI as a regime designed to exploit women workers. Ralph Henry, a Trinidadian economist, contends the CBI was bent on attracting foreign enterprises with cheap female labor. The Caribbean-born sociologist Cecilia A. Green submits that the real intentions of the CBI was not to promote Caribbean entrepreneurship, but to promote the Caribbean as a cheap labor force for US businesses. in the new investments in tourism, export, agribusiness, and EPZs, women are expected to provide the bulk of cheap labor. Writing in 1981, Helen Safford, the New York-born anthropologist, observed that the availability of cheap labor is the prime determining factor for investment. Safford went on to discuss the explanations offered for the prevalence of women workers in the manufacturing sector. She wrote, management usually reverts to sex stereotype, which depict women as having patience for tedious jobs, nimble fingers, and visual acuity. A far more adequate explanation, however, appears to lie in the higher profits that can be extracted from female labor due to low wages. Undoubtedly, many of the women workers at the industrial estate originated from working class backgrounds. More often than not, many were unmarried single mothers who headed their households with very little help from the fathers or father of their children. I have to cut some parts out, so I'll go to the meat of the matter and zone in a little bit on PICO. All right? Now, there were many problems with this company at Camden Park. Number one, the work regime at PICO was rigid. Workers worked an 8-hour-day shift with a half-hour lunch break. If they were late for work, a ticket was given. If 2 tickets were given, workers lost 3 days' pay. And if they were late 3 times, they were fired. The management did not provide a regular supply of toilet paper and soap for the washrooms. So women experienced a number of problems with PICO. As early as June 1981, 3 months after the company started operations, women began complaining about the conditions at work. They complained that the manager, Bernard F. Bailey, and Kevin Bear, the engineering manager, both of whom were from the US, were abusing them. During this time, 15 workers quit the company because of ill treatment. Employees complained of the frequent use of expletives and the infringement on their rights, especially by Bailey. In NDP's newspaper, it was reported, and the newspaper that I'm referring to is New Times, it was reported that the workers at PICO could not speak freely to management, were not given enough breaks from the assembly line, and were not always allowed to go to the toilet. In response to these complaints, Labor Commissioner at the time, Leon Huggins, visited PICO and confirmed that PICO was paying the legal pay of $1 EC per hour, or $40 a week. His pronouncement irked the leftist party, the United People's Movement, and the UPM used its mouthpiece, Justice, and accused Huggins of being supportive of PICO because he had reported that he had found no irregularities at the plant. So by 1981, the CTAW union began negotiations with PICO to obtain recognition as the official bargaining agent for its workers. Bear in mind that by 1970, CTAW was the single most important union, most dominant union at the time in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. It had been the strongest union for nearly a decade after its formation and had maintained an impressive track record in settling industrial disputes. The CTAW was closely aligned to the SVLP during this time, and it had organized and established collective agreements for several categories of workers. Workers at the telecommunications company, cable and wireless at the time, CDC, the electrical company, workers at the Ministry of Communication, taxi workers, dock workers, stone crushers, garbage collectors, street cleaners, and the list goes on. The union also had a good record of representation of women workers, and they encouraged women's participation in the union. In 1966, Lorna Campbell had been elected president of the CTAW. In October 1981, Justice, the mouthpiece of the UPM, stated that it had been receiving complaints of anti-union and anti-worker behavior at PICO. PICO had issued 2 circulars to workers which sought to sway them away from joining the CTAW. The first circular stated if they join the union, they must produce, that unions do very little work and earn a great deal of money. The second circular, which was signed by the manager, stated that after the elections, the union forgets its promises to the employees and concentrates on making money for the union. PICO described the CTAW as Robin Hood in reverse. They steal from the poor and give to the rich. The UPM responded to the quagmire by asking if the government had given PICO a carte blanche, especially when it came to the payment of wages. The UPM declared its position as follows: no self-respecting worker, trade unionist, or Vincentian should tolerate this. Sure, we welcome foreign investor, but our workers, our unions, our laws, our national identity must be respected. PICO and the other foreign exploiters are going too far. They must be put under heavy manners. In January of 1982, the CTAW overwhelmingly won a poll conducted by the Labor Department at PICO. Out of the 104 workers voting, 97 voted to join the union. The other 7 workers had abstained from voting. Winning recognition, however, did not see an end to the intimidation of PICO workers. A letter in Justice provided some insight of this intimidation. It stated that management was always peeping on workers and had been asking women what they were doing in the toilet. The letter also claimed that workers were not allowed to receive phone calls and were forced to continue working although they had said they were feeling sick. Management was also accused of turning back the official clock, which workers jokingly referred to as Abide By Me. Abide By Me is a hymn often sung by working class blacks in the Caribbean as a means of seeking temporary relief from oppression and an expression of celestial hope. By March 1983, PICO undertook a media campaign to refute the allegations that it was treating workers poorly. For example, there was a full-page newspaper advertisement, and it detailed several of its labor policies in relation to wages, holiday pay, sick and compassionate leave, information dissemination, worker saving plans, and the counseling of workers. There were allegations that the company had been withholding workers' income in an involuntary savings plan from about March 1983. Cyril Roberts, president of the CTAW at the time, refuted the advertisement, describing it as a misrepresentation of the situation at PICO. He asserted that PICO held workers in scant regard, was anti-union, and operated an exploitative system. To support his declaration, Roberts explained the union had received well over 50 letters of dismissal from the company since obtaining recognition as the bargaining agent. He also declared that the union had been in receipt of about 150 warning notices for very simple matters such as going to the toilet without the manager's decision. Roberts argued that PICO was using the poor socioeconomic conditions in St. Vincent to its advantage. He charged they know for a fact that unemployment in St. Vincent is high, so they don't care. In addition, he described the working conditions at PICO as amongst the worst in the whole industrial site at Camden Park. Now, by this time, the close relationship between the CTAW and the Labour Party had become fractured. And the fracture was quite visible by the untoward comments which were made by Arthur Williams, the Minister of Labour at that time, who told the president of the CTAW that he would soon bring a bill to Parliament to keep him quiet. CTAW was behind most of the industrial actions that was tattooed the season of strikes, a phrase that can be used to refer to various strikes trade unions staged from around the mid-1970s to 1981. To make good on the threat to silence the CTAW and the trade unions in general, the Labour Party government in 1981 attempted to enact two bills. These were a bill to amend the Essential Services Act of 1965 and a bill to preserve public order and public safety. The Labour Party government had hoped that with the introduction of these bills, it would be able to restrict the ability of the unions, especially the CTAW, from staging effective industrial action. The Essential Services Amendment Bill stipulated that it was illegal for electricity, health, hospital, sewage, and water, as well as air traffic control workers to strike. The bill further specified that Cabinet reserved the right to declare by notification any other service to be an essential service. The bill also made provision in the event that a labor dispute remained unsettled, both parties had the option to appeal to the Labor Commissioner. The expressed purpose of the Public Order and Public Safety Bill was to preserve and maintain an orderly and safe society. The bill rendered illegal any intention to bring into hatred or contempt or to excite dissatisfaction against the Constitution or the government. In addition, the bill made it illegal for persons to openly challenge or hamper the democratic process. This therefore meant that the tools historically employed by the labor movement, like placards, pamphlets, or anything written, was restricted. The government had hoped that the bills, when enacted, would silence the unions. So what we saw thereafter were protests, and the slogan, "Kill the bills," was used in opposition to the two bills that the Labour Party had hoped to enact. So in June of that year, of 1981, more than 10,000 protesters participated in a march in the capital. And a few days later, the NCDD, which was an organization, an umbrella organization which joined forces with 6 other organizations in order to bring down the passage of these bills. So a few days later, the NCDD wrote to Prime Minister Milton Cato, giving him an ultimatum to withdraw the bills by June 1981. Cato refused to budge, so to add pressure on the government to kill the bills, on 17 June 1981, hundreds of workers went on strike with the intention of rendering the private and public sector closed for business for the day. Approximately 1 year later, 17th July 1982, Prime Minister Cato confirmed that the bills were dead and hence they will not be introduced. Cato stated if the people want it, then they get it. If the people don't want it, then we are not going to give it to them against their will. So the season of strikes, as well as the Kill the Bill saga, which occurred between 1981 and 1984, signaled the end of political unionism in St. Vincent. CTAW was founded as an ally of the Labour Party, and the alliance continued into the early 1970s. But by the late 1970s, the union had drifted away from the party and began to have serious differences with the Labour government. And the 1981 dispute was symbolic of the seriousness of the rift. To hone in a little bit on what was later referred to as the PICO affair in February 1984, there was a dispute between CTAW and its workers, and this was triggered by the dismissal of Louise Glasgow. Thereafter, the PICO affair occurred. The CTAW was adamant that Glasgow had been harassed because she was a member of the union, and this assertion seemed to be the case. From my assessment, Glasgow represented the bone of contention between PICO and CTAW. As the shop steward, she was the symbol of the union. She was the chief compiler of grievances at the factory, which she transmitted to the union. She was also the one who informed the workers about the union's plan. So by being the shop steward, she had singled herself out of intimidation and possible victimization.
You have about 1 minute remaining.
Okay, thank you. So after Glasgow had been dismissed, a series of protests ensued, and thereafter the CTAW and the government clashed. There were responses from the UPM, the New Democratic Party. There were persons who were in favor of PICO's actions, and there were persons who were in favor of the actions of women workers. So let me just share quickly and then I'll wrap up. So from around 1980, women trade unionists received more training to develop skills and knowledge of communication, negotiation, collective bargaining, labor history, sociology, and the economy. And because governments had agreed with foreign investors, trade unions had been rendered almost powerless. 10 years after the PICO affair, the NDP made good on its promise to remove wage differences between female and male workers in its second term of office when they enacted the Equal Pay Act of 1994. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Martin. We had indeed a very interesting presentation. I will comment a little on that at the end. Without any further ado, I am going to ask Mr. Maxon Phillips, who is going to present on Black businesses in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He'll give us a synopsis. Mr. Phillips, you have been allotted 20 minutes and we encourage you strongly to stick within the time frame. You may begin now.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming. I want to thank, as Afi did, I want to thank Dr. Scott, and also I want to thank my supervisor at UWI, Dr. Henderson Carter, for allowing me this privilege. All right, today I'm going to look at Black businesses in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, just a synopsis of what is happening within the business sector from 1930 to 2010. So without any further ado, let me start. All right, Black businesses have sought to establish a space where they can develop and thrive within St. Vincent and the Grenadines alongside the whites, the Lebanese, the Syrians, the Indians, the Chinese and Taiwanese, just to list a few. In our society today, as in the recent past, Blacks have shown their willingness to pursue entrepreneurial activities nationwide. The issue with blacks and businesses is the way in which we as a nation view the idea of business for a very long time. Too often, we have conceptualized that a business must be in a particular space, such as a building, and not in the garden. So too, many regard the man with the building as a businessman, but not the farmer who tills the soil and rears his animals. Blacks have always had an industrious drive despite there may be allegations to the contrary. In St. Vincent and the Grenadines, blacks have demonstrated time and time again that they have industrious endeavors. Not only who have risen to fame because of their large buildings and budding enterprises, but also the endeavors of those on the streets, whether selling vegetables or ground provision, clothing in front of a clothing store or a business, or from their downstairs in the form of a shop, a rum shop that is, which may sell the additional flour, rice, bread, and the like. Each of these entrepreneurs, in the fullest sense of the word, strive to carve out a living and make a profit from plying their trade in the various forms. The Oxford Dictionary states that business is the activity of making, buying, selling, or supplying goods and services for money. Henderson Carter, in his groundbreaking book Business in BIM, stated that business is any activity that involves the production of goods and the production of services to satisfy the needs and wants of people. And of course, this is done for profit. Contemplating that those businesses that cannot materialize a profit would eventually cease to exist. And whereas in SVG, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we have many flourishing businesses. Found in many different economic sectors, such as the primary, secondary, and tertiary sectors. The truth is that most black businesses are concentrated in the primary and secondary sector. To list a few of these businesses in the primary and secondary sectors that blacks have dominated throughout SVG are agriculture, including fishing, human farming, of course, and farming takes care of the animals. We talk about planting sweet potato vines, bananas, planting arrowroot, and even once upon a time, and now, marijuana. Also, we have persons such as contractors, we have plumbers, we have masons, carpenters, brick makers, block makers, and baluster makers. We have persons who vendors from their trays or their stalls, and the likes. Even clothing, even persons who sell clothing in their vehicles. And one thing that we haven't seen in a long time are those persons who walk with their baskets on their head and so on, those higglers, and whether it's Sunday or Saturday and such. And of course, the higgling now is taken over by Syrians and Lebanese. Those are businessmen who would drive around in their vehicles on Sundays or whichever they throughout the week and sell their items. There are some areas where blacks who have started from little or nothing have made tremendous strides through hard work and dedication. For example, we have Roy Oti Meyers, who is well known. We have Michael Sylvester, also known as Kais. We have Michael John, owner of Computech. We have Julia Richard, part owner of VJs, just to list a few. However, we are not to forget our artisans who promote our home cottage industries. The history of SVG cannot be completed without the stories of our business community, because the business community speaks to the development of the nation. Moreover, there are stories of triumphs and pitfalls that play a pivotal role in the building of the acumen of the business community into what it is. Too often, many of our minds are only focused on the businesses that are housed in the massive buildings throughout the multi-island state. The truth is, a number of these businesses are, as we know, especially those that are in the capital, are not black-owned and operated businesses. As a matter of fact, the vast majority of these businesses belong to whites, as I would have mentioned before, the Indians, the Syrians, the Lebanese, the Taiwanese, or the Chinese. Black ownership and operated businesses are few and far in between in these establishments. As if we are to compare, we can denote that many blacks do not have the assets to compete in such an environment. The success of black businesses do not come by luck and chance, but the issue is how we define the term success. To many businesses or entrepreneurs, the term success means a number of things. For example, it means that they would have sold a complete catalog of goods, or it means that their business have been getting the traffic that they wanted from the public. The traffic here doesn't mean the vehicle passing through, but the amount of persons who would go to that building to buy or to do their whatsoever they are going there to do. To some, it means that they were able to sell a few goods. Hence, success does not mean that the business grew overnight, but that it has been able to thrive between the bigger flourishing businesses. Black entrepreneurs, especially those that are small, for example, the person who sells clothing in Middle Street may be successful because of the traffic through the street from persons who are visiting the stores. This implies that blacks indirectly or unknowingly use these large businesses as a means of success by bringing attention to their business outside of these establishments. The culture of black businesses has been developing from the Sunday markets during the days of enslavement, and now in the modern times have shown that blacks wanted to be independent business people competing with each other alongside the dry goods stores, whether in Kingston, Bridgetown, Kingston, and the like. Even the development of the peasant class in SVG, according to Woodville Marshall, alongside the plantation in itself shows business acumen for blacks in SVG, especially with the planting of arrowroot and cotton, particularly after 1850. The peasant class, of course, were the first set of black entrepreneurs in SVG. Marshall further theorizes that apart from working the land, the peasants also did some fishing along with running of shops. The question arises of the content of the shop and who were the target market of these blacks who sought independence from the plantation system after emancipation. The success of the business, which of course was the shop, was the ability to trust the person who came to the shop so often without money but wanted their little flour or their little saltfish or biscuit or whatever other good or goods. It is the same issue that the farmer who grew their crops and reared their animals such as pigs, cows, etc., and the development of the butchery where persons also could have credited meat from the butcher and paid at a later date. A method that we have even up to this day. Sometimes, a mother may send her child to the shop and say to the shopkeeper, "Give me this or that until next week when I get some money to catch up my hand." The practices established by black entrepreneurs after emancipation have not changed to a large extent, but in some cases, they were modified. Reasons for the creation and success of black businesses. Yes, it is all good and well to state that businesses were created for profit. Actually, no one is in business to lose. However, before entering the doors of a business, the entrepreneur must see a need for his or her product and services. This is the key point. This is the key point for the establishment of any business throughout the nation. As a matter of fact, in my research of several black businesses, the need for the product and services that these establishments offer were very much needed at that time. Take, for example, Mr. Michael John, the owner of Computech, who was one of the first persons in SVG to offer computer classes and the sale of computers to firms and individuals in SVG. At the time, Michael saw the need for the sale of a product and his services, and thus ventured into the business and hence became successful. Also, it is the same opportunity that Roy Mayers, better known as Oti, saw when he started his furniture building business. And at this point, I am not speaking of the establishment of the business we know as finishing and furnishing, but I am speaking of the furniture business that was started within his porch, within his yard, that spread into his backyard and eventually into a workshop. There are key issues that we apply to the success of businesses in SVG, especially black businesses, and we are talking about the willingness of black entrepreneurs to offer their product, their brand, their services to the public, and not just any product or brand or services, but a superior or unique one, or a combination of product, brand, and services at a reasonable and affordable price. So did Oti, Roy Mayers, when he had to compete against persons such as, Y.D. Lima, who had threatened to put him out of business. He was offering his product, and of course, when he offered his product, he was offering it at a lower price than what Y.D. Lima at that time was offering. Luke Brown's book, Entrepreneurs of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, highlighted several black-owned and operated businesses which have the same element of success. Therefore, and therefore have shown that blacks are very industrious. Brown spoke about the businessmen such as King Augustus Mitchell, a pioneer in the cargo transportation business, cargo business. He was able to dominate in that field for many years, transporting people throughout the multi-island state and transporting goods to and from places such as St. Vincent, Grenada, and Trinidad. Effectively, Mitchell was providing a service here for many, but much deeper, he was also fostering regional trade. And this was done alongside other services providers of the same service. So while Mr. King was providing his service, he was also competing against other providers of the same services who were transporting their goods transporting goods of local farmers to Trinidad and also to places like Grenada, Barbados, etc. All right? The success of black businesses is not guaranteed. As a matter of principle, black business owners are more than likely to fail even from the get-go. However, behind the scenes are strong actors who propel their businesses for success or to success. For example, I would like to return your attention to Mr. Mayers, who spoke of how hard and long into the nights that he had to work in his furniture shop to ensure that he would have met the demands of persons such as Y.D. Lima, who bought his furniture.
5 minutes.
Pardon?
5 minutes.
5 minutes? Wow. Many of the black entrepreneurs started from a disadvantage. For example, Mr. Michael, who stated that he was turned down at the bank to get a loan to buy 5 computers in the early 1990s. Although at this point he was earning different streams of income from his work at CWSA, the fixing and repairing of computers, and also offering computer classes in the Mesopotamia Valley. Hence, the banks did not think that he was qualified enough to get a loan from them to purchase 5 computers. However, despite all of this, Mr. John got some money from his brother, who was able to help him to start his business. Let me move them because we have 5 minutes remaining. Another reason for the success of black businesses, apart from those mentioned before, is the involvement of family, especially children of owners of the business in the firm. In most cases, I have examined not only in black-owned and operated entities, but in white businesses. In the case of PH Vera Singer and in the Lebanese and Syrian, even the Indian businesses, their children were involved in the business from an early age. This was a principle that was adopted by Mr. Mayers and Mr. John in their businesses. We're going to look at some of the reasons for the failure. I can't believe the time is running so fast. So we're going to look at the reasons for failures. In St. Vincent and Grenadines, several black businesses have been established, have a period of profound growth, and then they died. Whether naturally or being killed off through the help of the owner, including the owner's family or relatives. Because of poor managerial practices, we have seen the rise and decline of many black businesses. Put more emphatically, a lack of vision has led to the downfall of many black businesses in SVG. One such example is Royal Castle, a restaurant that was located between KFC downtown and the People's Pharmacy. In this, it is important to note that businesses cannot be formed without capital, that is land, money, expertise, etc. The capital is important in the establishment of businesses. However, as I would have mentioned before, in the success story of Mr. John, the owner of Computech, he was denied a loan from the bank in the early 1990s. Well, it's 5 minutes, Mrs. Hamilton. However, as I would have mentioned before, in the success story of Mr. John, the owner of Computech, he was denied a loan from the bank in the early 1990s to purchase a quantity of 5 computers. And today we would say 5 computers is nothing, but then at that time, probably 5 computers would have cost a lot. Notwithstanding that he was working with a reputable company at that time. There are many more instances where financial institutions were unwilling to aid young entrepreneurs to have startup businesses because they don't want to lose their money. They are protecting themselves from losses while crushing the hopes and dreams of young entrepreneurs who lack assets to ensure their loans would be approved. It is quite understandable that banks are not in the business of losing and losing any risky loans. And any risky loans would more than likely be denied. Another such reason for the loss or lack of black businesses is the environmental factor. That is businesses that pose a threat to the environment, whether knowingly or unknowingly. Such companies would face public, government, or NGO outcry. There are many such companies here, such as the gas station in Mesopotamia in front of the police station that had to be closed because of leaks into the river and water leaking into the gas supply, or even the business of Mr. Leon Samuel, also known as Bigger Bigs, with the quarry near Rabukajai River, or even Mills, even the funeral home here, where the people at Andersville in Boom Boom area did not want the establishment of a funeral home in their community. So we have public outcry from people. Thirdly, a lack of proper expertise in the establishment of businesses contribute to the failure of black businesses especially. I remember speaking of how important it is to have family involved in your business. However, many businesses have collapsed because of the involvement of their family members, who, because of them having knowledge of that business belonging to their relatives, would have come to work when they want or leave abruptly without giving notice. There are even some who would refuse to work because they think that the work is beneath them. Hence, hiring such individuals would lead to the demise of the business, as in several cases of small businesses in SVG. More often than not, the family members get older and the family abandon family-owned businesses. and move overseas without reinvesting in the business. Therefore, they leave the business to die with the death of one parent or both parents. The issue in this case is that there is no successive planning in the business activity. Unlike the cases I have examined, for example, Mr. Mayers and Mr. John, whose children are directly involved in the leadership of their business, Michael Sylvester, the owner of Kai's Vegetarian Cuisine, instigated that he may have to leave his business to his employees because his children are not interested in the business. So too did the owner of Lady J, who said that there is no one in her family who she can turn her business over to when she retires, so she may have to leave her business in the capable care of her workers. The issue of competitiveness is also a big hindrance to black businesses. Let's take, for example, again, the firm Lady J. Apart from her daily meal menus, she also runs a gift shop, has a variety of products including gift cards. However, she has noted that gift cards are now under threat because of the emergence of the internet, with persons customizing gift cards on their phones or on their devices and then delivering them to their intended parties, which other companies can replace, but this has been a part of our establishment since the early days of inception.
30 seconds.
All right, to summarize, let me just say that some businesses black businesses in SVG, some of them are very successful and others are not so successful because of the fact that they lack leadership, expertise, the movement of family members overseas, and the outcry of the public and government agencies and non-government agencies in SVG. I thank you. Wow. That was so...
Thank you very much, Mr. Phillips. I believe that we are at the point where we are ready to shoot those questions we have been saving. We would have Ms. Martin, I believe should you join us at the front, and we do have Sister Marshall online. So we will take the questions in no particular order, but you will address them to the presenters and they will respond as deemed fit. So at this point, I invite you to raise the questions that you have been saving at the start of this session on sectorial history.
Again, good afternoon. Question to Ms. Martin. With relevance to smoking factory, right? You made mention of the amount of workers that it employed. In that stat, is there provision made for the women who worked at home, not at the factory, doing smoking? Was the amount of them factored into your employees' data?
Yes, the time span did not allow me, however, to go through all the statistical data, but home and those employed at the factory were included in the data.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Andrews? Phillips. You mentioned, you highlighted black business in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, right?
Yes, I did.
You know what I've often found interesting? When we speak of black businesses and black-owned businesses in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we always have the tendency to concentrate on Kingstown. And I think that's a fundamental error that is being made, as if you look outside of Kingston, and we starting as close as Montrose on the western end and Sign Hill on the eastern end, you would find almost all businesses going north. 90 or 95% of them are black-owned businesses and are successful. So sometimes I would really like to hear at some point some stats, and this is your homework, sir, some statistics regarding black-owned businesses outside of Kingston. And one to add to you is the Standard Grocery and the Redux. Black-owned, black children continued. Thank you.
All right. I want to thank you for your comment. However, I would have made many attempts to get interviews from business owners, and some persons would have turned me down just on the spot, just like that. So it's not that I haven't made an attempt to get to businesses outside of outside of Kingston, capital Kingston, but I would have been turned down just like that. All right. And in terms of the statistics outside, leading away from Kingston, I actually want to do something like that. But you know what happens is that for my thesis, I'm only allowed a certain amount of words. So I can't go beyond that. Well, it's actually a PhD thesis. So remember that you have to have I think it's 80,000 words, right? Right, cuz? Yeah, but the issue is that remember that the university states such and such, and we have to follow their guidelines. Well, yes, I did. I actually have, well, I spoke about Lady J, but then I also have in my thesis, I have here on the presentation, but remember the time is flying so fast, you know, sorry about that. Jax? Well, remember, Jax is actually Indian, black Indian, you have to forgive me. There is VJs. I have mentioned. I ain't sure if I mentioned VJs, but I have information on VJs also. All right. And the issue is you know that VJs is a third generational business. You know, just like just like PH Vera is a third generational business. So when I'm looking at when I'm examining my thesis, I'm looking at all of these things. You understand? So I'm comparing it with the whites, I'm comparing it with the Lebanese, but the major issue that stands out within within black businesses is the lack of capital there is. You understand? And it's not because my thesis is cut off at a point. I can't come and talk about the government prime grant and all of these other things. I can only speak. Well, I have what I would have made mention about persons. Well, I've mentioned contractors, I mentioned brick builders, block builders, etc. I talked about plumbers, masons, carpenters, etc. So it's not that I didn't mention them. No, well, I actually mentioned them in the beginning.
We're asking that you please raise your hands and wait for the mic when you ask the question, because we do have an online audience.
Not so much of a question, sir, but I just want to say, wouldn't it be true to say, well, your research is probably within a recent time, of course, because they hit the Syrians. The Syrians, quite early, when they came here, as far as I remember, they were the ones who went around from village to village with their suitcases, selling pants and pants length and so forth, you know. But that's not the main point. I am saying that the black businesses in St. Vincent did fairly well. But what has happened in recent times is that we have not been earning enough income to support the black businesses. And with the banks not disposed to lending black people money, that is, you quoted an example where this gentleman went to buy computers and they turned him down, despite the fact that he seemed to be a good prospect and is now succeeding. So that tells you the story. So I would hope that that out of this discussion, I hope this is just the first of many discussions which we ought to be having as we contemplate how we're going forward. Because I love to make this other point too. In the 70s, so when you had the banana trade, those are black business people, family businesses, you know. We had about 6,000 farms, right, on the records. That would have employed about 30,000 people. Out of that community, you have several businesses growing. Yeah, I could name the Morrises from Lomans, Williams, big shops selling all sorts of stuff. Even in Georgetown, you have people selling clothing and so forth, and so, because of the fact that we were earning useful income. So thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. I would like to just give a bit of information here. You would have mentioned the Syrian arriving early and started plying their trade with their suitcases and so on going around. But we have to remember that during enslavement or during slavery, blacks used to go around with their trays on their head and so on. You understand? So it's not that Syrians came and then they invented going around applying their trade out of their suitcases or whatever. And then in terms of the banana farmers, which I would have spoke about, mentioned briefly, the banana farmers. When I talk about the continuity of the business in itself, of course, businesses expand and evolve and so on over time. But in many cases, our parents would have said, okay, then you know what? I'm doing farming so that you don't have to come and do farming. Or I'm doing farming so that I can send you to school to get an education, to go and work with someone else, to get a good paying job. That's the issue, you know, because we don't see farming as a business. The mindset of Vincentians, we don't see farming as businesses or independent businesses.
While that might be true in cases, even 40% of the cases island-wide, it's not a sufficiently strong argument to say that is why we are failing. Because had we been giving the farmers the support that they ought to have been having, more children would have been induced to go to use the lands. Because now, for example, if you have 6 children, 6 boys, sorry, my friend, interested in business, both of them, same group, all of them of the same group, 3 of them, their parents involved in farming, the other 3 are interested in doing insurance and so on. Now they graduate, but those 3 who are interested in insurance and so on can drive to town to the job. But you're asking, you're condemning the lack of interest of those children, the other children who are involved in farming, because they can't make it to walk 3 miles to the lands without any support from the bank. No, this is why we're failing, because we have not put enough interest into the sector that we have the capacity to build on. Even our administrators, they have taken the view that farming dead, agriculture dead. They have documented that, and this is why we are in where we are now. Even the ECCB people, when they said they had a big plan to stimulate the economy in the region, what they said, they're going to spend some money, significant sum, in tourism, in construction, in manufacturing, and something else, fishing, not a red cent for agriculture. Despite the fact that at that time, we had a couple thousand people, farmers on the books with the capacity to employ thousands of people. This is where we are now. This is why we are in what? Importing food And as a matter of fact, the very director, what do you call it, manager of the ECCD, said, listen, we don't have to bother agriculture. He indicated, he implied that. He said the sub-region could import food cheaper if they imported collectively from outside of the region. That is what we're doing now, importing food. We have to blame our administrators.
All right, thank you very much.
So I do have a question for Ms. Martin. How much has the workers' trade union movement looked at women who are not women workers, and there's a large scale of them, who are not necessarily represented by the union, right? How did the workers' rights, employment rights affect these female workers? I'll give you a few examples. Women farmers. A lot of them, and there are still hundreds of them right now. Small industries like the barley whaling industry that has a lot of women. From the moment the fish hits the sand, it's women who takes over. And a lot of us are not aware of that, right? But how much support have they been given from the employment, the labor department, and so forth?
It depends on which period we're looking at, because the period that I have focused on is the late 20th century period. And what you noticed was many of these traditional sectors, many of the women were not unionized. And even in areas where several trade unions, for example, the National Farmers Union, etc., came on stream, they catered for a small sector of people, and it was entirely up to the individual to become unionized. You had women like Olin Horn, who fought vigorously to help to unionize and to sensitize, mobilize, where possible. But I think if you're in framing your question, you can sort of put in its correct context, because the period at which I'm studying, you do not see a lot of that. All right?
Okay, I just wanted to squeeze in a comment here, but Ronnie, I believe you can have the floor.
Thank you, Sister Decima. I just wanted to ask Afi, well, I know you're almost near completion, or if not completed, but I wanted to know if you had explored, because it seems to me that from your presentation that there was insufficient or inadequate legislative protection for our women during that early period after independence. I don't know if, I suspect there has been some advances, but I just wanted to know in your research if you have found that there has been any significant advancement in terms of protection. And this is outside of your immediate research. I was shocked about a year or two ago when I learned that, because I had heard differently, but I was mistaken, I was misled, that up to now, in our legislative framework, a woman, she's not protected legally when it comes to inheritance, handing down of assets and so on, when her common law husband, her significant other, passes on. Last year I had a conversation with a friend, and in fact I was trying to help a friend, and when I did the research, when I checked some lawyer friends of mine, I was totally shocked about that. And it seems to me your presentation carried me back to that encounter last year. So I just wanted to find out, I mean, it's a side matter, but it in terms of legal protection. And perhaps this is also, I don't know if Sister Nelsie, because I know Sister Nelsie had been, again, advocating for this for her lifetime, basically, in terms of protecting and upping and bigging up our women in terms of legislation. So, Afi, that one is for you. Thanks.
I'd leave the last part to Sister Nell. But what I will say is that today there is no specific legislation which deals with the protection of the labor rights of women. There are legislations in place, but they are not specific to women. They do not handle issues which affect women individually. Thank you, Ronnie.
Afi, that would have been my question to you. That is what I had noted as to whether all that you would have seen in your research is heading towards or perhaps would have in the past influenced the labor laws. But you've answered the question, I'm thinking so.
Thank you.
I will just add a small comment. The national.
Hold on.
A small comment. That if the technology will allow, the national insurance scheme has some protection as regards to, the significant others if they pass on. That is the legislation that I know of now that exists. And as Afi said, it is not too specific, so we still, in other areas, so we still have to continue our advocacy and our lobbying.
If I can just add something else, maybe the biggest advancement so far, all things considered equal, in 1994 when the Equal Pay Act was passed, that's probably the most you could get where equity is concerned in terms of wages. In terms of men and women are paid equally for whatever labor they've provided. But that so far is probably the biggest step when it comes to equity or equality in terms of labor. And that's late 20th century, 1994, thereabout.
Sorry, there's a question online. I don't know. Is a follow-up question from Gertrude Samuel. Re-question about inheritance rights of females. Do males in the same common law situation have better inheritance rights? I'm not too sure. For the panel.
Ronnie, the question again, please.
Gertrude was asking whether or not, if the reverse is true, whether males have better inheritance right. Let me just read it, sorry. So re-question about inheritance rights of females. Do males in the same common law situation have better inheritance rights?
Yeah, if I can venture a comment to that. That issue is still under quite a bit of debate, but one of the provisions is that whatever contributions are made by either partner, if they have that evidence of what was their contribution to the home and to the livelihood, that helps a lot in terms of the inheritance rights.
Thank you.
Just a quick comment again. I think that if we consider, talking about the advancement of women, because it seems that is the direction in which the conversation is going, we have to take into consideration initiatives such as the Beijing Platform for Action, the CEDAW, and so forth. And what I have noticed from my research is that the governments have made or taken steps to put measures in place. They've ratified these conventions. But what they have not done so that women can fully benefit from the machineries or the structures in place is that they have not fully implemented them. Ratification is only the first place, and we have all these tools at our disposal. We have them, we have ratified them. These are blueprints for the advancement of women, but they're just sitting there. They have to be incorporated into domestic legislation so that women can benefit, so that specific issues that affect women can be handled, can be dealt with. But to date, they have not been done. And these are conventions and treaties that have been on the books from since the 1980s in some cases, the 1990s, 1994 onwards. So there are structures in place, but the final steps have not been taken to have them fully implemented so that women can be beneficiaries of these conventions. They have been advocating, they have been mobilizing, they have been educating, they have been doing so much.
We're taking that a step further. In 2012, we held the first National Congress on Women in St. Vincent and Grenadines. And in that Congress statement, these conventions and platforms for action, they all were mentioned. And one of the calls was for that needs a legislative framework that will bring all these things into national law. So the weak point is really, indeed, the implementation. And it is the women who have to continue that lobbying. Unfortunately, while donor agencies may assist, again, it is the will, the love in its broadest sense of volunteers making that choice to continue the lobby, to bring attention to the public, the different institutions, to bring that attention so that the implementation can take place and that the words within the platforms for action can be walked off of the paper. The other thing that I always mention, there are 12 critical areas of concern within the Beijing Platform for Action, and I find that emphasis is laid mostly on one. While the violence is very too prevalent and need to be eradicated, a lot of attention is paid in that area. And I often say that if we address the other 11 altogether, they will help to reduce this gender-based violence. It deals with poverty, it deals with the girl child, as the little girl I mentioned in my paper, what was giving her peace about what was happening in the country. It deals with the environment and the involvement of women in all of these areas. So there needs to be that holistic approach that is taken both by non-governmental organizations, not only women's organizations, to bring the provisions of these conventions into a reality that will really benefit women and by extension the entire country, the entire region.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Robinson. I believe that we had a well-spent evening. I just wish to say that both Robinson and Martin would have pointed to the work of women in pushing not just their immediate communities forward, but in pushing the whole country forward in terms of what they did, whether they did it within the framework of the expected anticipations, or whether they were unconventional in their approaches. I thought when Mrs. Robinson spoke of, I think it's Fanny Gregg, I immediately switched to Jamaica and their national heroine Nanny and the stories and the similarities which would have come out in terms of women's struggle to make our environments, and as our living, our economic environments, a different place for us to function in a more productive space. Afi's presentation was particularly close to home because the community that she described so vividly took me back to many of my childhood years and early teen years and all of that. And the specific examples, I could have gone down memory lane detailing many of those with you. There are some very terrible ones you didn't mention. I'm sure you would have captured those. But yes, your presentation would have opened the eyes of many persons who are not aware of the kinds of atrocities that the women suffered in that Camden Park estate. I'm quite aware of it. Mr. Phillips, I know you won't have time to answer now, but I would like to know if perhaps one of these days you might detail Black youths in business. I don't know if you already did that, but it is something I am interested because I am noticing, well, for me at this stage, a new pattern where perhaps it was there, but it's visible to me now, where we have younger and younger persons who are engaging in different types of unconventional, non-traditional business. We don't see them setting up a brick building, but the online world has allowed a lot of our youth, particularly our Black youths, to get really involved, and some of them are able to sustain themselves and their homes through that form of livelihood. So I hope that if you don't have that just yet, perhaps one of these days, you'll allow us to explore that part of your of business, in particularly Black business in St. Vincent. So thank you very much for your presentations. Well done. I think you deserve a round of applause. And to those of you who joined us online, thank you very much. I believe we can say same time, same place tomorrow. Thank you again.
Okay, we're not quite finished, just 2 more minutes or so. Let me say on behalf of the planning committee and our colleagues, special thanks to Sister Decima, and equally so to our 3 presenters, Sister Nelsia, Afi, and Mac Sean, for their very engaged and comprehensive presentations. Both Afi and Mac Sean are students at the Caville campus completing their research projects, PhD, sorry. All right. Just some housekeeping matters, but before we do that, we have 2 pieces to delight your heart and soul, so please clap. One from Darren, and I think we have a dance from Arabesque. So Sinus and Cap, please delight us, and then we'll have some housekeeping matters before we go. Okay then, so well, just to say we resume tomorrow as early as 8 o'clock. And so we inviting you, well, of course with registration, because each day you have new persons. So we will resume at 8 with registration, and then by 8:30 or so we will get the ball rolling with the presentations. And even before the presentations start, we will have Sister Nanton, Marla Nanton, to do a review of today's session and presentations. And then we will go into what we anticipate will be a very engaged second day of presentations. I want to invite you to bring somebody, please, or even if you can't come tomorrow, just send somebody now, because yeah, this is rich stuff. And although we will have a collation of we'll collate the information later, sometimes they stay on the university shelves, on the library shelves. We want to engage each other and our presenters as much as we are able to. And so I invite you to invite a friend. It's this holiday. Students are on holiday, not all of them overseas, so please invite a friend or two tomorrow so that we could have a very engaged second day. I think that's it. Yes, so thank you very much. On behalf of the committee, I thank all our presenters, our moderators, and our internet audience. We hope to see you tomorrow, same time and same link and space. Thank you very much.
Boy, you outside still? Long. Why you be so long? How many hours you there playing game, man? Don't play game anything with something, man. Watch now. When your auntie was a little girl, we used to come outside in the yard, you see, like that, and all of we gathered together. When the moon was full, that moonlight used to be with lantern, you know. We didn't have current. That was our lantern. And when you see the people gather, you know, they used to play ring games, dance the quadrille. It had a boy named Sambo. If you see how Sambo used to play, he had a little low fiddle. And Sambo was the top of the tongue. You remind me of Sambo. You see this violin you have here? Man, you could forget about this tablet for a little while. And every evening you practice a little of that. And you yourself will be able to bring back in some of the days when moonlight and we come out in the yard and play your violin. You know, come let me show you what we're talking about. Come, let me show you what we're talking about.